Oh boy, I've been dreading this one. Before Marvel Television could finally bring together their headlining superheroes for the big team up in the Defenders, they had one more player to introduce to the public, that being Iron Fist. It's pretty much universally agreed that this proved to be the first major misstep in the Marvel Netflix world, delivering a season of television that nobody really cares about, if they even remember it exists in the first place. It's a shame too, because the character seemed to have a lot of promise. Granted, I have a pretty limited familiarity with him, only really knowing some of his team-ups with Spider-Man and his rampant markdowns on Town Hall prices that plague me when I'm just trying to wind down with a fun online game. But even to a layman like myself, a mystic martial arts man just seems inherently cool. And Marvel has recognized that fact for a while now, having an Iron Fist movie churning around in development hell since 2000. Ray Park, Darth Maul himself, was originally attached to star as Danny Rand, which would have been awesome by the way. But the project got submerged in a revolving door of directors until it got completely trashed. In 2010, Triple X creator Rich Wilkes was hired to make his attempt at an Iron Fist movie, but that wasn't enough to get the project into production. Eventually, the living weapon got folded into the shared TV universe Marvel Television sold to Netflix, though it was kept hidden until after Jessica Jones came out so as to not steal her spotlight. And then the show got delayed until after Luke Cage, so Netflix could ride the hype wave of the Power Man's guest role in the aforementioned show. Screenwriter and producer Scott Buck was hired as the showrunner. And to highlight the intelligence of this choice, Buck is the guy who is in charge of Dexter in its final 3 seasons.
Not a great plan.
In retrospect, it's not surprising that Iron Fist Season 1 was greeted with a universal sigh and shrug when it was released on March 17th, 2017. I'm sure most would have just tossed it into the abyss if they didn't have to remember the titular character and 2 of the main antagonists for the big Defenders crossover. Heck, I'm sure most people were still happy to forget they watched it. In fact, this is actually the first season of Marvel Netflix I've covered so far where I barely remember anything about it going into the video. Like, I pretty much knew Daredevil and Jessica Jones Season 1 like the back of my hand, and I strongly remembered everything I loved about Daredevil Season 2 and the handful of things I was less hot on. As for Luke Cage, the monumental death halfway through its freshman season basically defined a lot of the recollections of what I felt about it. Here, I could probably count everything I remember about Iron Fist Season 1 on one hand. Let's see, the Twink Knight from Game of Thrones is the main character. Tom Pellephrey's in this, and he's awesome. Will Trent runs a hand training camp or something. Faramir dies and comes back to life, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and Plot Armor OC from the most recent Mortal Kombat movie gets into a drunk kung fu fight. I think that's about all I remember. I don't really know if that's indicative of the show being so bad that I flushed everything out of my mind, or just so bland that my brain couldn't be bothered to catalog away anything else. That means that this has the potential to be my longest video in this series where I just destroy everything about this show. Or it could be my shortest because I'm just listing things that happen because nothing is interesting to note. I guess there's only one way to find out. Look at the timestamp. But for me, I still have to rewatch this season, write the rest of this script, and edit it. So I won't discover that answer in a few months. Wish me luck. I guess that's enough of a delay. Let's just get this over with. This is an Iron Fist Season 1 retrospective, and I'm already regretting it. Which is why I'm going to delay things just a little longer, because we have yet another naming convention to talk about. In the past, we covered episode names that reflect the comic series they're based on, names echoing the songs of rappers that in some way reflect what's going on within the episode, and names that just kind of tell you what's going on when you press play. Here in Iron Fist Season 1, every episode is titled after Shaolin Kung Fu moves. There's really not much to analyze past that, but hey, that's neat, I guess. I suppose we finally have to start this thing, huh? Iron Fist begins with a shot of feet. Okay, interesting start. You know, if you're into that kind of thing. These grizzled grippers belong to Danny Rand, who has returned home to New York City from, well, we don't quite know yet, but he's been away for a while, that's for sure. Long enough to not realize how bad of an idea it is to be walking around the Big Apple with your dogs out. I mean, he could just step on a loose dirty needle and get AIDS, or be bitten by a nasty sewer rat and get rat AIDS. Danny is here to visit the company building bearing his name, founded by his father Wendell and close family friend Harold Meachum. He walks right on in and declares who he is and that he wants to meet with the guy in charge. Obviously, a guy looking as disheveled and shoeless as this bum making such claims is going to be less than convincing to literally anyone. So Danny gets escorted out, which leads to plan B, beating the security guards to a pulp and hopping in the elevator. However, you actually need a keycard to go anywhere other than here, but luckily a random woman walks up to provide one, somehow completely missing the several unconscious guards and the deranged homeless man who beat him up. Even if she wasn't paying attention and on her phone or something, why is the one guy still on his feet not trying to flag her down to let him into the elevator lobby so he can kick the intruder out? Is he just sitting there watching this lady casually ignore the massacre? Honestly, both of these people should be fired. Already not off to a great start. Upstairs, Danny straight up ignores the reception lady, who I guess hasn't been notified by anyone on the ground floor about what's happened. Man, there's some really bad security in this place. And barrels right into Harold's office. Except he doesn't find Harold. He finds the man's son Ward and daughter Joy. Danny tries to get some answers about all of this, but given that a strange homeless man has just broken into their office, the Meachum siblings are understandably a little too antagonistic to sit down for a nice conversation, much less accept that Danny is really their friend who died 15 years ago and has come back from the grave. All they really divulge is that Harold too is dead, done in by cancer 12 years ago, before things nearly escalate to violence. Thankfully, security finally catches up with Danny, but instead of having the vagrant arrested for flagrant assault, Ward decides to instead let him go, though with a warning that his guards now have full authorization to use lethal force if he shows up again. After Danny gets dragged away, Joy does note that he looks a lot like her childhood friend, but Ward firmly and soundly rejects that possibility. Meanwhile, Danny has a flashback episode in the elevator, which will become a recurring thing that happens to keep teasing what happened to him when he was 10 years old without really betraying too much substantive information for now. Anyway, with that plan completely falling on its face, our plucky protagonist decides to return home. Of course, after 15 years, this is no longer the Rand household, so we spend probably a little too much time on Danny trying to figure out a way to get inside. That is to say, this little sequence felt paced weirdly slowly for how little is accomplished here. Once he finally discovers a terrace on the second floor, he bounds up like a cat, slipping through the window. Inside, he discovers that this house, conveniently enough, now belongs to Joy. Danny snoops around for a bit, tames a dog with the power of meditation, and heads up to the roof for a flashback to better times, when the Wards and Meachums were the best of friends who loved playing board games like Monopoly. Well, that is when Ward isn't being a comical stereotype of a bully, even just outright refusing to play by the rules of the game.
Dad says rules are for pussies.
Yeah, I don't think he was talking about Monopoly, bro. Hey, at least this is the first bit of dialogue that feels sort of weighty in building up character, namely the ruthless ideology Harold practices and that he weaponizes to ruthlessly groom his son, even at an early age, which lays the foundation for the relationship they have in the present. The Rand parents arrive at home and teenage Ward gets triggered, kicking Danny in the shin, berating him for having a loving mom and dad, and ruining the game in a temper tantrum. He then blames Danny for this mess, as if his parents would believe such a thing, with something as basic as the trajectory of the game pieces strewn out to Ward's side disproving him, and we return to sad Danny in the present. It's a bit of an awkwardly executed flashback, but it does reveal a darker side to the Meachum family, particularly in relation to Ward and his treatment of Danny. Before anything else can be done, Joy arrives at home, forcing Danny to sneak out and make camp in a park for the night. There, he befriends a homeless guy named Big Gay Al, who shows off his new iPhone he totally didn't steal. Man, he's a long way from the Big Gay boat ride. Hey, the economy these days is rough on everyone, I guess. Through Big Gay Al, Danny gets introduced to all the wonders of the internet. He uses this newfangled technology to verify that in fact everyone thinks he and Harold are dead. Holy crap, that's Faramir. They killed Faramir off screen and before the show started, no less. Oh man, wow, what a waste of an actor. I can't believe they're not going to use him at all for the rest of the show. Where was I? Oh yes, Danny doom scrolls for a bit, calling Big Gay Al special like my mom used to call me, and goes to bed. The next morning, Danny returns to Joy's home where he once again tries to throw backstory lore at her and admit he broke into her house the day before. Surprisingly, this does nothing to quell Joy's suspicions and paranoia, so Danny decides to flip over a car and run away. Later, he meditates in the park and earns himself $1 from a passing Asian baddie. This is Colleen Wing, who is putting up flyers for her dojo. Also, given how intrinsically tied to the hand she's revealed to be later, it's kind of convenient she randomly stumbled upon Danny now, whose father's company is also currently involved with the hand. Spoilers, by the way, for anybody who cares about a 10-year-old show, or just in general Iron Fist. I'm sure there's like 2 of you out there. Maybe it would have played more naturally if Danny had just found one of her flyers like Claire did in Luke Cage and introduced Colleen in a later scene. But for now, this is just a meet cute to get the ball rolling on these two's relationship. Danny tries to return the generous donation and instead finagle his way into a dojo job, but Colleen denies him and walks away. At the office of Rand Enterprises, Joy recaps her strange encounter with the homeless man masquerading as Danny Rand with Ward. You know how he admitted to yet another offense of criminal trespass and breaking and entering, and how he did this really cool flip over a car. This has somehow reinforced the possibility for Joy that he could very well be the real Danny. But her brother resolutely denies this. With the company on the verge of announcing an expansion to the Chinese market, Ward believes that this Danny guy could be an act of corporate sabotage, as if Danny was in fact still alive, he'd be a 51% share owner in Rand Enterprises, which would project a significant power struggle to investors. Honestly, it's not bad reasoning, and it's good to be skeptical of anything that could threaten a beneficial business expansion. However, Ward discovers that this vagrant may pose more than just a corporate threat to him when that night Danny decides to steal his car. Instead of watching him drive away and calling the cops, he just hops in as a willing hostage. If Ward just stood there, Danny would have had to come back anyways because his whole goal here was to kidnap his childhood friend.
Not a great plan.
Kind of convenient that Ward acted in the very way he needed to enable the next scene to happen, when just giving Ward a personal driver would have easily given Danny a way to naturally kidnap the guy.
Well, that's just lazy writing.
Using the skills he developed as a 10-year-old child in his daddy's lap, Danny drives all the way to the top of the parking garage while Ward tries to get him to stop, even whipping out a gun. This doesn't deter Danny though, who warns him to put the weapon away before quickly and easily disarming him. Finally, our homeless hero declares his intentions in showing up to New York. Answers for what happened to his family and his company. All Ward has is what everyone else already knows. The Rands died in a plane crash over the Himalayas. The businessman decides to continue to make this confrontation aggressive by demanding for proof that Danny is who he says he is. And since he was orphaned at 10 in the Asian wilderness, proof is gonna be pretty hard to come by. However, there is a sort of next best thing when Danny starts listing all the horrible pranks Ward played against him when they were younger, building upon what we've already seen in the Rand House flashback. This clearly shakes Ward up a bit, but he continues to double down on not knowing anything about all that, forcing Danny to start driving like he's in Fast and Furious and speaking funny.
It feels like this!
He starts going into another flashback episode before snapping out of it in time to prevent the duo from careening off the parking garage rooftop.
This isn't over. Oh, I know.
Danny then runs off like a little girl. Back in the park, Big Gay Al provides Danny a sandwich he found in the trash and waxes poetic about how agriculture and modernization have ruined humanity before declaring his purpose is to be a hunter-gatherer. Oh no, the iPhone has introduced him to the primal lifestyle.
Give me your liver, bitch!
What's your purpose?
To protect Kunlun from all oppression. Honor the sacrifice of Shaolao the Undying.
Okay then.
Yep, me too, Big Gay Al. Me too. We then cut over to Colleen's Chikara dojo where Danny slips in after a practice sword training. She makes a mention to her students that she's closing on Thursdays now for AA meetings, taking any extra payments to keep this place afloat, and everybody clears out. Danny tries to challenge her to a fight as per dojo rules or something, before trying to once again volunteer himself for a job teaching Kung Fu. Since he claims he trained in Kunlun, a place beyond this reality, Colleen is understandably ready to kick him out, having to go as far as to threaten to beat him up with a practice sword.
Trust me. You don't want to know what it feels like to have a practice sword smack you hard on the side of the face.
I already do. Ask Master Lei Gung the Thunderer.
I guess, bro. Seriously, nobody knows what you're talking about, man. Danny eventually relents and leaves, finally receiving a pair of fresh shoes as a parting gift. As he's putting them on outside, though, he suddenly gets jumped by the black security guard from Rand. What was his name? Shannon. Shannon, really? Shannon it is. Danny fins off Shannon and his goons long enough to flee into Chinatown, where some sort of festival is taking place. Colleen spots this and gives chase. Within this pursuit, we actually do get some pretty cool martial arts work that's smooth but impactful. And Danny employs some decent stealth to take out his attackers one by one, interrogating Shannon and learning that Ward had sent out this hit squad. Danny senses Colleen watching, but she vanishes, leaving him to go along his way. I don't know if Colleen was going to help him, but realized he was actually capable of taking care of himself, or if she's a little spooked by what he's capable of. It's kind of unclear what she's thinking in this moment, but I guess either way, she wasn't needed here. Danny then returns to the park one last time and discovers that Big Gay Al has died from a big gay OD. Oh no, how sad. I really cared about Big Gay Al and his silly iPhone and trash sandwiches. Seriously, this death means nothing to me because this character solely exists in scenes that add nothing to the story of the episode or the development of Danny's character. He was just a guy who filled out scenes every night so he could transition back into the morning. Compare this to the likes of the Irish Mob in Daredevil Season 2 or Shameik in Luke Cage Season 1 or even Hope's parents in Jessica Jones Season 1. These are all also characters designed to be introduced and die in the premiere episode. Heck, even in the same scene. Yet they were all written like people with proper personality traits and goals and desires that their deaths felt substantial to the people around them, defining a lot of what happens going forward. And it helps make it feel like actual people died. Here, Big Gay Al was a guy who existed and then OD'd off screen. He has a hawk tattoo like the bird that pops up in Danny's meditation visions, which means something, I guess. Is he supposed to represent what Danny is striving for? Maybe someone carefree without any burden? I mean, he's a homeless junkie, but I guess he doesn't have any anger issues. Or maybe he's an indication of the path Danny is supposed to walk this season? I don't know. I feel nothing one way or another about his death, and honestly Danny's reaction makes me think that it's not going to impact him much either. And checking in after watching the season as a whole, yeah, Big Gay Al doesn't get mentioned once. So really there was no point to this character except for me calling him Big Gay Al. Meanwhile, Ward gets the call about Shannon's absolute failure and turns to a third party to help. This third party summons him to a highly secured penthouse, where it's revealed that this caller is in fact the thought dead Harold Meachum.
Wow. What a twist.
Not really.
And finally, towards the end of this episode, we get a scene that actually made me sit up in my seat and lean forward in interest. Part of this is probably because we likely have the two best actors in the season interacting with each other, with Faramir / the Hunchback guy from Van Helsing playing opposite of Tom Pellephrey, one of the most underrated actors working today. Seriously, this guy consistently plays the most interesting character of the shows in which he appears. Like, I'm pretty much always going to watch a show he stars in, and so far he has not let me down, even if the show is mediocre as balls. The other part of it is that this scene actually has a layer of subtext and history that I can actually bite into. I mean, the writing isn't the best, but hey, a starving man will take any type of scraps thrown his way. There's already a level of intrigue in that clearly Harold's death over a decade ago was greatly exaggerated. But why? Why is he clearly running Rand from the shadows as a dead man rather than being the public face of the company as he always was? The first thing Harold says upon his son arriving is that he already knows about this Danny Rand situation, even revealing a little later that he knows about the cool kung fu moves too. This indicates that he has ways outside of Ward of getting information about Rand's inner workings, painting an image of his power. But again, there's the lingering question of why he won't leave his penthouse, and why he's in hiding, and why he's operating from the shadows, which seems to indicate that there is some level of powerlessness to his situation. This is already a much more interesting character than anybody else introduced so far. Harold berates Ward about how he's going to tank Rand Enterprises and that his son continues to sound like a teenager. He also keeps a secretary in the cuck chair in the corner.
You hire people when they're young, single, looking for something to commit to build their lives around. Pay them twice what they're worth. It builds loyalty. It's something I learned from Wendell.
Ah, a line of dialogue that insinuates a deeper ideology. We're continuing to add meat to this newly introduced character. Now we're getting the idea that he's a ruthless businessman who strategically buys loyalty and clearly abuses it.
Why don't you take the rest of the day off?
It's nearly midnight, sir.
Oh, too late then, huh? See? He loves me.
I'm already calling it. He's the best character of the season. The father-son duo then decide to get down to the Danny Rand brass tacks. Ward declares that he refuses to talk to this guy and play his game, but Harold seems very curious about learning who his enemy is in order to fight him.
Much trickier if this actually is young Danny Rand come back to life.
That's impossible.
Stranger things have happened.
Again, we get an intriguing insinuation from Harold that he has had an actual brush with death, or at the very least something borderline supernatural. What does he mean by this? Well, I have a hunch we'll learn soon. For now, he debates the game plan for if this actually is Danny, something he's more willing to buy than Ward thanks to these stranger things he's seen happen. If it is Danny Rand, the company can't allow him to go public. And they need to delve into some further considerations. Are his parents still alive? Which Ward can probably deny thanks to his earlier conversation with Danny. Who else knows? What does Danny himself actually know? How did he learn martial arts? Why did he wait so long to come back? And what does he want now that he's here? To get to the bottom of this, Harold decides that he'll handle it himself, with finesse.
I'll tell you exactly what to do.
Like always.
Like always.
Unfortunately, we must turn back to less interesting characters the next morning when Danny sneaks his way back into Rand Enterprises using some secret passages he used as a kid, surprising Joy as she comes into the office. She finally agrees to talk with him over some tea, even admitting that Danny could very well be Danny. He starts to open up about what happened on that plane 15 years ago before realizing that Joy has Cosby'd his cuppa. Ward then reveals himself, summoning a monk flashback that ushers us into the hospital, where the nurses drug Danny again, making him give us a proper flashback this time. Heather Rand tries to comfort her son as they experience some heavy turbulence, only for the roof to get ripped off the plane, ejecting her into the snowy wilds of Nepal. Wendell then gives his attempt, telling Danny that he loves him as the aircraft disappears into the Himalayan mists, ending the episode on Danny's Walkman playing So Fresh, So Clean by Outkast, like it was at the beginning. Now, was this a horrible start to the season? Not exactly. There were plenty of scenes that just kind of had things happen the way they needed to make sure the plot happened the way the writers wanted to, but honestly, a quick redraft fixes a lot of those problems with simple reworking of logistics. However, if I was watching this as a pilot to see if I was going to commit to watching more, this wouldn't have really convinced me to carry on. This just felt bland with scenes and beats that seemed to just exist to fill out time. Danny has hints of characterization with this constant teasing of a possible anger issue or mental condition that he's trying to restrain with meditation, but overall he's just an awkward, borderline childish little twink. Joy just kind of exists right now as a business lady TM, while Colleen is a martial arts lady TM. Ward is generally just a generic asshole who finally starts to get some meat on his bones in that one scene that felt properly rounded out when we get an indication that he's very resentful of his overbearing and controlling dad despite being so committed to him as a child. Tom Pelphrey's performance also adds a hefty amount of subtle looks at his inner workings too, like the car confrontation. That tiny look of guilt and realization dawning on him is easily the best acting work in this episode. Harold himself gets established pretty well and is a proper corporate antagonist who is ruthless and cunning, properly thinking through possibilities and adapting a plan to counter Danny's presence. He breathes a lot of life into this episode and is the only one I'm actually interested in seeing more from. The actual story seems to only really be establishing a storyline in which there's maybe something fishy about the Rand plane crash, with Harold being posed as the threat involved with it. The actual kung fu mysticism at best seems to be existing on the periphery for now, leaving only a corporate investigative thriller with a lighter tone than past Marvel Netflix projects. It's a strange choice, but I suppose it could work, though this premiere didn't really instill confidence that it will. Danny receives a visit from a doctor who explains that he's being held in Birch Psychiatric Hospital and that he's been tied down because of his nasty habit of beating up the nurses. The doc assures Danny that he just wants to help.
And I think I know exactly how. You need to kill yourself.
I'm sorry, what? No wait, I don't think that's proper patient treatment. Danny gets saved at the last minute by the nurses who restrain the guy. Turns out he's not a doctor. Go figure. He's just another fellow patient named Simon.
I was just saying hello to the new guy.
Later, Danny attempts to meditate, but thanks to the drugs and the flashes of his parents' death, he can't quite get his mind calm. He then receives a visit from the real doctor this time. Dr. Paul Edmonds is just here to ask a few questions. He has 72 hours to determine if Danny is mentally ill and needs further treatment or if he'll be let go. The patient attempts to explain what happened to him after the plane crash, how he woke up in a snowdrift, discovered the bodies of the pilots and his father, and was rescued by a pair of warrior monks of the Order of the Crane Mother named Chodak and Tashi. However, Edmonds wants to talk about someone else, John Anderson. He says that that's Danny's real name, even presenting a passport with that name and his face on it. However, Danny denies any knowledge about this, which ends the session. He's then finally allowed to walk around on his own 2 feet, going on a tour of the facilities with Simon as his guide. The guy apologizes for his past behavior.
I get stressed.
And introduces his new friend to murderer Dink and his goon squad before they all go to the common area. Simon points out how every patient here likewise thought they'd be here for 72 hours only for the doctor to slap them with a nonsense diagnosis that keeps them here for months to even years, keeping them drugged up like donkeys. Dink gets offended by this comment and tries to force the 2 men to apologize with the threat of a pounding. Danny doesn't really back down, so Dink tries to bonk him on the head. However, Danny easily counters it, summoning nurses into the room to drag him to his bed and restrain him. Simon follows, asking if Danny has any friends or family he could call to help. And only one person occurs to the mental patient. The person in question had spent the morning getting stalked by her students before beating the crap out of them and awkwardly trying to be forceful in her instruction. Apparently, this is IRL training. I don't know what kind of swordsman or martial artist needs to train in tailing and ambushing people. Sounds more like ninja behavior to me. Oh. After the training, Colleen receives a phone call from Danny begging for her help. Even after hearing his entire situation, she asserts that she's not the person he needs and hangs up. Meanwhile, Ward grabs some coffee with his sister, where Joy once again voices concerns that the guy she drugged is in fact their old childhood friend. Ward once again reassures her that this is just some homeless guy or corporate saboteur who needs help, which they're providing.
So we're saints.
We're not bad guys, if that's what you think.
He also secures her support in a warehouse bid he's making in Brooklyn that he's secretly making on behalf of his father, whom he then pays a visit later. He interrupts Dad's Rocky training, and once it's done, Harold proudly shows off that he's broken basically every rule of psychiatric ethics. He's become fixated on this whole Order of the Crane Mother thing, especially since there are no monasteries near where the Rand plane disappeared, and this particular monkish order doesn't exist.
Unless Kyle is an idiot who doesn't know how to do simple research.
He's pretty much the only guy from Danny's childhood at this point who completely buys that this is the real Danny Rand. Ward then suggests that they try to render the prodigal son brain dead, whether that be via surgery or medication, but Harold still wants to collect clues to Danny's missing 15 years. Instead, he wants his son to investigate this Colleen Wing chick that Danny used his only phone call to contact. Ward reluctantly obliges, paying her dojo a visit that evening. He inquires into her relationship with the man claiming to be Danny Rand, warning her that the guy is dangerous. The Nepo baby tries to forcefully suggest that Colleen herself may have even felt threatened in his presence, asking if she'd be willing to sign some papers to affirm that. The dojo master is a little hesitant to condone this random man she barely knows to the loony bin for good, but Ward adds a potential donation to her struggling business to sweeten the deal. He gives her the night to stew on the offer and brings the papers and a $50,000 check by the next morning. Of course, to ease any sort of guilty conscience, Ward offers up assurances that he just wants everybody to be safe. I like this brief shot here since it visually shows that these two people are just fundamentally in two separate worlds. If you can't tell, I'm really struggling to find anything to bite into in this episode. Back at the hospital, Dr. Edmonds interrupts another turbulent meditation session. Danny freely admits that he lied about the passport, claiming that it was a stolen one he bought in Morocco in order to get admitted back into the US. Honestly, that kind of makes sense. Don't know why you lied about it earlier. I know it's a federal crime and everything, but you're already in confinement. Plus, these would be bound by doctor-patient confidentiality, right? Lying first and then fessing up later makes it look like you just made the whole story up, which doesn't really help your case here, buddy. In a more official therapy session later, Edmonds confirms this by continuing his doubt in Danny's stories. He does a little movie time with a commercial from the We Are Rand ad campaign from back in the day, attempting to use it to convince Danny that he's just simply trying to live vicariously through someone with a happier life than him. However, this proves to blow back on the Doctor, as Danny starts reminiscing about the day of the shoot, how he didn't want to do it and only kowtowed to his parents' wishes upon getting bribed with a trip to the circus. Still, Edmonds insists that his patient is John Anderson, prompting a violent outburst that ends the session. Harold, who's been watching this whole thing, is very dissatisfied in how this played out, lamenting the fact that Danny has a shrink who is actually interested in patient betterment instead of asking interesting questions. Kyle apologizes for his poor performance in physician selection, which prompts Harold to suddenly go off about the good old days where his dad would beat him daily with a belt and force him to apologize for making him exert energy.
God, I miss him.
Oh, okay. I'm sure there's nothing more to dive into there. Maybe someone else belongs in the loony bin too. Anyway, Harold wants a car prepared for the night.
You never leave the penthouse?
Oh, I'm thinking it's time.
His little ooting takes him to the psychiatric hospital, where he is somehow able to sneak in here without people seeing him and sits by Danny's bedside. He fishes for some information to verify the patient's identity, and once both men now know the other is alive beyond the odds, Harold gets to the nitty-gritty, trying to discern what the Order of the Crane Mother is and where it's located. Danny, who just seems to have no concept of filtering the things he says, even after everything he's been through, reveals that the Order of the Crane Mother is located in Kunlun, one of the 7 capital cities of heaven, and that there he found his purpose as a warrior.
Only in the middle of a fight did I fully come alive.
The specific warrior he trained to be was the Iron Fist, sworn enemy of the Hand.
Wait, was this sworn enemy of who?
That's what I'm saying. Apparently, it's the Iron Fist's duty to destroy the Hand, which seems to give Harold an idea, promising to handle things for Danny on his side. We get an answer for why Mr. Meachum may be so eager about having an Iron Fist in his life when he returns to his penthouse, where a message has been left on the outside of his apartment window, signed with a handprint. Honestly, at this point, just more scenes with Harold, please. There's intrigue here. His dialogue is actually interesting, and he's a lively and personable guy. And now with this message, we're starting to build an idea as to why Harold faked his death and stays in the shadows. Perhaps this penthouse is less of a retreat and more of a prison. Obviously, this has something to do with the Hand, but what exactly is this arrangement? It's actually attention-grabbing stuff, unlike this entire question about whether or not Danny is Danny, since the flashbacks we've already seen basically betray the answer to the question we sit on for 2 full episodes. And in that interim, all we learn about Danny is that he has anger issues and likes to yap about Kunlun lore. It's like sitting here listening to a D&D player describe the last campaign he went on as a dude whose only exposure to fantasy is Game of Thrones. They're just rolling down their vocabulary list of things that I have no concept of right now. Meanwhile, Edmonds packs up for the night, but another glimpse of the We Are Rand commercial prompts some curiosity. He calls Joy and inquires about the commercial shoot, and she unknowingly verifies everything Danny has said. The Doctor then refuses to elaborate on things and hangs up. This prompts Joy to question things of her own, going through her childhood pictures the next morning, with the idea that Danny is who he says he is, eating her up inside. A picture of her and her friend with M&Ms inspires her to fish some product placement out of the cabinet and arrange to have them shipped to the hospital. Said M&Ms interrupt yet another failed meditation session. Danny immediately recognizes the task and gets to work, separating the brown ones from the rest. What did Iron Fist mean by this? Colleen visits toward the end of the segregation, presenting the papers and check Ward gave her. She wants to know why the Meachums would believe him to be so dangerous. Danny explains that he's Danny Rand, who probably owns over half of the company. That, in fact, makes him a very dangerous man to the Meachums. However, he assures Colleen that he poses no threat to her. That sort of comforts her, but she still refuses to get involved in this entire affair. Instead, Danny just asks for a simple favor, delivering his brownless M&Ms back to Joy. The dojo master obliges, using the opportunity to also drop off the unsigned papers and check. She asks Joy to let Ward know that she isn't signing, and departs. Brother Meachum is able to discern this when he spots Colleen leaving the office and walks in on his sister crying over candy. She explains that this proves Danny is who he says he is, as when they were kids they'd eat M&Ms together, all except for those filthy brown pieces which they'd deport to the trash. Ward continues to double down on his certifiably false claims, which pisses Joy off.
What are you so afraid of?
You should be a little more like Dad, yeah? Grow some balls.
Back at the hospital, Edmonds meets with Danny one last time. After doing some research the night prior, the doctor cross-checks it with his patient's answers, which further solidifies his conclusion. Danny Rand is in fact Danny Rand. Being so happy that somebody finally believes him, Danny starts schizo-posting about how he's been in a capital city of heaven in another dimension that only aligns with our plane of existence every 15 years and that he's the Iron Fist, a living weapon that can be summoned via focusing his chi with meditation. Yeah, Danny, what else? Were you kidnapped by aliens? Is the Earth flat? Man, you were this close to getting out. Why'd you have to go and say some crazy stuff? A little self-awareness can go a very long way. Dude doesn't know how to shut his mouth and deploy weird information strategically. Your loose lips gave you a one-way ticket here, and now that you're about to leave, you're sabotaging yourself again for no reason. Dr. Edmonds doesn't need to know about this stupid freaking city off in Dimension 12 or whatever. He doesn't need to know that you fought a dragon. That sounds crazy to the psychiatrist who's going to keep you here if you sound crazy. You stupid gremlin. Honestly, maybe you belong here. Maybe you do. Holy crap. Edmonds now thinks that Danny has conjured up a false reality for himself, convincing himself that he's a superhero as a result of his anxiety disorder with psychotic tendencies in order to cope with his childhood trauma. This apparently has become a growing trend since the incident, with people running around pretending to be superheroes with powers that they don't actually have.
I am the Iron Fist.
No, Danny, the correct response for your character would be, what's the incident? What are superpowers? Like what Captain America had? More people get them now too? Because if you remember, Danny, you disappeared in the early aughts before Iron Man became the first superhero ever after Captain America's era. And no, I'm not going to acknowledge Captain Marvel existed. Anyway, Edmonds gives Danny a chance to demonstrate the power of the Iron Fist, but thanks to all the drugs coursing through his veins, he's experiencing some chi performance issues, so to speak. Harold watches this unfortunate display unfold and decides to act. He interrupts his son's meeting to approve the warehouse purchase for the more pressing matter of moving Danny tonight. Ward thinks it's lobotomizing time, but Harold actually has other ideas. He wants to secure Danny in a safe house in Long Island, as he's recently discovered that this young man holds some serious personal value to himself. Ward reluctantly agrees, but after popping some pills, he enacts a different plan. Instead of moving Danny out of the hospital that night, the nurse moves Danny into a private room with Dink and his dastardly dudes. Ward, buddy, you know your father has cameras in this building and will definitely see your blatant disobedience. Of course, knowing what we know and learning what we learn later, maybe that's the point. Somehow, these mental patients are also killers for hire who proceed to beat the snot out of the newcomer. However, upon receiving regards from Ward via Dink, Danny finally manages to channel his chi, destroying his attackers, pushing past the nurse outside, and punching a hole clean through the wall to escape into the night. There's that hawk again. One might say it's a shadow hawk taking flight. Danny's escape sends the Meachums into a tizzy, with Shannon being sent to Colleen's dojo in the middle of the night to search and trash the place. The dojo master is awoken, beats them up, and sends them off packing, despite their desperate pleas that they're just here to help. Bro, breaking and entering is the exact opposite of what you do to communicate helping. Too bad too, because Danny is currently hiding on the ceiling. Once the Meachum thugs are gone, he comes down and apologizes for the inconvenience, promising to make things up to her. However, Colleen, who was already stressed out about helping him, has found the limit to her generosity and tells him to be gone by the morning. But Danny is not gone by the morning, interrupting Colleen's meditation with some of his own, accompanied by a little hip-hop beat. He justifies sticking around because his host needs protection. Colleen says that she's a strong, independent woman who don't need no man, but Danny points out that she let one of the goons touch her last night. Not like that, you gooners. Which prompts a sparring match. Danny uses this as a teaching opportunity, critiquing Colleen's lack of internal strength, which allows him to easily beat her over and over again. Well, that and, the natural biological differences between them. Even though this match was fun and establishes maybe some level of romantic chemistry, Colleen still decides to kick our man out. However, Danny promises to pay her rent for a week as well as getting all the damages paid by Friday, which is a good enough offer to let him stay for now. Meanwhile, Ward pays Daddy Dearest a morning visit, interrupting his nap in, what is that, a deprivation tank? A goon tube? Screw it, yeah, that's a goon tube. Look at him, he looks so peaceful in there. Ward wakes his dad up from the great goon slumber to assure him that he is in fact on the hunt for Danny. However, the more pressing matter of this meeting is the warehouse deal. Rand Enterprises is already offering $1 million more than the appraised value of the pier on which the warehouses sit, but Raj Patel, the property owner, still refuses to accept. Harold simply suggests adding another 10% to the deal and assigning Joy to personally handle Patel. Naturally, this frustrates his son, as not only does this seemingly costly deal have no perceived value for the company, but now he's being undercut by his sister. However, Harold assures Ward that everything he's doing is to ensure his success, right before punching him in the back for disobeying his orders in the last episode, and reiterating them that Danny must be kept safe when he reemerges.
You're my son, and I'm gonna make you a great man. Just cooperate, please.
Ward then goes back to the office to talk to Joy about Danny. He encourages his sister to try to keep a lid on the truth while he puts a plan in motion that will make everyone happy. He also secures her help with Patel before she heads home, where Danny is waiting with a little display of oranges and flowers. According to the escaped mental patient, this is a Buddhist traditional peace offering, hoping that the two of them can finally start acting like friends again. Joy asks the $1 million question of where Danny has been and why he's back.
It's complicated, and every time I try and tell the story, people freak out.
Finally, he learns to give more socially tactful answers. Joy then talks about a wistful recurring dream about her father she keeps having, and how does Danny respond to this?
I had a dream about him too.
Yeah, okay, maybe he hasn't learned to be entirely tactful, but baby steps.
But it even smelled like him.
A whole lot of baby steps. The conversation moves inside, where Joy presents the offer Ward was working on. The Meachums want to buy Danny out of the company for a grand total of $100 million, which was bumped up from Ward's plan to offer of $40. The only stipulation is that Danny has to change his name. That last point offends our protagonist and he leaves, disappointed that Joy would be operating in the money just like her brother. That night, the Meachums prepared to take Patel out on the town. Ward seems to have forced his way into this evening, refusing to fully let go of this task, and Joy only allows him to stick around if he smiles. Before going out for dinner, Joy diverts the party to the Metro General Hospital, where she introduces the men to Kevin Kennedy, who is sitting on life support following an accident. Unfortunately, in 30 minutes, the poor kid is going to get his plug pulled. Thankfully, he is also an organ donor, particularly offering up a liver, which is exactly what Patel's nephew Terrence needs. The only buy-in is the pier. We skip on over to the next morning, with Patel presumably finally agreeing to the sale. However, Joy is completely befuddled as to why Rand Enterprises needs to buy these warehouses. Ward can't really say because he doesn't really know either. But Joy takes this as yet another secret plan being kept hidden from her. Her brother suddenly turns the tables of the conversation by asking if she ever just wants to walk away from everything. Even though Harold's will stipulates that the siblings have to work at the company to keep everything left to them, Ward surprisingly admits that he's just grown tired and wants to start over. Joy, meanwhile, can't imagine leaving the company because she loves it too much to walk away. This scene provides an actually interesting dividing line between the Meachum siblings. Before this, Ward was the jerk and Joy was the more empathetic one, at least when it comes to Danny. Here, though, we get something that holds a little more depth. Joy actually loves working for this company, and based on her performance last night, she's really good at working for it. However, Ward's unique situation where he's shouldering the burden of hiding his father's resurrection while being subject to his ongoing abuse, paired with these seemingly inane plans that he has to pretend are his own, is making him completely disillusioned with this entire job. He feels like nothing but a pawn being puppeteered by a man who's just constantly taking advantage of him. It totally makes sense that he'd just want to walk away. I love this as a choice for his characterization, especially since he's also forced into a more antagonistic role in the ongoing negotiations with Danny. Ward is starting to get some meat on the bones of his character, which is joining him with his father in a very small club of characters in this show I actually care about. Joy ain't too bad either. Speaking of Harold, he's doing some MMA training in his penthouse. After getting a little too rough with his sparring partner, he grabs some water. Suddenly, the lights shut off, spooking the old businessman into dropping his glass on the floor. A familiar voice makes her disappointment known, saying that there are some in the hand questioning his loyalty. Harold tries to explain why he left, but the old lady in the shadows demands punishment regardless, making him kneel down on the broken glass. My question is, what happened to the trainer during all this? I know it's dark in there and everything, but I don't see him anymore. Does Harold have to kill him now? I guess we have to check back in with the protagonist now. He's visiting his family's gravesite. After taking some time to mourn, Danny notices that somebody has been handling the upkeep of the flowers, so he asks the caretaker who that person might be. However, this dude is a blue-collar worker. He doesn't keep track of any of that. Instead, he points the inquiring minds to the graveyard office. That trail leads to another familiar figure, Jerry Hogarth. Danny approaches her and dishes out a surprising amount of Jerry lore to convince her that he's little Danny Rand, whom she treated well back when she was an intern at the Rand legal office. Turns out Jerry's time under Wendell made her very endeared to the Rand Corporation, even to the point of personally watching over the gravesite and making it look good. That is far more than anything she did in Jessica Jones, even for her own lover. We're witnessing a very different side of Jerry here, one who is behaving sentimentally and kind-heartedly. Maybe this is being stimulated by the events in the aforementioned TV season, but this behavior clearly indicates that Jerry holds the Rands in very high regard, which makes it no surprise that she doesn't even charge Danny to help him stay with his father's company. The only thing she asks for in return is a permanent retainer when they win. For now, she wants Danny to lay low and not bring any attention to himself. And also change clothes because he still looks like a homeless bum. Danny then returns to the Chikara dojo where he interrupts a training session. The students are goofing off a bit too much for his liking, so he shoehorns himself into sensei-ship, trying to explain proper etiquette. Unfortunately, he gets a little too rough with one of the class clowns, earning himself a scolding from Mom. Colleen chastises her attendant for breaking the sanctity of her dojo. This is supposed to be a place for troublesome kids to find shelter from an unwelcoming world for just a few hours a day, and Danny has just violated that idea. I do find this line interesting.
Is this a kindergarten? Or are you training warriors?
As it kind of sets up Danny's struggle of figuring out what being a warrior for Kunlun means, and in retrospect feels ironic considering Colleen is technically training future warriors for the Hand, but just doesn't know it yet. Regardless, this incident proves to be the last straw, so Colleen kicks him out. Again. But no matter, because Danny finds finer lodging that night on Jerry's dime, though he still insists on sleeping on the floor where he dreams of his training back in Kunlun. Looks like they primarily dealt in beating children with sticks. My kind of people. I guess we know where Danny got his training etiquette from. Again, it's a brief flash of interest that actually seems to be setting something up for Danny other than being an angry man-child. He's a reflection of the Order of the Crane Mother's training, which now seems to be a little less mystical and more abusive than how Danny described them. The next morning, he meets with his lawyer, who reveals that his case seems to be a lot more tricky than initial looks. In order to have a proper legal case in court, they need to have some sort of physical proof that Danny is in fact who he says he is. Since he's missing fingerprints and DNA, Jerry needs a birth certificate, a doctor's visit, or even a library card. The problem is, none of that evidence seems to exist, leaving Danny driftless as a ghost. Fortunately, this specter has an idea to make himself tangible. He makes his way to the hospital to look for an x-ray from when he broke his arm skateboarding back in 2001. Unfortunately, the file clerk on duty proves to be less than helpful. A brief fight breaks out where Danny tries to prevent Mr. Baldy here from lighting the room on fire. There's a pretty cool moment where Danny uses the Iron Fist to shatter the brass knuckles, but it's largely more of a desperate scrap than a proper fight. Mr. Baldy manages to get his hands on the lighter and sets the place ablaze. Meanwhile, Danny notices the real file clerk unconscious in the corner and goes to rescue her from the exploding oxygen tanks, which allows his foe to escape. Later, a very pissed Danny interrupts the Meachum's lunch, accusing Ward of sending the Hairless Wonder to destroy the hospital files, since he was the only other person who knew about his femur bender.
Do you hate me that much? Yes, because the Danny Rand that I knew, he's dead, and I want him to stay that way.
This almost sparks a fight between the two, but Joy jumps in between them to deliver a far stronger blow than Ward could ever dream of.
I'm not your sister. He's not your brother. We don't want you here.
Joy immediately realizes her mistake there and tries to backtrack to de-escalate the situation, but Danny officially declares war, making his partnership with Hogarth public. This again sends the Meachums into yet another tizzy as they prep to face the notorious lawyer. Ward pries into Joy's heart, and she makes it clear that she's still feeling conflicted about taking her friend to court. She desperately wants to find something to hate in Danny to make this less complicated, but alas, he's the Danny she knows and loves. Joy also curiously mentions Danny's dream about Harold in the hospital, adding another thing for Ward to panic about. His sister returns home and spots Chekhov's coil pot on her table. This pot immediately becomes relevant at the meeting of the lawyers the next morning. The Meachums announce their intentions to drop their $100 million buyout for a measly $20, with a restraining order thrown on top. Jerry's counteroffer is Danny's full rights as their sole heir to Rand, as well as a corner office, support staff, and a housing allowance of $1 million per year. She then presents the linchpin that puts her side ahead. Boom, coil pot. Turns out it was a birthday present Danny made for Joy back in the day. On a small bit of unfinished clay is a perfectly preserved fingerprint, something that will undeniably prove Danny's identity. Joy claims ignorance on how this came into the possession of the opposition, but clearly Ward ain't buying that. He warns Danny that he's going to legally bury him, saying that he should have taken the money and walked.
It's my name, and it means something.
On his way out, Danny stares at a portrait of Harold and presumably thinks back to his quote-unquote dream in the hospital. That's when Ward walks out of the conference room, urgently hopping on the phone. For some reason, Jerry lets her client follow the man looking for any action to use in court against him, and Danny eavesdrops on the phone call, hearing his enemy make plans to meet with someone important later. That night, he follows Ward to his father's penthouse, tailing him as far as the bioscan, which he obviously can't bypass. Inside, Harold berates his son for picking a very messy fixer that nearly killed Danny, while Ward wants to know why he visited Danny in the hospital. You know, with such pertinent things to talk about, one has to wonder why these two didn't meet last night, when they didn't have anything else going on otherwise. Oh, because then Danny wouldn't be following Ward and stumble into this whole ordeal, thus allowing for the entire rest of the season to happen? Ah, so it's just lazy writing. It's very clear Meachum Jr. is getting fed up with this whole arrangement, flexing his autonomy and even threatening to go to the New York Times. However, Harold has scars that say that sort of action will get Ward and his sister killed quicker than the paper could go to print. This is where I must voice a question for Harold. How does all this illegal rigmarole help you protect Danny? Trying to force him out of his father's company makes him an enemy, one far less willing to be near you, much less come to your aid when you need him. Why not just give the man what he wants? Let him be a leader in name only, and that'll keep him happy enough to possibly be your bodyguard against the Hand. I don't know, maybe the Hand is the one pushing for this lawfare in the first place, and Harold doesn't have enough uncut hands to say no. But then again, why would they care? They don't know that Danny's the Iron Fist yet. Meanwhile, Danny gets inspired by these evil shinobi by mimicking their outside climb from last episode. Unfortunately, he makes the mistake of trying to actually enter the penthouse, and he's greeted by some aggressive security. There's also a brief subplot here where Colleen berates her student Daryl, who's been in the background of a few scenes and even in Luke Cage randomly enough, for participating in underground fights for money before hypocritically doing the very same thing. She enters the ring as the daughter of the dragon, comics reference, and engages in a decent little fight against a meathead. To the show's credit, she is shown to be physically outclassed here. Sure, she probably does more damage than I think would be possible, but she is ultimately put on the losing end for most of it. The only reason she ends up winning is because she borrows a move Danny used against her in the sparring session, showing her that he has some legitimate points about kung fu, while also feeling the shame of her hypocrisy and dishonor. Not too shabby. Daryl breaks the first rule of Fight Club, showing off her performance to his fellow students the next day, but Colleen shuts it down to talk to him in private. She apologizes for being a hypocrite, insisting that the Fight Club was a one-time mistake never to be repeated. It violates the Bushido code or whatever to fight for money. However, Daryl argues that this sort of thing can actually gain traction online for the dojo, generating more students and thus more money. This little stunt could finally be the thing that helps this place become a self-sustaining business. And it seems like Colleen starts to seriously consider this later, finding herself pausing an intense training session to rewatch last night's victory. The daughter of the dragon makes her grand return to the Fight Club that evening, this time demanding a little 2-on-1 action. She gets posted up against a guy named The Duke and his partner Jimmy Pierce. Wait a second, I know that guy. That's the thug in the hospital from Daredevil Season 2. That also means he's the same guy in the Fight Club at Seagate. And I just double checked, he's also in Jessica Jones Season 1 as one of Kilgrave's bodyguards. This man is everywhere. Who is he? Is this going to be revealed to be like a Watcher type guy or like the next Phil Coulson or something? Is he going to approach Danny at the end of this season to tell him he's part of a larger world and just doesn't know it yet? I mean, obviously this is just a stunt performer who got hired to work on a bunch of different seasons of the Marvel Netflix universe. I just like to think it's the same character popping up doing random crap, especially for how prominent he is in these few scenes. I mean, at least he gets a name here, and a quick wiki search reveals that Jimmy here had a brief stint as the Punisher in the comics. Now, I'm not saying something should have been done with this, it's just that my pattern noticing ass would have appreciated if this guy showed up in the Punisher show, perhaps as a successor of sorts. At least it'd be more interesting than Colleen's little B-plot here. She has another decent fight scene taking two men on at once. Is her victory a little too easy? Absolutely yes. That fist headbutt is ridiculous. But the actual finishers on both opponents using one against another and pulling off some Black Widow nonsense works well enough to earn the win. We're now going to jump back to the cliffhanger from the end of episode 3. Danny gets pushed from Harold's window and he manages to catch himself on a light pole. However, as he attempts to pull himself up while chanting something about Kunlun, he slips and hits a plot-convenient ledge, which knocks him out. Somehow Ward, or whoever, finds Danny's unconscious body out on that ledge, moseys his way out there, and drags it all the way inside, where Danny wakes up in the morning. Ward admits to pushing him out of the window, kickstarting a pissing contest that gets interrupted by Harold revealing himself. He milks Danny's need to feel welcomed by offering him up a hug and some surprising fatherly love.
You're home now. You have no idea how long I've been waiting to hear that.
Harold then sits down to divulge his lore. Long ago, like maybe a decade, he was diagnosed with pancreatic and lung cancer, and after fighting it for 3 years, he had one foot in the grave. A mysterious group of people then approached him, offering up a cure to the diseases. It's just that the cure requires you to die first. Harold readily agreed, died, and came back 3 days later. This placed him in these people's debts, allowing them to infect Rand Enterprises, dictating business decisions while Harold himself was required to stay in the penthouse. Outside of Ward and Kyle, every other person who knows the CEO of Rand is alive was eliminated. These people are the Hand, like we all guessed, which absolutely flabbergasts Danny, who had only really heard the ghost stories about them back in a safe space of Kunlun. But here they are, puppeteering the company that bears his family's name. How ironic, or one could argue a little convenient. Harold begs Danny to help free Rand from the grip of the Hand, which would also allow him to actually become a public figure again and physically be with Joy, who is being kept in the dark to protect her life. Of course, this really can't happen right now, what with the whole lawsuit about to be taken to court. So Harold decides to take that entire plotline that was being set up for a whole episode and just get rid of it. Yeah, we're just gonna get rid of that entire plotline right there. We're just gonna cancel all of that litigation, all of that setup, any potential storyline and drama that could result from it, and just give Danny everything he wants. Wow, I'm so glad that the entire plot of the last episode was just made completely pointless with the wave of a hand. Mind you, Harold could have and should have done this before said plot even got off the ground. As if that episode didn't already feel like a waste of time, it pretty much does now. The only thing that actually feels consequential from that episode now is the Pier deal, which is what Harold points Danny to investigate. And since Joy took point on closing it, that's the person to talk to. Danny is very excited to get started, and to also possibly have a father figure in his life again, even offering to give Harry some kung fu lessons. However, in the elevator, Ward gives a word of warning about his father.
He's not a replacement for your dad. The only person Harold cares about is Harold.
Back at the office, Ward gives his very confused sister the update.
Have you put any serious thought into what he's gonna do here?
How if I know?
I do find the moments where Ward is just resigned to this insanity, even taking some amusement in the collapse of this company, very endearing. He just wants to be done with this, man. He's just over it. He confronts Joy about the coil pot, but before that can go any further, it's time for a press conference. Rand Enterprises announces the return of the prodigal son, who manages to deliver his prepared statement pretty well, despite some less than professional behavior. However, the follow-up questions give him some trouble when reporter Jennifer Manny with the New York Bulletin exposes the fact that he was at a psychiatric hospital only a couple of days ago. Danny plays it off by generously crediting the Meachums with getting him the help he needs, but it does put chum in the water for the other reporters, which forces Ward to preemptively end the conference. Danny then tries to meet up with Joy to talk about the Pure deal, but she bounces him to her secretary Megan, who says that her boss isn't available for another 2 to 3 days. I will say that it's a bit weird that there's basically zero personal tension between Danny and his coworkers, insofar as his childhood friends have drugged him, locked him in the loony bin against his will, and have nearly killed him. And yet my guy is acting like everything is hunky-dory. I get that he says something about how holding grudges is for losers and kindness is cool or something like that. You know, c'est la vie or whatever. But it does rob a lot of scenes going forward of any sort of internal conflict, leaving out a potentially interesting dimension to many of his relationships for a more basic and less engaging rookie business nepo baby screwing over the company shtick. I mean, geez man, Ward told you to your face that he wanted you dead yesterday. Danny's first order of business at this company is to meet with Jerry to sign the paper to officially close the deal of his employment. The lawyer explains that he doesn't really have a functional position within Rand. As majority shareholder, he gets to make his voice known in major deals, but he has a little to no say in the day-to-day operations. She advises Danny to take things slowly since his employment is already being seen as a hostile takeover. Danny proceeds to not follow that advice, loudly interjecting in a meeting about the pricing of a new drug for leishmaniasis. He slams the door open mid-meeting, drags a rolling chair in need of some WD-40 to sit next to Joy, and then loudly declares that they're going to be selling this new miracle drug at cost, flexing his 51% ownership to make this happen. I do appreciate that there's some sort of legitimate counterpoint offered up in that selling the drug for a profit enables further research and R&D, as well as the sales being targeted at the WHO, who would then subsidize the product to ensure those in need get what they need. However, this is about as far as it goes, and Danny's incredibly reckless decision is positioned as the right one when it feels like there's just a little bit more conversation to be had. Regardless, said reckless decision does finally galvanize Joy to actually meet with Danny about the Pure deal, so she whisks him away to save future meetings, while the board is left to grumble. Ward continues to stew on this disruption later into the afternoon. He gets a phone call from his dad, and after taking some stress pills to prepare, he receives some surprising congratulations about his performance with Danny, which gets further validated by the information that the Crown Prince is being distracted with the hand stuff instead of tanking more pricing strategies. However, Harold wants Ward to handle the reporter who's shedding some light on some less palatable information about Danny. So the halfway dutiful son has Megan arrange a meeting with Jennifer to answer all her questions. Except instead of actually trying to smooth over the psychiatric hospital stuff, Ward uses this interview as a bitch session, getting drunk and complaining about Danny's behavior. This gives Jennifer a lot of fuel to steal the front page from Karen Page with a story praising Danny's corporate disruption, labeling him a hero even. Again, I think there's a more interesting and nuanced conversation to be had about Danny's antics, but at least this was fair play by Ward, using said antics to boost Danny's image in the public sphere, which also sets up some conflict later. Meanwhile, the man of the hour walks back to his hotel with Joy. After the 15th incredulous exchange about Danny living with monks at this point, she admits that his return brought back a lot of bad memories about everyone she'd lost. It made her face the kind of person she had become, and she wanted to change that, which is why she decided to provide her friend with the coil pot. I kind of wish we actually got to see more of that transformation, but at least we're giving Joy some more characterization. At the hotel, they actually get down to the nitty-gritty about the Pure deal before things quickly turn back to Kunlun, which dominates the rest of the conversation. Danny vaguely alludes to his journey to get the Iron Fist, how he desperately wanted to achieve the position without actually considering the cost and the weight of it, and he doesn't know if his misplaced ambition was worth it. He continues reminiscing about this whole past life and how rigorous the day-to-day living was. You slept on mats, pissed in pots, and ran miles across mountains to retrieve your Shifu's water rations for the day. And that's not to mention the actual training. Daily fighting and sparring where upon failure, you get beat. But upon victory, you get to move on to the next level of fighting and sparring and beating. This is enough for Joy, whom Danny gets a drink for to process what seems to clearly just be child abuse, and then she goes to answer the door when someone knocks upon it. Turns out these strangers aren't bringing joyful tidings. They're kidnapping Joy with malicious tidings, leading to a neat little action set piece where Danny fights some hatchetmen in a hallway. It's nowhere near as brutal or exhilarating as the likes of Daredevil, and despite the more comedic tone, it's nowhere near as funny as Luke Cage beating thugs at the Crispus Attucks. It's simply entertaining enough. I like this little takedown here though, that was neat. This shot where Danny is on the elevator beating off his attackers' paws while trying to shield Joy is pretty claustrophobic and kinetic. It's definitely the most exciting part of this fight. Danny shattering a hatchet with his iron fist was cool too. It also makes sense in the context of the scene. The problem you run into with characters like Iron Fist and Wonder Woman is that somehow the enemies only attack their hands to make their powers look cool and practical. But here, it makes sense that the hatchetman would target Danny's fist as it was holding the elevator door open. To get those doors to close, you'd have to chop the guy's hand off. I don't know if this was at all explicitly considered to make this moment happen, but I appreciate that there was an attempt to make this superficially cool instance justified in the choreography. After a thorough wiping of the floor of these fools, they announce in Mandarin a retreat to the Golden Sands. But since Danny can speak the language, he knows exactly where to start looking for the source of the attack. Lucky it wasn't the Russian mob or Danny would be screwed. However, he must first ensure Joy's safety, taking her to the Chikara dojo where Colleen is euphorically celebrating her ring victory. He has the dojo master guard Joy while he tries to track down the one Golden Sands associated with hatchetmen. Colleen provides some guidance, pointing to a restaurant that serves as a front for the Yangshi Gongsu, or the Yang Clan Company, a gang associated with the Triads. Danny heads that way to have a word with the higher-ups. The employees clear out upon his arrival, and clan head Yang Hai-Ching comes out to give him a hostile greeting. He explains that the clan had an arrangement with the previous owner of the pier, Raj Patel. Since Joy interfered with that arrangement by taking over ownership of the property, Yang sought to kidnap her as hostage to negotiate a new deal. Danny explains that the buyout wasn't necessarily Joy's choice, as it was the hand that forced the deal. The mention of this Illuminati ninja group is enough to completely get this monkey off of Danny's back, though Hai Ching refuses to elaborate on why this pier is so important. Danny then returns to the Chikara where Joy is getting treated to some of the services offered there. He declares that he's reached an agreement with the Yang clan before noticing that his former landlord has a few injuries. He fixes one of them and offers to help with the financials by paying the remainder of his rent owed, but she politely denies him. Danny takes that as an indication to leave, asking Joy how they tell Ward about all this on their way out. Seeing as how they don't want cops involved with this, they agree to just not tell Ward, keeping this a little adventure on the DL. Meanwhile, Harold does some more boxing but gets a visit from the Hand. They are quite pleased with the pier deal going through and decide to give the man a reward for all of his hard work. He just has to put a hood over his head to receive it, though. He's taken to a hidden location revealed to be across the street from Joy's house, where she's just gotten home from her close encounters of the Chinese kind. Harold eats up the view, declaring that this is the first time he's ever seen her since she was a baby, which sounds very unlikely with all this man's resources. Maybe it's the first time actually seeing her in person, which would make more sense, but that's not what he says here. Still, it's a nice character beat to show that Harold genuinely cares about at least one person in his life. That being the case, he gets pissed when he notices his daughter's black eye, which she received during the Hatchet Man scuffle. This fury gives Harold the boldness to ask for one more little favor from his captors. The Golden Sands receives its second hostile visit of the night from some angry ninjas. They are pissed, demanding to know which Hatchet Man was the one who hurt Joy Meachum. The culprit in question volunteers himself, and before he has a chance to fight his way out, he gets bonked on the head with a sword. As the Hand piles back into the car outside, it's revealed that the executioner was Harold himself. This invasion soon proves to be a bit of a double-edged action though, as it galvanizes Hai Ching and the Yang Company against them. The next morning, they leave a gift on Danny's doorstep that will point him to the truth of the pier deal. A packet of Steel Serpent heroin. Whew, Whew, it feels like the show is finally starting to have some motion to it. This really should have been the second episode of the season, with the first 3 being condensed down to the premiere. This actually feeds into the intrigue of the Pier deal as the central investigation, with Hai Ching's gift at the end feeding into our knowledge of the Marvel Netflix world to further strengthen that intrigue, especially for the comic people who know what character that symbol is associated with. On top of that, we're actually setting up some long-term personal conflict with Danny's disruptive presence in the office while building up the Hand as the antagonist. Harold operating as this selfish wild card is still easily the best element of all of that, since he's just the best character here. But this episode finally starts focusing the vision of the season into something a bit more interesting. While the first 3 episodes were just pointless corporate drama and exploring the question of Danny's identity, which was answered very early into the premiere. I mean, yes, they cut off a plotline from the last episode, but honestly at this point I'll just take any sort of palpable movement forward. Hopefully this means that the ball is rolling and picking up steam that episode 5 will take and run with. Episode 5 begins with various ladies using their sex appeal to sell their Steel Serpent heroin, diversifying their clientele to drug dealers, businessmen, and hospitals. It's apparently this revolutionary synthesized opiate that's 100% pure in all of its forms, boasting faster absorption rates, slower metabolic rates, and the CP450 liver enzyme inhibitor, which prevents the human body from building up a tolerance. 9 out of 10 junkies recommend.
It's like the first time.
It is at this point I have to wonder why this is being treated like a brand new product. Steel Serpent has been around since Daredevil Season 1, in which it was a massive operation that was distributed all over New York City. Sure, business was temporarily shut down after the downfall of Wilson Fisk, but they were clearly back up and running by the time Daredevil Season 2 came around. This is a pretty old drug. Why is this episode treating it like it's suddenly the next big thing? Clearly, the writers watched some of what came before, given the presence of Netflix's favorite nurse and her references to a certain ninja raid on a hospital later on, along with the appearance of the face of the Steel Serpent production. So did they just miss the part where that heroin was already super popular? Maybe they just thought that without Willie's support, the Steel Serpent fell out of favor with the public? Maybe they just figured that their market didn't extend past Hell's Kitchen? I don't know. Anyway, Danny has a doctor do a chemical analysis of this brand new old drug, discovering that it's actually made of common ingredients, making it fit within this loophole in the law that makes it technically legal to make. Anybody with a lab and the right supplies can whip it up, and there's almost no limit to how much can be produced. With that complication in play now, Danny decides that he's going to have to stop this drug from becoming an epidemic on his own. Except that again, Steel Serpent has been in circulation for a while and is arguably already an epidemic. But hey, better late than never, I guess. Danny starts this crusade in Ward's office, trying to explain that the Red Hook pier is being used to ship Steel Serpent heroin in. Ward is simply incredulous that his new business partner has brought drugs into the office in his first week, and becomes even more so upon learning that this intel came from the leader of a gang connected to the Hatchetmen. Danny's case becomes even more absurd when he adds that the Steel Serpent symbol on the packaging is actually Shao-Lao the Undying. For those not caught up on the lore yet, that's the dragon who gave Danny his Iron Fist. This is pretty much the last straw for Ward, who kicks his associate out of the office, leaving behind Chekhov's Steel Serpent for later. Danny then fishes for where he can get information about the next shipment to Red Hook Pier from Megan, who points him downstairs to the transportation department. Meanwhile, Joy meets with some lawyers presenting a class action lawsuit against Rand. 15 people living around a 1-mile radius of a power plant have developed cancer, blaming it on the runoff from the facility. Joy asserts zero culpability for the company, and even if they are at fault, they still followed the letter of the US law, meaning they still can't be held responsible. One of the clients starts crying, which quickly wraps the meeting up. Joy then debriefs with her brother on the way to lunch. This case is causing her to question her own morality, whether or not all the work she's doing for the company is actually for the good of society. She sees her own grief over Harold in the faces of the people across the table from her, and it's causing her to falter. Ward advises that she is both a good person and a good businesswoman, and simply needs to find a balance between the two to operate well. He also recognizes that his sister's big contention with this whole situation is that she can't handle the element of chance in life.
It's the last thing a control freak wants to hear.
I appreciate what's being attempted here with Joy's character, giving her a crisis of conscience thanks to the sudden return of Danny. The control freak thing is a bit random, especially considering that has not been reflected in any of her actions thus far, and will barely play a factor in anything she does going forward. It would be nice to see more on that front to create more drama, but the show just doesn't really lean into that. Meanwhile, Danny also heads out of the office, letting those hot drug dealers in as he does so. This is obviously foreshadowing the reveal that the Hand is operating directly out of the Rand building, but we'll get to that when we get to that. As Danny verifies the Red Hook shipment details, he gets ambushed by one of the plant victims. She explains that her 4th grade son is suffering from cancer thanks to his company's runoff. Danny apologizes and promises to fix things for her while being completely unaware of her lawyer being nearby with his phone at the ready. Also, this is just a really good shot. It violates the 180 rule by jumping the line, which throws the viewer into a state of confusion before ultimately revealing the lawyer. It's a much more visually creative way to build up to the idea that this situation is more manipulative than it seems than simply just cutting to the guy filming from afar. It's simple camera work, but it's very effective. This makes for a very unfortunate email for the Meachums to come back to after lunch. Danny's private assurances are now being construed into a declaration for the Rand company as a whole. The victims are now asking for double their original settlement, threatening to release the video if Rand refuses to pay. Joy wants to settle to avoid a long court case and hits to the company's PR, but Ward refuses to pay out. Instead, he wants to gather the board and throw Danny to the wolves, but Joy asks him to at least consider avoiding this entire headache and give him a little grace. Once she leaves, Ward ponders chasing the dragon to de-stress, but for now he's content with popping pills. Then he gets a text from his father telling him to do what Joy says, resulting in a very understandable moment where Ward proceeds to just start flipping off the whole room. And that's getting saved. Seriously, this is perfect. This needs to be used more often as like a reaction image or a meme. During the board meeting, Ward makes a dig at Danny for his absence, but thanks to Joy's silent urging, he decides to back him up by not capitulating to the victim's demands. Rand Enterprises is dealing with their worst fiscal year in a while, and they can't pay out and encourage more lawsuits to come out of the woodworks to milk them for every dollar they have. However, Lawrence Wilkins makes a similar argument to Joy, that allowing this clip to go public before denying the payout will irreparably damage the company's public image, which would be far more costly than just settling. The rest of the board seems to concur with this, but Joy decides to stand with her brother, backing his play and calling for a vote. It's a sweet little moment where Joy, despite disagreeing with him, decides to trust Ward to do what's best for the company, while he, ironically, is starting to do more reckless things to tank the company and spite Harold. This gets further confirmed later when the Danny video is officially released and gets reported on by Themby Wallace, who you'll probably recall as the rage-baiting reporter from Luke Cage. Ward gloats about how he screwed over his dear old dad while Harold himself bombards him with phone calls. However, his son proceeds to ignore him for the last of his pills and truly contemplates that heroin for real this time. That night, Joy stops by his office to discover that he ultimately decided to get a little high. This obviously poses an issue, as Ward has basically been rendered completely useless while Rand Enterprises faces a major public backlash. She needs him to fix this, which again reflects an intrinsic trust she has in his leadership. However, right now her brother seems more concerned with punishing Harold and sleeping. Obviously, the job is starting to get to him. Meanwhile, Danny is just completely unaware of the turmoil he has unintentionally wrought at his company. Instead, he heads over to the Chikara, where he interrupts a private training session with none other than Claire Temple. Yay, she's back, we love her, don't we folks? Our favorite nurse seems to be doing pretty good with her kicking, progressing much faster than many of Colleen's other students. You know, given that most of them are children and Claire is a full-grown-ass woman, that's not near as impressive as it initially seems. Still, good job, Claire. She subtly nudges Colleen to go talk to her gentleman caller, who has even provided a nice candlelit takeout for just a simple talk and totally not a date, as the painfully cutesy, awkward dialogue stresses. No, Danny is just here to propose a marvelous team-up, which he can't quite do while Claire is playing third wheel. Instead, we must endure more conversations about Danny's time with the warrior monks. Look, I don't doubt that people would be immediately asking about this whole monk thing when they sit down for a conversation with Danny, since it's the story of the day. But man, does it get tedious when it feels like almost every conversation Danny has is about it. To the writer's credit, they do try to introduce new information every time this topic is brought up. For example, Danny divulges to Claire the name of his best friend in Kunlun, whom he stole donkeys to eat with. That being Davos, which sets up his inevitable entrance into the story. There's also the reveal that Danny took a vow of chastity, much to Colleen's disappointment. I mean, she doesn't like Danny, she doesn't care. He can do what he wants. Pfft, not have sex with me? What? What? It's like I'm watching a CW show. Finally, Claire gets the hint to leave, which allows the couple who's totally not into each other to get down to brass tacks. Danny is planning to sneak into the pier tonight during the shipment drop-off and collect evidence of the Hand using Rands who import heroin to bring to Ward, and he wants Colleen's help. She is obviously a little resistant to this mission, but Danny appeals to her growing restlessness that led to the Fight Club and the threat the Steel Serpent poses to her students. On top of that, Danny bought the building, which eliminates the need for rent payments, meaning she doesn't have to worry about missing her class tonight. It also means she doesn't have to do the Fight Club thing anymore, so wherever that was going, we don't have to worry about that. Jeez, he hasn't been back a week and he's already flexing his wealth. I mean, how can a girl say no to that? But before we go out on this very important and potentially dangerous mission, we must have some more cutesy flirtation with Japanese weapons. That's like the entire purpose this scene serves. Yeah, there's a little mention of Danny getting calls from the office that he's ignoring, but that's it. These two have not had a lot of proper screen time together, with a couple of lines of dialogue setting up a potential relationship, but this episode throws away any sort of build-up and turns this into some shipping fan fiction on Tumblr. It's like I've been sucked into the first act of a Hallmark movie. We're no longer taking the time to build up why these two would continue to draw towards one another. We've just skipped to the stage of awkward flirting while they both insist that they're just friends. Don't get me wrong, this sort of thing could work. Like if you wanted to pursue a romance between Danny and Joy who grew up together and even had jokes of betrothal hanging over their heads, this sort of cutesy awkward banter would work, since they have a shared history together. These are two strangers who met a couple days ago. Sure, they have social awkwardness, but this is how teenagers navigate talking to their crush, not grown adults trained to fight ninja assassins. Like Claire and Luke makes sense because Claire saw the type of hero that Luke could be. Karen and Matt earned the awkward banner, which is more natural in that show after spending over a season working together in countless cases and threats to their lives, with that awkwardness being amplified by the fact that Matt is barely around and keeping secrets from her. This is just like, I guess they both do kung fu? I mean, that's like about it. Now, we will get proper stuff later, but for now, the romance is getting very forced. Anyway, we finally head to the Red Hook Pier where the totally not a couple sneak across the property while continuing to talk about personal issues. Colleen admits that she started doing the cage matches not because she needed the money, but because she just had a little bloodlust she needed to get out, which Danny seems to understand. We also get something to actually establish a proper foundation for their future relationship. Danny says that despite all of the people from his past and the people working for him, Colleen is the only person he believes he can truly trust. That doesn't quite ring true considering how he acts around Harold, but sure, bud. Meanwhile, Colleen has nobody, so it's kind of nice that there's someone who wants to spend time with her. Of course, they approach this subject matter with the grace of a baby giraffe, so they shift focus to the shipping containers. The pair get into position and ready the camera. However, they don't see any drugs. There's just supplies, materials, and cardboard boxes. When Danny goes to take a closer look at said boxes, he gets locked inside the container, which is promptly driven away. His lookout immediately steals a nearby security car and gives chase. Inside the truck, Danny discovers a door leading to a room containing a foreign man watching football. He says that he's Radovan the chemist. And this here is King, his bodyguard. King immediately gets into a brawl with Danny. The henchman does well enough, but Danny is just too talented, even somehow doing a spin dodge on a point-blank punch, which forces the meathead to equip himself with a cleaver. This proves to be a mistake as a blow misses its target and finds itself stabbing Radovan. That slip-up gives Danny the opportunity to finally deliver King with a checkmate and retrieve the prisoner. Even though he's being rescued, Radovan is curiously insistent on staying behind. Danny ignores his pleas and punches open the container doors where Colleen is waiting with the security car, which serves as a nice cushion to land on. Radovan isn't doing so hot after this, but he's also a wanted man who can't go to the hospital. Conveniently, we've already met a nurse who does shady stitches in this episode. Claire immediately gets to work back at the dojo, using a credit card to cover Radovan's wound, allowing him to inhale without collapsing the lung while still allowing air to escape back out. The group tries to figure out what the chemist's sleeping arrangement should be, but he once again voices his desire to go back to the Hand, as they've kidnapped his daughter Sabina. The mention of this ninja group triggers Claire, for she has had quite the interaction with them back in Hell's Kitchen. She recaps those events to Danny and Colleen, explaining that they have immense influence within the city, kidnapping the children of prominent figures, in this case the man who invented the Steel Serpent formula, in order to dictate their actions and cover up their operations with money. If you're going to fight these guys, you need to be a very special type of person. Thankfully, Danny has trained his entire life to specifically fight the Hand.
My mother says I can't escape meeting people like you.
Based on her past experiences, Claire has no choice but to entrust this fight to Danny. So I guess this means we're not going to reach out to Matt? I mean, he could definitely help out with something like this. No? Okay. Luckily, Danny won't have to fight this war alone, as Colleen, for the first time, volunteers to step up and help. Meanwhile, King has a debrief with his boss. It is very clear who this person is at this point, but we're just going to play along with the show for now. King plays Danny's hype man, saying he's a great fighter who tore through metal with his bare hands.
His hands? Are you sure it wasn't his fist?
I mean, isn't that the same thing? I get what she's aiming for, but even if he punched through the metal with a fist, it's still his bare hands. Anyway, we finally get the reveal that this hand figurehead is none other than Madame Gao. Who could have thunk? She immediately deposes King for his failure. Now, we've gotten some hints before this that Gao has some mystical origins that could easily connect her to the Iron Fist. Her Steel Serpent heroine depicts Xiao the Undying, while also referencing one of the more prominent Iron Fist villains in the comics. She's referenced coming from a land far, far away from New York, and probably most notably, she freaking took Matt down in one punch. Clearly, she has deeper connections than she presents. However, it does feel weird that she's revealed to be connected to the Hand specifically. Sure, she had a bit of a connection with Nobu, kind of forming a coalition of sorts within Fisk's criminal organization, but if she was actually a member of the Hand, where was she when Nobu was trying to kidnap Elektra? The Black Sky is the most important thing the Hand works towards. All of these side projects with the drugs and extortion are all in service to making sure the Black Sky leads the Hand to the Promised Land. And Gao was shown to be physically present in New York during Nobu's rituals. So why did she, a higher up of the Hand, not try to help in any way? Gao was literally a couple of blocks away, yet did nothing to aid the central mission of her organization. Why? Well, the obvious answer is that she was never intended to be involved with the Hand, and the people writing Iron Fist just took notes that she's connected to Kunlun and retroactively also made her part of the organization. This reveal kind of hurts her character quite a bit, which is pretty lame, even if I'm excited to see more of her. Gao's next move is to gather a grand duel in which she can learn the identity of the suspected Iron Fist and discern his purpose for being here in New York. I'm sure there are much simpler ways of doing this than inviting him to a formal fight, but sure, I guess we're gonna do a tournament episode. Gao sends out invites to the Russian Veskinov brothers, a spider scientist named Dr. Alessa Giomi, and this angel-voiced hitman Scythe. The only one of these three that actually gets an interesting introduction is the ladder combatant, as he comes into the show singing "Take on Me" to a room of dead Yakuza. It shows that this guy likes to have a little fun while he works. Too bad that won't get translated at all in his actual fight with Danny. Speaking of which, our protagonist meditates in his office, reflecting on the teachings of his Shifu Leikun, which will become a recurring framing device for his inner journey this episode. The key takeaway from this little monologue is the final line.
Because doubt leads
to death.
Meanwhile, Ward is tweaking from withdrawals in his office. As he looks for his next fix, Joy walks in with an announcement that she has hired a crisis management company to help with the Danny Rand controversy, and they have a meeting with the company's president, Wayne Olson, later today at 4. However, Ward seems to have missed the email, prompting some questioning about his wellness. He assures his sister that he just threw out his back and had a bad reaction to some pain pills, showcasing his total sobriety by tossing the rest in the trash. Joy decides to take her brother at his word for now and tells him that since this crisis meeting solely revolves around Danny, he also has to be present for it at 4. Ward accepts the task with assurances that he will get it done. That proves to be easier promised than delivered, though, as Danny is in the middle of researching empty Rand warehouses, believing that one of them is being used as a hiding spot for the shipment containing Radovan. He's got no time nor really a care for some crisis meeting, which kind of forces Ward to tag along on investigating the 6 warehouses with the most potential to tuck away an 18-wheeler to ensure that Danny makes it to this important gathering.
Whatever, Dad.
Don't even say that.
Warehouse number 4 proves to be the lucky place, with Danny and Ward pulling up in a really clean Aston Martin. It is now 3 o'clock, which is making an already agitated Ward even more so. What's discovered inside this building doesn't help things. It is in fact the truck Danny broke out of the night before, except inside, instead of stacks of cardboard boxes, the unwitting duo finds King's decapitated head on a pike waiting for them. Yeah, that'll give you nightmares, Ward. It's decided that calling the cops now will only implicate Rand Enterprises, and Danny stumbles upon an invitation to the grand duel on Cherry Street inside of King's Mouth. This sends Danny off on his own little side quest, leaving Ward to return to the office empty-handed. His withdrawals and stress get even worse when he discovers blood on his sleeve and that the janitors have cleaned out his pills. That is not good at all, since it's time for the crisis meeting, and Ward is acting incredibly erratic. CIR boss Wayne Olson seems like a nice enough guy, speaking fondly of Harold and his teachings, though he also adds that Danny's return is the best thing to happen to the company, which is probably not the best thing to say to the people who have been running it for the past decade. The meeting goes late into the night with a nice little prepared statement drafted up for Danny. However, Ward has officially tuned out at this point, hallucinating King's head on the desk. This man's really going through it right now. Joy manages to snap him back to reality, but her brother just freaks out and leaves, ending the meeting. She tries to chase him into the elevator, but barely misses him. Ward tries to call his pharmacist for a refill on the pills, but since he can't get re-upped until tomorrow, he decides to make his way to the urgent care for a pick-me-up. The amateur junkie slams his arm in the car door to try to convince the nurse at reception to give him some pain meds. However, an injury such as his requires getting checked out by a doctor, which kicks off some desperate bargaining for Tylenol. Right as the nurse starts to realize that this is a case less so of fixing an injury and more so getting a fix, Joy interrupts to retrieve her brother. Outside, Ward insists that he isn't an addict before being taken to the office to nurse his fresh injury. Hey, you know what? It could be worse. He could have slammed his penis in the car door instead of his arm. Also, are they just gonna leave his car there? Is somebody coming back for that? Can I have it? Meanwhile, Radovan continues receiving treatment at the Hospital des Temples. Claire reasserts that they take the Russian chemist to a real hospital, but the patient insists that he doesn't. If he goes to Metro General, he'll be arrested and the Hand will find out and kill Sabina. Colleen for now agrees with the course of action, saying that they just need to wait for Danny. The man of the hour comes by later with an announcement that he's been invited to an exclusive grand duel of a foreign name I can't pronounce. In this tournament, Danny will be squaring off against the Hand's best fighters in New York City. If he wins, the sinister shinobi will meet his demands. It's also too risky to call the cops or bring backup, so Danny will be facing this challenge alone at sundown. The ladies express some doubt in this plan, understandably so, as what's to stop the Hand from just, lying. Plus, Danny hasn't even faced the Hand before, meaning that even the nurse here has more experience battling in hand-to-hand combat with this ninja organization than the man trained to fight them. Again, I'm just saying we should have called in Matt. Still, our protagonist insists that this is what he was born to do as the Iron Fist. This is his destiny. He meditates in preparation for the tournament later, but Colleen interrupts to voice her concerns about him getting hurt and possibly dying in this challenge. Danny shrugs her worries off, not because he's confident in victory, but that doubting it will bring it about. He proceeds to talk to visions of his master Lei Kung, who retells the legend of a child touched by fire delivered by heaven to be Kung Lun's greatest warrior. This story gives him courage, but the Thunderer warns him that he is yet to face the most cunning opponent of them all. It's probably gonna be himself, but before the Shifu can reveal this enemy's identity, Claire interrupts to inquire into this schizophrenic episode. But Danny just ignores her and decides it's time to leave for the duel. Pay no attention to me talking to people who aren't there. I'm definitely not crazy. You know, I just realized that's basically what I'm doing right now. I have no idea how I feel about that. This leaves Claire and Colleen to deal with Radovan, whose condition is starting to worsen. They're forced to work together to keep him alive when the Russian starts tearing his bandages off and hallucinating his daughter before passing out. This incident serves as the final straw for Colleen to agree to take the guy to a hospital, likely just out of the sheer discomfort of pretending to be a dying man's daughter. The pair of caregivers go to Claire's old stomping grounds at Metro General, where they get Radovan admitted as a John Doe. Claire's old boss, Shirley, appears from the ether with a pair of ox-like orderlies to help the mystery man along in the queue, though still no progress is made for quite a while. The former hospital employee decides to check in on her patient, discovering that he never made it to the OR. Using the security cameras, the ladies discover that Radovan has been whisked away to sub-level 3 by the aforementioned orderlies. They give chase as their patient disappears into the elevator to the parking garage. Colleen easily beats up the lingering operative, while Claire heads down and jumps his buddy in the ambulance. However, this medical carriage turns out to be a decoy, with Radovan back in the hands of the Hand.
Sweet Christmas.
I understood that reference.
Now we're on to the main event. Danny arrives at Cherry Street, where he announces his acceptance of the challenge and declares his demands upon his victory: the safe return of Sabina and the Hand's complete departure from Rand Enterprises. Madame Gao comes out to accept these terms on her master's behalf, but adds some of her own. If any of the Hand's champions win but Danny remains alive, then he must remove himself from all ninja dealings in New York. The two of them then play around in some pond water to solidify their agreement and move on to the grand duel. Round 1 takes place in a room full of wooden pallets where the Russian brothers wait. They taunt him as some pretty boy who abandoned his post as the Iron Fist while drawing a boundary made of their own blood. If any of the fighters fall outside of it, they'll lose the fight. Speaking of which,
Round 1, fight!
This clash is fine. There's some solid exchanges in there that get interrupted by these brothers' incessant need to yap, which kinda makes the fight as a whole drag. I get it, we need to call out Danny's inner struggle of trying to sort out his identity as the Iron Fist who abandoned his post and the fish out of water thing at his own company. We don't need these randos to spell it out for us at the same time Lei Kung's ghost is doing the same thing. Speaking of which, the Thunderer helps Danny out in this fight by telling him to ignore all of his inner turmoil and just focus on being the Iron Fist. This, I suppose, provides Danny the proper motivation to beat the crap out of these bumbling butchers and win the match, only suffering a minor cut to the arm. He tends to the wound pretty awkwardly and carries on to round 2. Here he faces a very different threat: the Bride of 9 Spiders.
Round 2, fight!
This sexy spider lady takes a different approach from the Vezkinov brothers. Instead of an outright fight of fist against fist, it's a sensual seduction that enables some poisonous pinpricking. For some reason, Danny falls for this really easily. This man is here to fight the Hand, and the second a woman walks in and starts rubbing up on him, all that goes out the window. He's scared of her because she's a woman, and completely bends the knee to start sucking face. Dude, I get you've been gone for a while, and yes, frankly, she's hot, so I'd probably do the same thing, but Danny, you're the Iron Fist. You're here to fight in a tournament. At least try to resist her bewitching ways. I realize that he probably expected something more formal and honorable here, but after the 2v1 and, you know, the whole holding a child hostage to extort her dad thing, along with Claire's war stories, you'd think he wouldn't have been caught off guard by an arachnid-themed dominatrix, especially letting her this close to administer her venom.
What an idiot.
Gosh, this has got to be the dumbest protagonist in these Netflix shows. Holy crap. And it's only gonna get worse. This man's complete lack of brain cells enables the bride to stick him with needles laced with singing spider venom, which is not a real species of arachnid, but a fictional creature from the comics. This venom causes Danny to start tripping balls while the bride takes a note from the Vezkinov brothers and yaps. This time around, she tries to goad her opponent by saying that Danny Rand is just a mask for the monster he really is. She wants him to let the devil out and be free. That's the wrong superhero, lady. You want to talk to Daredevil about that one. Once again, Lei Kung shows up to save the day, instructing Danny to effectively do the same thing. Shut out and renounce his past life and the grief that comes along with it. This time, the supposed Iron Fist admits that he can't and nearly dies because of it. But then he manages to kick the bride off of him for long enough to channel his chi, awaken his powers, and deliver a clean roundhouse to this tramp's face. Gao announces his victory and tries to tempt him with a withdrawal because of the poison, but Danny opts to carry on. Now, right before the third and final round, Lei Kun gives his student one last piece of advice, commanding him to kill off the Danny Rand within him so that the Iron Fist can live. Inside the last room is Scythe, who ditches his more lighthearted demeanor from his introduction to flex his weapons collection for his opponent. He's even nice enough to let Danny pick one to fight with, though he seems to misunderstand that Danny is his own weapon.
They're meant for one thing, and one thing only, to be used by their master. Who is your master?
I serve only myself.
Scythe brags about how he's the hand's weapon to use as they see fit, and we finally jump to the reason we're here.
Final round. Fight!
Scythe starts off with a Naginata, but after that gets destroyed, he switches to the weapon he's named after. The fight moves into a room full of scaffolding and then to another, more claustrophobic one. Honestly, for being the climactic match, it's a little underwhelming, as Scythe doesn't really show himself to be that much of a threat. Heck, Danny is able to have a conversation with a hallucination of Lei Kun mid-fight before wrecking his foe. This poor guy is about to get totally finished off and has to be saved at the last minute by Gao, who decides to hold Sabina at knife point to not just force Danny to back off, but wholly withdraw from the grand duel. Despite Lei Kun's demands to finish the job and fulfill his duty, this Iron Fist relents to save the life of one girl. This choice intrigues Gao, as it confirms that her sworn enemy is not here in New York to destroy her organization. He's here for more personal reasons. Reasons she brings up when Danny attempts to chide her about her lack of honor.
Yes, something I thought your father Wendo could use more of.
He tries to question her further, but then the old lady mystically bitch slaps him into a wall. This leaves Danny with no choice but to take Sabina out of there while mumbling to Lei Kun's ghost, asking if he should have just let her die. However, in response, the Thunderer simply turns his back on his student, never to speak to him again. Now, if I were Sabina, I'd be really worried about the guy who just saved my life having a schizophrenic breakdown and talking about leaving me for dead. But I guess she has a bit more trust in a random stranger than I do. Jeez, maybe Danny really should have stayed in that hospital. Every scene just further emphasizes that he has some sort of mental illness, Iron Fist or not. Look, this was a very weird episode. I appreciate what it's going for. Gao discovers that the Iron Fist is in town and orchestrates some fights to test him, taunt him, and break him while also discerning his purpose for being here in New York. She's basically trying to suss him out a bit. Having a tournament against randos who were never previously introduced and never show up again just feels odd. Especially considering that the context is Gao offering up a key hostage she needs to control the chemist for her drugs, who she just reacquired. That seems to lack a little foresight. However, a benefit that comes with the back alley tourney is that we lay out an internal conflict for Danny as he attempts to sort out who he is. He preaches the values of honor and the teachings of the monks who raised him while also claiming to be working for himself. This poses the question of, is he Danny Rand working to save the company his father founded, or the Iron Fist, champion of Kunlun and slayer of the Hand? It's not a bad idea, barring the fact he's already abandoned his duties as the Iron Fist. And it helps add some shades of characterization to our protagonist after spending over a third of the season with him being an angry, petulant man-child. The Lei Kun ghost pushes Danny to abandon the Rand side of his identity to fully embrace his mission as the Iron Fist, even at the cost of some of his more human emotions and sympathies, while the Hand fighters degrade him for his dereliction of the Iron Fist duties, more so in an effort to mess with his head rather than to encourage him to embrace the Danny side of life. Heck, they also attack that and tell him to ditch it too. I guess this serves the end goal of Danny struggling with his doubts and his duties as the Iron Fist and as Danny Rand, which feeds into the whole doubt leads to death thing from the opening. It's just not as clean-cut thematically as I would have liked. That's not to mention the fact that these conversations probably shouldn't be happening in the first place, because none of these people even knew Danny was the Iron Fist until he walked into this building. Much less would they be able to accurately identify his internal struggle. It makes a lot of this hit less harder when these jeers are basically just empty words that conveniently find their target with their enemy. I appreciate that we're finally starting to give something to the main character here, but it is very clunky and awkward in its execution. Also, don't think you got away with not having Harold in the past 2 episodes show. He's the best part of this season, damn it, and I demand more of him, not less. Like, what could he possibly be doing, sleeping in his goon tube this whole time? Oh, Well, I guess he has. But not for long, though. The Hand are here to question Harold about his neglect to reveal that the Danny Rand he worked so hard to restore in his company is actually the Iron Fist, sworn enemy of the ninjas. Regardless of whether the businessman knew or not, there is a demand for punishment, namely a loss of limbs to remind him of his loyalties. Harold insists, though, that he's completely innocent in everything. He even swears on his children's lives that he hasn't had any contact with Danny.
Harold, we have a problem.
So that was a fucking lie.
On your children's lives, huh? Even though we've seen that Harold definitely cares about at least Joy, this moment makes it very clear that his love plays second fiddle to his own self-preservation and ambitions. Danny's arrival serves as a nice enough distraction for the neglectful father to attack one of the Hand agents, while his godson fights the other. Once his opponent is dead, Mr. Meachum then slits the throat of the other while he's busy with Danny. The guy is obviously horrified by these brutal deaths, but he proceeds to catch his partner up on what happened with the tournament, explaining that he can't currently use the Iron Fist skill because it's still on cooldown from his fights there. However, the more pressing matter right now is that Gao knew Wendell Rand, which means that this is going to be Danny's hyperfixation for the episode. Harold, though, is more concerned with the dead Hand agents in his penthouse. Obviously. For now, he just wants Danny to go home and not play Gao's games while he makes Alexei and Vando here disappear without gaining the old lady's suspicion. To that end, he chops off his finger to make it look like they achieved their goals here and went home. As for the actual disposal, Harold has just the guy for the job. Ward Meachum is busy getting an earful from his sister about the urgent care shenanigans. Joy is concerned that he's slipping, and she's upset that he refuses to tell her anything about what's going on. Of course, Ward is in a position where he can't divulge anything lest drastic consequences be suffered, so he simply tells her to stay out of it and that he's fine. A call from Frank Einstein further inflames Joy's frustrations, but she reluctantly leaves her brother to talk to his unsubtly named mystery caller. Ward finally answers with some exasperation, but Harold knows exactly what to say to get him to the penthouse.
I need you, son.
You need me.
Please.
I'll be right there.
Ward tries to gussy himself up for father before being greeted by a horrific image. Fun fact, this is the first episode of Marvel Netflix to be rated TV-18 for strong bloody violence. I'll give you 3 reasons as to why. I might actually have to blur this for YouTube. It gets pretty graphic in this scene. Also, I just really like this exchange.
Hey, what happened to your hand?
What happened to yours?
Oh, kitchen accident.
There is no reason for Harold to lie here, and it's such an obvious lie to tell while bashing bodies with a hammer. Yet he does it anyway like it's the most natural thing in the world. Frankly, it's crazy how well realized his character is amongst a cast of mostly bland, uninteresting people, and it just adds that much more entertainment for me to watch him. Anyway, Ward is obviously disturbed and upset by this, seeing as how his dad manipulated him into playing errand boy again, with some chopped up corpses no less. Harold needs his son to take these bodies to Pelham Bay Park, where either the cops or the Hand will discover them. The hammer in his hand is for knocking out their teeth to make identification harder, a task that also seems to be a 2-man job.
Just like when we went deer hunting when you were a kid. You have to clean your kill.
I never went hunting.
Oh, maybe it was your sister.
Oof, I'm feeling really bad for Ward right now. All he wants is a proper relationship with his dad, and he's just used and abused and cruelly compared to his younger sister. He is really being pushed to the brink here. Still, that doesn't stop Ward from hiding bodies for his dear old dad. Now, how does he get 2 corpses and saran wrap all the way down to the parking garage without anybody else seeing? I have no idea. But I'll do you one better. How in the world is the Hand not aware of any of this happening right now? They kept track of Harold pretty well at the beginning of the season, immediately knowing that he left his penthouse. However, since then, they seem brazenly ignorant of everything happening here. They didn't know that Danny was the Iron Fist and associated with their underling, even despite his big tumble outside a couple of nights ago. Heck, those 2 are blatantly working against him, and the Hand is completely unaware. And now they are just going to not know that 2 of their agents got brutally murdered in the penthouse, with the bodies being hidden by Ward. I could maybe give them a pass if Harold was a trusted servant. But as reiterated only a couple of scenes ago, this man is completely untrustworthy, and yet the Hand is doing nothing to monitor him. No hidden cameras, no bugs, not even a guard posted outside. Nothing. Actually, scratch that, because Bakuto has been monitoring all of this entire time, and yet he does nothing. It is a wonder how this organization has lasted this long with how stupid they tend to be. And this includes Daredevil Season 2, by the way. If you can't tell, I just really do not like the Hand in the Marvel Netflix shows. Anyway, Ward finds some extra pain pills and pops them before heading out to Pelham Bay Park, where he proceeds to start talking to the bodies.
I'm not a child.
Okay, I'm really starting to think that everyone in this show belongs in that psychiatric hospital. They are all insane. Ward dumps the bodies and checks his secret bank account to establish that it exists. That's a secret tool that we'll use for later. The next morning, he checks some Central American travel locations, but Joy interrupts to announce that Danny is officially apologizing to the board. We'll get to that in a second. For now, she also apologizes for snapping the night before, even taking partial blame for her brother's present condition. Joy proposes that Ward take some time off to go to a discreet recovery center, and surprisingly enough, he agrees to it. The Meachums share a nice sincere sibling hug together, and we cut to less interesting characters in this show. Danny goes back to the Chikara dojo to get his injuries stitched up. Once again, the actual dangers of the tournament slip his mind as he fixates on the fact that Gao knew Wendell. Colleen probably correctly points this out as a trap to distract him. Claire then texts the pair that she has gotten Sabina to safety, allowing them to finally settle down and relax with a drink. This leads to more tales from Kunlun, where we finally get some sort of explanation on what the Iron Fist even is. It's a mystical force that helps Danny focus his chi, enhancing his strength, focus, and making his fist light up. Colleen wants to see his fist, but since it's still on cooldown, he can't. For some reason, Colleen takes this as a personal affront to her weakness, which allowed the Hand to get away with Radovan. That is a very awkward transition to characters talking about their inner struggles, but alright then, I guess this is where we're at now. Danny admits that he also failed in his fight against the Hand, but at least he's resolved to continue the war and win. He decides to leave, but Colleen wants him to stay a little longer, for a little, sexy times. So much for that vow of chastity. I guess Colleen really wanted to see what that fist can do. The next morning, the two of them recap for the audience what happened. They had sex, and they liked it. Holy crap, this dialogue can get Hallmarkian sometimes. It's crazy that these scenes exist in the same episode as Harold's expert manipulations of the people around him. I mean, it's not entirely subtle or anything, but just about everything he says reflects deeper character flaws or the nature of his relationships with others. It's all pretty interesting. Here, it's like two teenagers talking about the hanky-panky for the first time. Colleen at least attempts to make this scene a little more meaningful by recognizing a shared cloak of bravado that they use to push away others, and encouraging her new lover to take it off around her. But actually, that invitation proves to be a little more sinister when Colleen receives a visitor from her mentor Bakuto later that day. He seems to already know everything about Danny Rand, how he bought the building and is causing problems in the underbelly of the city. He even expresses his worries that this white boy is becoming too important to his student. She assures Bakuto that he'll always come first in everything. That's a red flag right there. And he warns Colleen that it may be dangerous to stay around Danny, telling her to just keep doing her thing for now and that he'll be in touch. Yeah, that dude's sketchy as hell, what the heck. Meanwhile, Danny heads into the office and has Megan collect all of his father's files. Joy spots him and takes him away for a sidebar. She presents him with Olsen's prepared statement for the board in a meeting later today. Danny sees this for what it is, an apology, and counters with his concerns about the plant. His business partner finally just gets exasperated since she feels like she's the only person trying to actually work for the good of the company here. Danny is running around screwing over their public image and bottom line, and Ward is having some sort of breakdown. Kung Fu Boy over here doesn't help things by getting completely distracted during this conversation by a certain old lady arriving at the office. He ditches Joy to go get insulted about his feng shui. Gao donates a plant to fix the vibes in this office, but Danny only wants to know why she knows his dad. The old crone ignores him and starts monologuing about a bunch of different things. She finds it curious that in a time of change involving blind ninja superheroes and guys with unbreakable skin, she has now encountered an Iron Fist that has left Kunlun in dereliction of his duties instead of in fulfillment of them. She believes that her enemy just wants to live life as Danny Rand. And in the spirit of newness, Gao proposes a fresh, more benevolent relationship between the hand and fist. Danny gets to enjoy a normal life with his friends like Claire and Colleen, while Gao gets to go about her business, which has some trickle-down benefits for the company.
Stop your war. This city is no place for the Iron Fist.
With that thinly veiled threat out of the way, she leaves him, ignoring Danny's demands to know about Wendell. He manages to notice that the old lady uses a Rand employee card to operate the elevator, meaning that she's going to another floor in the building. Curious, Danny gives chase. Much like in Daredevil Season 2, the Hand seems to have established operations on the unlucky Floor 13. Gao has a meeting there to get some updates on Steel Serpent distribution. The Russians are carrying the drugs exclusively, covering most of New York, while the Dogs of Hell are using Rand trucks to spread it all over the South. Most of the rest of the new underlings are giving coverage to the entire eastern seaboard. There's only a handful of holdouts like the Yang Company, but they'll be eliminated shortly. Demand is much higher than expected, and Gao is assured that she'll finally pry the drug formula from Radovan in time to make the supply via mass production to meet it. Probably shouldn't have given up his daughter last night. That probably didn't help things. With everything being covered and a disturbance in the Force troubling her, Gao ends the meeting and leaves. Danny, who's been eavesdropping this whole time, jumps this poor businesswoman and tries to question her. However, he notices that despite her pretenses, she is terrified. So the Iron Fist decides to give her a choice to leave, especially since she'll probably be punished for failing to beat him in a fight.
She killed the last guy who failed to defeat me. Turned his head into a mailbox.
Okay, technically speaking, the last guy that failed to defeat you was not only spared, but Gao herself personally intervened to save his life. But that's semantics. This is still enough to convince the lady to bail on the Hand and turn over all her passwords. Danny returns upstairs looking all disheveled from beating up a woman. Megan takes him to his office and helps get him looking his Sunday best for the board meeting. She also shows off all the files she found on Wendell, all one single box containing an employee ID card. This prompts Danny to ask his assistant if she thinks that Rand is a good company. And after some coaxing, she reveals that her mother lives on Staten Island, where the controversial plant is. Danny then decides it's time to make some calls. Said calls make him run late to the board meeting, but hey, at least he showed up this time. Joy hands her coworker his prepared statement, but Danny outright ignores it, opting instead to announce his decision to close the plant until they can be sure that it's safe for the people around it, and to keep the employees on the payroll to keep them safe financially. He says that he sees none of his father in this company and is determined to honor his person and words with how he runs it. Curiously, Joy defends Danny when Lawrence Wilkins starts throwing insults, but she quickly regrets that when her friend also reveals that he's already reached out to Karen Page at the Bulletin to make this action public. So I guess that seems like a good place to end for the day. Also, how do you go to work with a phone with no SIM card in it? Unfortunately, while Danny is out enjoying his moral superiority, his actions have finally pushed the board too far, and they hold an emergency meeting in which they vote to oust the Meachums and Danny from their parents' company. That's a shame, especially considering Karen's announcement is actually generating good PR for Rand. Meanwhile, Danny takes all the records he stole from Gao back to Harold. As they peruse through the files, they discover a warehouse location in Brooklyn that could very well be the Hand's new manufacturing plant for the heroin. Danny really wants to leave immediately to save Radovan, but Harold really lays it on thick to belay that action. He argues that they can't ruin their element of surprise, plus Radovan is an outsider. Danny needs to look out for himself and his people. While I'm sure this could be solid advice coming from the right person in the right situation, this is basically just Harold letting the mask slip on his own worldview. He comes first before anything and everything. Good works? Not unless it boosts business. Helping those in need? Nah, it doesn't help him out. Heck, the only reason he's giving Danny advice right now is just because it's in his own self-interest to keep Danny alive and close. Fortunately, though, his little protege gets a second opinion. He heads back to the Chikara for Daryl's graduation, or whatever it's called. This kid has been accepted into a special training program that will even give him a scholarship to university. Good job, man. I'm sure that has zero sinister implications. Once everyone leaves, Danny approaches his lover and warns her that the Hand is aware of her existence now. He also divulges that he knows where Radovan is, and Colleen immediately jumps on the opportunity to save the chemist and make up for her past mistake. However, they must first gather some allies. Well, the only people Danny knows who are capable of great violence in this city is the Yang Company, so he proposes a team-up with them. Hai Ching is understandably hesitant to stand against the Hand, but when Danny reveals Gao's plans to eliminate them anyways, he doesn't really have a choice but to side with the one guy who strikes fear into their hearts. Together, they assault the manufacturing plant, killing or knocking out everyone there. Danny and Colleen find Radovan locked in a back room, and it looks like he's not doing too hot, having been stabbed through the gut. The chemist reveals that the Steel Serpent formula has already been tortured out of him, and that Gao has left to the other side of the world to the Chinese city of Anzhou. So it turns out she really didn't need to kidnap his daughter at all. That was kind of pointless. Now, this isn't an old city, but it's the final destination of the Rand family trip over a decade ago. The one that got cut short thanks to the crash. The poor guy dies without revealing much else. I mean, he still provided some significant information, but as of now, it's unclear if this is legit or more mind games from Gao. Also, rest in peace, Radovan, I guess. We didn't really know much about you besides you loving your daughter, but at least she's safe now. But yeah, I just don't feel much about this guy's death. He's basically just a glorified MacGuffin that Danny failed to obtain in time. He shares a similar situation to Stan Gibson, but at least Stan was allowed to have additional character traits like being snobby and elitist while also managing to step up in a key moment to save his son. Radovan just mumbled about his daughter while bleeding out for 2 episodes. Not a super memorable supporting character, which is a very common thing for this show. But if there was a character who actually stands out among the cast, it's Ward Meachum, who is on his way to a recovery center. Unfortunately, he receives a call from them en route relaying the information that his card was declined. Ward checks a secret bank account and finds it completely drained of cash. Knowing exactly who is responsible for it, he has his driver turn the car around. The culprit is, of course, Harold, who casually reveals that he knew about his son's embezzlement bank account this whole time and just let him skim money from the company simply because it wasn't hurting things. Heck, Harold even personally hid the financial records from the accountants in the SEC.
Stick with business, son. You're a shitty thief.
This seems to push Ward over the edge. He's sick and tired of all the lies and the control and the manipulation, and now all of his money that he was going to use to get better is gone.
Well, technically, it was the employee pension fund's money.
You're not helping things, Harry. Dear old dad chides his son for running away like a child when they're so close to defeating the Hand for good, which is the reason why he froze the funds.
You know what the last happy day of my life was, Dad? The day you died.
I freaking love Harold's reaction to this. There's barely a change in his facial expression, but you can tell that hurt him.
That's just mean, Ward.
And then that hurt subtly morphs into anger, which manifests to a gut punch. I mean, it's no Iron Fist, but it does its damage. Harold tells his son that he should be grateful for everything he's done, everything he's built him up to be. Thinking that's the ticket to get the boy back in line, Harry returns to milling over all of Gao's finances. However, Ward finds a very useful knife to exercise his frustrations. I just asked for more Harold in the show, and you brought him back just to die? Scott Buck, you're a cruel mistress. I guess this means I have to do a full breakdown of Harold's character since he's no longer in the season, right? Nah, I don't really feel like it this time. For reasons. Not because he's definitely coming back or anything. Ward takes his dad's body to Pelham Bay Park and dumps it alongside the Hand soldiers. Then he drives away with a smile creeping across his face. Oh man, I love Tom Peliphree. I mean, he's good in everything he does, but he particularly stands out in this show. That's because most of the rest of the cast is at best mid. Everything with Harold and Ward is easily the best part of this show. Harold is trapped in an impossible situation trying to appease and earn the love of a father who only cares about himself and uses him like a tool. Since he can't talk to anybody about this lest people be killed, all he has to turn to cope with this is drugs, which further drives him toward a meltdown. This is a very natural conclusion to the Meachum boys' relationship. It's kind of surprising that it happened halfway through the season with totally no way for Harold to come back, but it definitely works based on how Ward has progressed so far. Unfortunately, this also means we're gonna have to go Haroldless for a bit. Ward immediately returns to the scene of the crime to cover his tracks, but he discovers that Danny has beat him back here. The guy plays the surprised and grieved son pretty well. Danny immediately takes the blame since he thinks Harold's death is a result of his assault on the drug factory. He thought that this single attack would be enough to put the Hand down for good.
Are you a moron? You thought you could end a criminal conspiracy by destroying a few test tubes?
First of all, that is not why Danny attacked the factory. He was there to save Radovan, whom he had also failed to rescue. Second of all, Holy based, Ward. Seriously, how short-sighted can this man be? Sure, his heart is kind of, sort of in the right place, but he took no consideration that attacking the Hand right after losing a duel that stipulated he leave them alone while also spitting in the face of Gao's offer would blow back on the various people he loves. He didn't even take the time to make arrangements beforehand. Now he's just scrambling to save everyone afterwards. This turmoil and floundering to try to stop Gao gives Ward the perfect opportunity to kick this man out of his life forever.
You're a cancer, Danny.
Once the cancer is gone, he gets to work cleaning up. Meanwhile, Claire reads some letters from Luke in prison before hopping in the shower. Somebody breaks in and steals her phone as it receives an urgent call from Danny, who is trying to warn her of an attack. However, the only attack she needs to worry about is from Colleen, who instead of approaching her like a normal person, jumps her friend to fake out the audience. The real attackers are outside, so they block the door with a chair and they retreat back to the dojo. There, Danny announces his intention to chase Gao across the world to China. Specifically, he plans to visit the Rand factory in Anzhou that Wendell was originally going to investigate, if not for the plane crash. Danny theorizes that this factory was a cornerstone of the Hand operations and that his dad had gotten suspicious, meaning that Gao had orchestrated the crash to get rid of them. First of all, that is quite the assumption to make based on the single line of dialogue that the woman said to goad you into an attack and some loose information from a dying chemist. That's all he has to work with, and yet Danny immediately makes the assumption that Gao is actually directly connected to Wendell's death because of her operations within Rand. Let's just ignore that. Based on the information Danny has, the Hand got involved with Rand via Herald after Wendell died. Even if they had been doing things in secret beforehand, this is still a horrible strategic decision, as we've learned that regardless of operations in Anzhou, China, New York is the central hub of the Hand's Steel Serpent distribution. Heck, with all that effort they put into smuggling Radovan in, it's natural to infer that it'll be the central hub of manufacturing too. While it's true that destroying one lab won't destroy the whole conspiracy, kicking the Hand out of the Big Apple will definitely topple the whole operation. It's not even like Gao is the person in charge of everything. She is a high-ranking member, sure, but she explicitly mentioned having a master before the tournament, one who likely stayed behind here. Chasing an old woman who isn't even the head of the Hand all the way to a defunct base halfway across the world does nothing but fuel Danny's delusional conspiracy theories. That's it. And that's not even to mention the fact that Danny's plan is just retarded, as Claire points out.
Kinda harsh, Claire.
Not really. For all you know, you're walking into a trap in Anzhou. Anzhou, right.
Well, now I don't feel that bad about my inconsistent pronunciation of Anzhou and Anzhou. Anzahao. Nope, it's just getting worse now. He doesn't even consider the fact that this is most definitely a trap to lure Danny away. And when Claire brings up that possibility, he doesn't even try to make a backup plan to account for it. No, he just wants to charge in there, capture Gao, and that's it. He doesn't even know what he's going to do with her afterwards. Are we turning her over to the authorities? Are we killing her? Are we interrogating her? Danny doesn't have the slightest clue. He's literally just flying to the other side of the globe on a delusional whim with no plan and no consideration for the fact that this is most definitely probably a trap. This one scene has taken Danny from a bland protagonist I don't really care that much about to one I genuinely loathe. He might actually be retarded. He's freaking brain dead, man. The Defenders are just gonna be these three cool heroes and the man-child they're babysitting.
It doesn't suck, okay?
Holy crap, I'm gonna have a brain aneurysm, and we haven't even left for China yet. Actually, I'm not even done with the scene yet. Colleen mindlessly declares that she's going with Danny to China since he got beat up in the tournament, and she's hopelessly in love with this moron because they had sex that one time. Also, there's that whole secret past with the Hand that we haven't gotten into yet, but we'll get to that. Claire, right after pointing out how dumb Danny is, also decides that she's going on a suicide mission because she's still not over the hospital attack. Look, I get it. This organization killed your friend and continues to torment you. That doesn't mean you should hitch your wagon to Danny the Dullard for his total non-plan. Maybe call Matt? I know he's kind of in a dark place right now, but at least he could come up with some sort of plan of action. Anything, please. No, they all just pile into a Rand plane, which is a bit strange considering how Danny has recently been ousted from the company and should have no access to them. And they proceed to talk hot goss about their sex lives.
Anyway, how is your sex life?
Claire immediately clocks that Danny and Colleen had sex while she basically denies any sort of relationship with Luke. Whew, that's rough, bud. My guy is currently in prison and getting ejected into the friend zone without knowing. Gosh, that sucks. The conversation then turns to more relevant things like Claire's concerns that Danny will kill Gao if he verifies his suspicions. He assures the nurse that he won't, however, if he just so happened to, it would just be the fulfillment of his duty as the Iron Fist. Yeah, so that's not reassuring at all. Claire regurgitates Matt's no-killing rule, but suddenly Colleen jumps in to side with her new boyfriend. Again, this probably has something to do with her secret past with the Hand, but right now this just seems like an annoying interjection to side with a guy she's hooked up with. This in particular comes across as tone deaf.
I wonder if you'd feel the same way if someone killed your mother and father.
You know, when you consider that Claire has lost her job and, more importantly, her best friends to the Hand, along with having her own life threatened. And yet still she doesn't advocate for murder. I mean, she definitely killed that guy there. But, you know, that's self-defense. I think my point still stands. Shut up, female simp. Before the argument can go further, the plane hits some turbulence, triggering Danny's childhood trauma, which Claire has to coach him through by reminding him of the monks who rescued him. The trio finally makes it to China, where they proceed to stake out the old Rand factory. Well, actually, Claire takes a nap for this since she's tired of babysitting these two hormonal teenagers. Colleen talks about how she watched her mom die too, although it wasn't near as traumatic. Instead, her mom had gotten sick, but her dad refused to tell his daughter, leading to mom just randomly disappearing one day before Colleen got shipped off to Japan. This is the perfect time for Claire to wake up to move the plot along. They update her that this heroin factory is surprisingly lightly guarded, which doesn't register as suspicious at all to any of them. Instead, Danny just wants to charge in there and beat one of the said few guards up for information. However, Colleen has a different approach. They had spotted a homeless man getting harassed earlier, and Colleen pays him off for information. The guy is understandably reluctant to cross the evil ninja cult, but he eventually spills all he knows, which totals up to 2 pieces of intel. First, the workers at this factory basically work as slaves. Oh no, that sucks, but I don't really think that helps our team out in their plan of attack. Second, the workers get to take a break at night. I mean, that's how most places operate, so that doesn't really feel useful either. In fact, the gang just gets to watch the people leave and could have determined that info themselves. Anyway, with that knowledge, Danny finally forms a plan. He's gonna burn the place down while it's empty to try to lure Gao out. Colleen decides to accompany him in this poorly thought out mission, accidentally knocking Claire's phone into their car's floorboards when she goes to collect her sword. The tag team sneaks into the factory, taking out the single guard standing outside. Again, this doesn't register as suspicious to either of our heroes. They just go inside and discover packets of steel serpent, prompting Danny to have to recap why the drug shares the same symbol on his chest. As they prepare the place for arson, Colleen voices her opinion on the whole killing Gao thing. Unlike Claire, she has looser morals, saying that as long as the old lady isn't able to hurt people anymore, she doesn't really care what happens to her. But Danny seems to actually have some concern. He really wants to kill Gao, and that feral desire scares him. Okay, we're beginning to dig into something interesting with our protagonist. So naturally, Colleen decides to make this struggle about herself.
Just like a woman!
She too struggles with losing control over her anger and brutality, which we saw in the Fight Club. Curiously, this is a struggle that cropped up after meeting Danny. Oh, so this is an unhealthy relationship then. I don't know if the show is aware of that. Meanwhile, Gao arrives outside, which I would think is only natural considering all the employees are gone, allowing her to keep her anonymity. This means that Danny's whole arson plan was pointless and dumb. Honestly, it'd be a surprise if he actually managed to do something baseline competent at this point. Claire can't find her phone thanks to Colleen and proceeds to start slamming on the car horn to alert her allies inside. Obviously, this is suspicious behavior, so Gao sends her guards out to investigate. This highly trained member of an elite ninja cult is thwarted by a locked car door, allowing Claire to get away. Back inside, Danny sends Colleen after their nurse friend and pursues Gao by himself. The old lady heads further into factory grounds to a building being guarded by a drunk guy named Zhou Qing. Meanwhile, Colleen gets into a random fight with a stock female guard to fill time. The guard, for some reason, doesn't alert anyone else to the intruder's presence and proceeds to have a surprisingly solid sword fight. Stock Lady Guard manages to slash Colleen once and even disarms her, but she unfortunately loses to the most overpowered attack of all. Unmarked SUV Ex Machina. Claire somehow barrels into this fight, immediately knows where Colleen's katana is, and tosses it to her friend to win the match. With the filler woman fight done, our main ladies decide to go find Danny. He is busy playing hero, paying off a homeless bum so he doesn't have to fight the guy. However, this is Zhou Qing, champion of the hand. Even if he didn't want to fight Danny right now, it's his sworn duty to kill him. And unlike the Iron Fist, he abides by his duty. It may not look like he's taking it seriously, but he assures Danny that the drinking is to quell his inner dragon so bad things don't happen. That all sounds interesting, maybe even working to make this guy a foil for our protagonist who is struggling with his own inner dragon. What, he doesn't show up in the show again after this? Yeah, that tracks. To be fair, it's not like this guy is really that attention-getting as a character. Louis Tan is trying to give the guy some personality, but his line delivery is just a little unconvincing and flat. Plus, I don't even really know what he's going for with that accent. Sounds like he'd make a perfect lead for a Mortal Kombat movie, right? Thankfully, though, his physical performance is a little better as he jumps into a 1v1 match with Danny. Zhou Qing easily dominates the fight at first with a very loose style inspired by Qing Dynasty folk hero So Chan, also known as Beggar So. Among many of his skills and feats, like the development of the Golden Bowl and Iron Chopsticks technique, So was known for being a very adept drunken boxer. And no, that doesn't mean getting into bar fights while drowning in shots of whiskey. Drunken boxing is actually a very ancient style of Chinese martial arts, with its origins being traced back to both Buddhist and Taoist communities, dating as far back as the Tang Dynasty. The former version developed from Shaolin monks, while the latter found inspiration in their religious tale of the 8 Drunken Immortals. Either way, it's a very non-traditional fighting style that focuses on deception, with the combatant mimicking the movements of a real drunk. They constantly bob and weave, hardly ever standing in the usual upright stance, with their hands in the unusual cup-holding fist position. Beggar So was very adept at this style, even allegedly training martial arts legend and really good physician Wang Fei Hung in it. This expertise gained So a lot of notoriety as a folk hero, getting depicted in various movies and TV shows over the years, with the most famous of which probably being 1978's Drunken Master, starring Jackie Chan, which this fight scene is one big reference to. A lot of the choreography here mimics these fights, though it certainly lacks the energy and momentum the original movie brought in spades. Don't get me wrong, it's still a breath of fresh air in an episode that brings me a lot of pain. It just moves a little too slow for what it's trying to reflect. During the fight, Zhou Qing has some fun taunting Danny, rightfully pointing out a lot of the flaws in his character, like how Danny abandoned his oath and is now simply using it as a mask to cover up his desire for punishment and vengeance. Ironically, it's the hand-foot soldier who is the more honorable one in this clash. This triggers Danny, who then turns the tides of the fight with Zhou Qing's own pot of wine. He proceeds to punch his opponent through the building door and wail on him, not stopping until Claire and Colleen show up to intervene. Now that he's not seeing red anymore, Danny starts panicking about how he lost control and nearly killed this guy. Gao suddenly appears with a mocking offer to train him. She once again ignores any and all questions about Wendell, instead demanding that Danny give up lest his lady friends suffer painful deaths. Our protagonist obviously refuses, and Gao gives the death order. We get yet another fight scene where Claire is somehow able to actually stand a chance against trained hand soldiers. Look, it's one thing for her to push a ninja out of the window when he's in an awkward position, unable to really do much to defend himself. But it's another thing to actually participate in a fight with 2 of them and hold your own. Like, I know she trained with Colleen, but these guys are literally bred to fight. I mean, she didn't do much, but considering the fact that she was supposed to be a target for death here and was wielding these bear claws for the first time, it's kind of surprising she survived without a scratch. And it's lucky she did, since it's revealed that these axe things are coated with toxin when one-hand man accidentally stabs the other. That seems like an incredibly reckless thing to do when you're entering a messy 2v3 fight where you can't kill one of your opponents. And with those poorly designed blade pommels, it's a wonder you don't cut and dose yourself. This toxin, as it turns out, creates marks similar to the ones the Rand pilots had when they died in the plane crash. Danny once again takes this flimsy evidence and stretches it to the conclusion he wants to reach, determining that Gao was indeed the mastermind behind the Rand's deaths. In a rage, he nearly punches her head clean off, but instead simply destroys the wall behind her, deciding to capture the old woman instead. I guess it's nice that Danny finally learned restraint after nearly killing a random for no reason. Look, I appreciate that this episode attempts to delve a little more into its main character to dig up some of his character flaws, like his volatile anger. But holy crap, did we have to also make him retarded to do that? Also, was that it for Gao's plan? Just lure Danny all the way to China to ask him to submit to her tutelage under the threat of his lady's deaths? And she only has 2 guys to back her up on that? Or wait, is this some sort of double trap that she has planned for once they get back to the States? I mean, there's always the possibility that the writing just sucks. I'm starting to think it may be the latter. Meanwhile, Joy and Ward have their severance meeting with Lawrence Wilkins. All their personal belongings have already been packed up, but will only be released to them upon the siblings signing their termination papers. Ironically, they are being given the same exact deal they initially offered Danny, a small loan of $100 million. Even more ironically, since Danny doesn't hold an official position at Rand, he doesn't even get the benefit of a severance package. While Joy tries to fight this, Ward starts to hallucinate more blood until he's snapped out of it. He decides that he wants to sign, but his sister has a sidebar before any action is officially taken. Ward argues that this is the greatest golden parachute they're going to get, and he reminds her of the Meachum family's last vacation, where she declared she wanted to be a horse breeder when she grows up.
I wonder sometimes if Dad hadn't tied our inheritance to our jobs at Rand, that maybe you'd be running a horse farm right now.
Ward views this as their chance to finally get out from under Harold's shadow and lead a life they want to live, rather than one that he wants them to live. However, Joy, while acknowledging that this wasn't her first choice of employment, says that she had to fight to earn the respect of her employees, and she has no plans to just give that up. So the Meachum siblings decide to come up with a deal. Joy will seriously consider accepting termination, but only if Ward signs on with any legitimate plan to get back into Rand. Unfortunately, though, both of them seem resolute in what they want and choose to work behind each other's backs, which Ward learns when he tries to discreetly visit Lawrence later. He wants his severance package to be separate from Joy's since they are at an impasse at what they should do. Recognizing that such a redraft will take time, resources, and a little bit of dignity, Ward proposes that he take a significant pay decrease to $30 million while offering to slip $500,000 to Lawrence himself for eating crow in front of the board. However, none of that is valid anyway since Joy has already rejected the package on his behalf. Wilkins also notes how much of a shame it is to see the seemingly inseparable Meachums stabbing each other in the back over money, before Ward heads out to confront his sister. He finds her walking her dog in the park and chides her for making decisions without him. However, Joy reveals that she has a foolproof path to getting back into Rand. At some point in the past, she hired a certain alcoholic PI to start digging into the board members' personal lives. Jessica had found quite a decent amount of blackmail material they can use to work their way back into the company. Part of the reason Joy did this is because she's known about her brother's addiction problems for some time now and took this precaution just in case it became a problem. Looks like it kinda sorta has now, along with Danny Rand. Joy is distraught that Ward refuses to let her in anymore, only reaching out to talk about business. She wants to know what he's struggling with, but he continues to shut down. Joy instead decides to confess something of her own. She really admires and respects her brother the most out of anyone. She loves his crazy schemes and how he resolutely stands behind them, and they work every time. Heck, Joy tries to mimic that spirit in a lot of what she does, including hiring Jessica Jones to follow the board members around. However, this confession only serves to make Ward feel worse, as every admirable trait cited here is something that he was forced to become at the manipulating hands of Harold. This prompts him to finally reveal to his sister the whole truth. He takes Joy to their father's penthouse, thinking that showing her will be more convincing than simply telling her outright. A problem crops up as they prepare to enter, though. Ward's blood hallucinations have graduated to a shining reference to remind him of his patricide, making him run away. But regardless, he keeps seeing visions of blood until he gets down to the ground floor where Joy demands some answers. He just makes something up about going through financial issues and turns on the offensive, telling his sister that he doesn't want her pity and to grow up and ditch her daddy issues. These few scenes are easily better than anything in China. Ward is simply a more interesting character trying to crawl out from under his dad's shadow while being consumed by all of his secrets. He clearly loves his sister and wants to tell her the truth, but he's just stuck in a position in which he can't. Especially considering he murdered his dad. He's stuck between his father, his company, and his sister's ambitions, and all he wants to do is step away from it all while it's still impossible for him to do so. Meanwhile, Joy is becoming a bit more intriguing thanks to this complicated relationship, and her lingering daddy issues seem to be becoming a greater and greater problem for her, dictating a lot of her actions in the present. And it looks like those daddy issues are going to get a lot more complicated because it turns out that the GOAT is back, baby! He's back! Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for! That's what it's all about! Woo! Harold wakes up in the muddy water of Pelham Bay Park, discovering a murder weapon lodged in his spleen. He also curiously has his missing fingers back, which is either a continuity error or a benefit of the resurrection. A full restoration of the body. Now, Harold may be alive again, but his mind is not all the way there yet. He wanders his way into some children's playtime to wash all the dirt off of his clothes. When a mother berates him for harassing her son, all he has to say is that he has a son too before walking away. His next stop is a local park, where he just looks like a homeless junkie, even muttering nursery rhymes to himself. He smells some heavenly wieners from a nearby hot dog stand, but he fails to remember what the delectable food actually is. He also fails to remember that hot dogs are broiled before they're served, which he discovers when he goes to yoink the salesman's wiener. Harold then coughs up some dirt, which I think seems to clear his mind a bit, and heads to Rand Enterprises, where he finally starts to remember who he is. As he gazes at his reflection in the glass, a mystery man bumps into him and heads inside. This fella doesn't really do much in this episode. He comes back outside shortly after this, randomly attacks a food truck operator for no reason, and proceeds to torture the poor guy with handcrafted aluminum foil ninja stars until he overhears a random guard talking about how Danny is at Colleen's dojo. That's really about it for him. Trust me, he's gonna be important later, but it's just strange how he's barely used in his introductory episode. Anyway, Harold goes around the back of the Rand building and remembers that the password to get in is Ward's birthday and slips inside. I like moments like this, as they do betray that on some level Harold has actual love in his heart for his son. That makes it all the more curious that his first destination once he gets upstairs is Ward's office. After looking at a picture of himself, of course. However, instead of finding Ward's belongings, he discovers that some guy named Frank Robbins is posted here. He finds a similar situation in Joy's office as well. With all the confusion mounting, Harold just decides to call Kyle and go home for now. Kyle expresses his concerns to his boss, since the Meachums were ousted from Rand and Harold himself has gone radio silent for days. You know, on account of him dying. And what's more, this guy doesn't really seem fully in his right mind. Harold waves this off and instead asks his assistant what he'd do if he found out he was immortal. And Kyle innocently answers that he'd eat ice cream for both breakfast and lunch. Aw, what a wholesome little guy he is.
Amazing.
Thank you, sir.
That wasn't a compliment.
Later, Ward receives an angry voicemail from Joy, but ignores it as he enters the murder penthouse to discover his victim is alive and well. Harold reveals that he's basically immortal now. Whatever the hand did to him allows him to come back from death every time he goes to the great beyond. He also remembers how he died the second time around and asks Ward if he truly believes his father is a monster. When his son answers in the affirmative, Harold surprisingly apologizes for his behavior and begs for forgiveness.
I love you so much. You know that, don't you? No, I don't know that.
Having died a second time, this time at his son's hand, Harold is determined to fix the fractures in his family, offering to give Ward whatever he wants. That thing, though, is unfortunately a life completely separate from the Rand Company and his family. But dear old dad graciously accepts this request, heavily implying that he'll just bring Joy into the fold instead. Ward is obviously against this idea, as she'll be killed by the hand, but Harold assures him that he has a plan.
You wanted to leave. So, leave.
That he does, but his father's behavior spooks Ward enough to visit someone who may have some insight into the Hand's immortality process, Yang Hai-ching, whom he had previously heard about from Danny. The Meachum son specifically wants to know if there is any way to kill or get rid of somebody who always comes back to life, and all Hai-ching has to offer is a story from his great-grandfather's village. A shepherd once made a similar deal with the ninja cult, managing to die multiple times on the battlefield and come back from the grave. This was seen as a great miracle at first, but one day the guy got up and decided he wanted to spit roast his kids. Each time he came back, he became more and more volatile and dark, so his wife was left with no other option than to collect her only remaining child and flee.
They destroy the ones closest to them first. The only solution is to run.
Now, this is generally about Harold, but I do think it's applicable to much of the Hand's leadership, as they are heavily implied to use the same resurrection techniques, with Nobu being a prime example. There's something interesting to be dove into here about how each of the Hand leadership used to be more human but lost themselves through the process of death and resurrection. Unfortunately, neither this show nor The Defenders will really explore that implication, but I guess it's at least something to chew on for now for characters who are not really going to be that interesting going forward. Anyway, that's not quite the guidance that Ward wants, so he slaps some steel serpent patches on his arm before leaving the Golden Sands to discover the cops searching his car. They had spotted some heroin sitting in his passenger's seat, and Ward claims that it was planted. Obviously, the police don't buy that and arrest him. In an ironic twist of fate, Ward is sent to Birch Psychiatric Hospital with a dual diagnosis of addiction and mental disorders. Thanks to his dealings with Danny, he knows how this whole process is going to go down and cuts to the chase. This is all Harold's doing. He planted the drugs to punish his son for trying to leave the family. Ward refuses to elaborate past that since he already sounds crazy, and if he explains how Harold died and came back to life twice thanks to the intervention of a ninja cult, he'd get drugged out the wazoo. Instead, Meachum wants to take Dr. Edmonds to the penthouse to simply show him the truth, in a similar way he did so for Joy. But obviously that's a risky proposition, so the psychiatrist turns down the offer, leaving Ward to a similar fate he condemned Danny to in the premiere. Meanwhile, Kyle packs up for the day and gets surprised by his boss with an ice cream party. Aw, that's nice of him. Not knowing which was his favorite, Harold bought basically every flavor he could find.
I think I'm gonna have this organic cornflakes one.
Holy crap, dude, I get eating healthy. Heck, I'm a clean eater too, but you have to pick somehow the most bland ice cream flavor ever to eat. Like, vanilla's basic as hell, but at least it has some flavor to it. You just got bland the ice cream flavor. And speaking of vanilla, Harold somehow didn't get that flavor. Bro got the cardboard box ice cream, but not the default flavor everybody gets. He's trying way too hard to be special. Being the basic guy he is, Kyle just really wants that vanilla-flavored ice cream. Though he's fine with Brussels sprouts or organic dirt flavor or whatever other nonsense his boss has bought. However, Harold registers this as severe ungratefulness and begins bludgeoning his assistant with an ice cream scoop.
It's just ice cream.
Oh, shut up and die.
What follows is a curious display of some kind of empathy, a rare occurrence for Harold. He sits by Kyle's corpse, assuring him that everything will be all right.
I've been where you're going. It's not so bad. It's just nothingness.
It's clear that thanks to his own double resurrection, he just doesn't see death as this big or even permanent deal. However, Kyle doesn't get up from his eternal sleep, and Harold slowly realizes what he's done, laying down next to the corpse of his assistant in mourning. Look, if I haven't made it clear yet, Harold is easily the best part of this show, even though about half of the scenes with him wandering around New York didn't serve much of a narrative or character purpose. I would take many more of those than the actual main plot revolving around Danny, because this man knows how to be engrossing, even when he's stumbling around like a drunk. Also, R.I.P. Kyle, you were a sweet baby angel, though you probably could have used more screen time to develop this vague father-son dynamic that kind of reflects Ward and Danny's own relationship with Harold. Still, this is a sad loss of an innocent life. Much more impactful than Radovan's. Speaking of Danny, I guess we have to talk about him now. His squad has returned home from China, tying Gao up at the Chikara, much to the chagrin of the martial arts teacher.
Never let the enemy choose the battlefield. Always work from a position of strength. And don't let the enemy bait you into a trap.
Wow, that's a cool piece of advice, Danny. Too bad you've already fallen into a trap, maybe, probably, you freaking idiot. Again, I'm not actually sure what Gao's aims are here, but everything seems far too intentional with her for this not to be a trap. The group eventually plans to turn Gao over to the police, but Danny first wants to learn what this lady's connection is to his father.
Why are you asking about events that happened 15 years ago when you have more pressing concerns?
That's what I'm saying! Danny, the Hand is currently using your company for the distribution of heroin and threatening the lives of those you care most about. Why are you so hung up on first uncovering this connection with Wendell? A connection that, mind you, comes from a single throwaway line that Gao said to goad you. Holy crap, Danny, you stupid.
They're not.
Honestly, that line of dialogue would be perfectly fitting for Danny's character. Even Claire and Colleen seem to agree with Gao at this point. They take their fearless leader aside to ask if this is truly worthwhile to dredge up pointless information that's only going to upset him even more, especially considering he is on the fast track to Guantanamo interrogation tactics.
So now you're ganging up on me?
Why does he insist on being an insufferable child? Claire, to calm things down, proposes an alternative path forward. Since Rand Enterprises has a lab, they must surely have some truth serum stowed away. Using that, they can get the answers Danny wants without anyone having to get severely hurt. Colleen, who's a little out of it right now, agrees to this course of action. Danny goes along with this, heading out to the Rand office building. On his way there, he bumps into Joy, who is leaving her aforementioned voicemail to her brother. Also, for whatever reason, she's dressed up like Bubbles from the Powerpuff Girls. Nothing says office professional like dressing up like a cartoon character. I just realized the irony of that statement since I effectively did the same thing for this YouTube channel when I was a teenager. Joy has discovered that this building Ward took her to was bought by their father the week of his death, and she threatens him that she'll go back to that building if he doesn't tell her what it's really for. After hanging up, Joy spots Danny coming out of the Chikara, right where she'd thought he'd be. She catches him up on the recent rearrangements in Rand's leadership, kind of insinuating that this happened thanks to his arrival.
This is my fault?
Yes. Mostly.
Very true, Joy. Very true. I have no dissenting arguments against that. She also inquires about this mysterious building, but Danny gets super sketchy, telling her that it's dangerous and to stay away. Joy does not, in fact, stay away from that building, paying it a visit later that night. Her arrival interrupts Harold's TV time watching Ward's Looney Bin adventures, and he decides to usher her into his penthouse through means that would convince me to turn around and run the other way. I would be fully convinced that this building is haunted, or at least the CIA is in control of it. Instead, Joy presses on into the building to discover her long-thought dead father, alive and well.
Hello, Joy. I missed you so much.
Harold apologizes for making her see himself dead and hugs her, once again betraying that deep down he does love his kids. Again, he's just the best character in the show, an incredibly self-serving bastard who still really cares about his children, despite using them as pawns in his greater greedy games. But we were talking about Danny here. He breaks into the Rand labs to look for the truth serum. The doctor who helped him analyze the Steel Serpent heroin in episode 5 suddenly stumbles upon him, and instead of immediately reporting him, she decides to help look for the drugs he needs. Meanwhile, Gao starts playing mind games with her captors, starting first with Claire. The old hand lady notes how this nurse's life is always colliding with special people while never getting to be special herself.
You secretly hope that the thing that makes them special would rub off on you, but it hasn't. And you have failed each of them in different ways.
Bullshit!
These special people, despite her best efforts, always seem to find themselves broken, with Claire being the common denominator in their lives. Gao further adds that it's selfish of the night nurse to involve Danny in her journey of purpose discovery when he has bigger things to worry about.
If you were going to be special, it would have already happened. The only thing that can come out of this for you is sorrow, heartbreak, and pain. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is leave.
Obviously, this is just a bid from Gao to get rid of Claire, but I do appreciate how this is an attempt to dive a little further into the nurse and her various adventures across the different Marvel Netflix shows to give her some sort of arc past just being there to heal the heroes. It's not much, but it's more interesting than anything Danny gets. After her first attempt fails, Gao just decides to threaten Claire, which provokes her enough for Colleen to step in to switch shifts. However, the martial arts teacher doesn't seem to be doing too well, barely being able to stay upright and awake for Gao's worm tongue to do its job. She starts yapping about how hard it is to be a woman in the world and about how Colleen's granddad was smart to train her the way he did.
You know, I'm not above shoving a sweaty sock in your mouth to shut you up.
Then why don't you? You know this hag is just gonna keep going on and on, saying things to get under your skin. Just gag her so you don't have to deal with it. But no, Gao's mouth is free to just yap on, insinuating that she knows more about Colleen's childhood than what should be possible. She also poses the question of what'll happen when Danny learns the truth about her. Colleen is on a much different path from him, and they won't stay together as a couple, for he belongs to another. Obviously, in like the spiritual sense, he belongs to the path of the Iron Fist, not that he's cheating on her or anything. Before this can go on for much longer, Colleen collapses and calls out for her nurse friend. Danny returns to find his girlfriend bedridden, but Colleen encourages him to carry on with the Gao interrogation. As they get that prepped, the old woman warns them that they're about to open a can of worms that can't be closed.
You got something scarier than a dragon in a cave.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Yeah, get on, Danny. Sit down and shut up, you cuck. Claire sticks Gao with the needle and the interrogation begins. The agent of the hand reveals that she had actually infiltrated Rand through Danny's mom, manipulating her into meeting Wendell. However, Mr. Rand refused to accept any deal with an insane ninja cult. Harold, on the other hand, no pun intended, was far more willing to jump into bed with a sketchy group of immortal supervillains named after an appendage. That's about all we get before Gao passes out, except she didn't really. This was all just a game for her. The truth serum didn't even have any effect, even though she did technically tell the truth about her connection to Rand. So maybe it did work? Or maybe she was telling the truth on purpose, but what is her aim here? Regardless, Colleen interrupts the thrashing of Virgin Danny by the Chad Madame Gao to reveal that she's dying. Apparently in China she got caught by one of the hand's toxic blades, and now that toxin is spreading throughout her system. Question though, why did it take so long for the blade toxin to start affecting Colleen? We saw in Anzhou that this stuff basically takes effect immediately. And that was a buff, ripped, incredibly healthy guy. A small girl like Colleen should be dead on the spot, but instead the toxin decided to wait until the group had boarded the Ramjet, flew all the way back to New York City, came back to the dojo, and had tied up Gao before starting to just display symptoms similar to a fever. It's been at least 24 hours, and it's only now threatening her life. That is completely incongruent with how quickly the toxin spread in the previous episode. Oh right, I forgot, this was a main character and we needed plot-relevant scenes to happen first. The toxin read the script and decided to jump in once all of that was done. Anyway, with Colleen dying, she tells Danny to call her sensei, as he is the only one who can cure her now. His phone goes to voicemail, so they just have to wait for him to show up. I'm sure nothing crazy will happen in the meantime. Well, if you remember, Mystery Man overheard a random guy identifying Danny's location earlier. That guy is actually a mercenary working directly for Madame Gao. Why was he at the Rand building? I have no idea, but these guns for hire have finally located their client and try to raid the dojo. How? Again, no idea. There's two possibilities though. First is that they sent out search teams, one of which discovered their target at the dojo. And the other is a far more complicated and convoluted plan that I'll touch upon when its full scope can be seen in a few episodes. Inside, Danny and his ladies wait for the sensei while Danny himself tries to reassure his girlfriend that everything will be alright.
You're such children.
Based Gao is very correct. Danny is an impulsive child who doesn't know how to act properly. The lights get cut and Colleen spots a night vision camera poking underneath the front door. With the layout of the room discerned, the mercenaries toss tear gas inside and start breaking through the ceiling with a bang. A flashbang. Despite the advantage that gives the squad, they are still easily beaten. It makes sense that they'd lose to the Iron Fist, but again, how in the world do trained soldiers lose a hand-to-hand fight with a dying girl who's too weak to stand up and a nurse who's been taking karate lessons for like a couple of months? I'd be embarrassed to return to the office after a defeat like that. Those guys are never hearing the end of this. The gang begins tying up the soldiers, noting how it's strange that it wasn't a squad of ninjas breaking in to save their master. Again, this should seem weird and scream that something fishy is happening, but of course this crosses nobody's minds. Instead, they keep tending to Colleen while Gao attempts to offer them the antidote in exchange for her freedom. However, she doesn't get the chance to make any more negotiations as Bakuto finally shows up. He claims to have taken care of all the soldiers outside, and when Claire gets suspicious about another trap, a conveniently timed unconscious soldier falls down to at least assuage Danny's worries. He lets Bakuto in, who quickly assesses the situation and tells Danny that he's the key to Colleen's survival. Gao starts freaking out, telling the new arrival that he has no business here and warns her adversary that he's about to fall into a greater trap than hers that he can't escape from. However, Danny ignores her, following Bakuto's coaching on how to use the Iron Fist to burn the toxin out of Colleen's veins. It, for some reason, doesn't even cross his mind how weird it is that his girlfriend Sensei somehow not only knows about the Iron Fist, but knows advanced methods on how to use it that he's not even aware of. I know there's some higher stakes right now, but there's not even a moment of confusion in all this. Danny just accepts this at face value and manages to save Colleen's life right before passing out in front of an eager Bakuto. His people immediately burst in, collecting Gao and the downed Iron Fist and piling into SUVs waiting outside. These SUVs are black, so if you didn't know these people are sketchy before, now you know for sure. Colleen also seems to be doing a lot better now, following the group outside while reassuring Claire, who is all kinds of confused right now. This mysterious behavior is somehow meant to help Danny. Bakuto tells the nurse that she's not allowed to accompany them, and the group peels out, all while the mystery man watches on. Danny wakes up in a mysterious place next to a very naked Colleen. He seems to have mostly recovered from his exhaustion and now wants to know where he is. The only answer she gives is that this is home. She later shows her lover around the place, explaining that it's a bit of a mix of a monastery and a school designed for people who have nowhere to go. Colleen herself came here upon returning from Japan. Bakuto and his people run the place, with the guy basically being everyone's sensei. He checks in on his new visitor, offering to help Danny recharge his chi. Our protagonist finally thinks of the question that should have been on his mind a lot earlier. How does this random guy know so much about the Iron Fist? All Bakuto offers up is that he has an interest in the topic, not suspicious whatsoever, and proceeds to guide him through a series of meditations to harness the 5 energies and help replenish the chi Danny lost healing Colleen. He advises the boy to let go of all the troubles binding him and replace it with positive energy. Danny gets a hold of the moves and proceeds without Bakuto's guidance, finally feeling replenished and very hungry. Bakuto sends Colleen off to scrounge up lunch while he speaks to Danny in private. The latter wants to know what's up with all the secrecy in this place, and the sensei explains that they take in people from all walks of life, some with sketchier backgrounds than others. The monastery school must stay hidden to provide each student a safe haven from the outside world, a place that provides a community that will help them be all that they can be.
So it's a cult? Yes, just like the Girl Scouts, so be prepared.
First of all, that's the Boy Scouts motto. Second of all, that's not an answer. Is this not setting off any alarm bells, Danny? Nope, I guess not. He just moves on to asking about Madame Gao. She's been locked away for the time being, at least until her new captors can determine that delivering her to the police will yield the best results. As they speak, Danny notices a heavily guarded building, but we have no time to explore what that is right now. Instead, we move things along to Bakuto's office, where the sensei finally voices his desire with the Iron Fist. He views both men as kindred spirits who recognize that corporations are controlling countries and have a desire to change that fact. Heck, Danny is in a perfect position to do that very thing, like how he sold the medicine at cost or closed down the plant. It doubly helps that he's the Iron Fist. Bakuto explains that he'd grown up hearing stories about the immortal weapon, but it wasn't until he received a USB drive containing footage of Chinese soldiers getting attacked in a remote area by a crazy guy with glowing fists that he actually believed the warrior was real. Not only did he believe, but he became obsessed, collecting all sorts of information, both theoretical and concrete, about the Iron Fist, which is why he was able to coach Danny through abilities he had never even heard of. However, it is not the Iron Fist that Bakuto claims to want. It's a partner to take down the Gaos of the world and train those left behind by society to empower them. I appreciate that Danny is finally starting to question things, especially in a super sketchy setting, but he still seems a little too accepting of everything he's being fed right now. Meanwhile, Joy continues to process the fact that her dad is alive. Harold tries his best to come up with justifications and nostalgia bait to comfort her. Even when she wants to know about what death was like, he seems to completely lie about how he saw his kids and tried to crawl back to them, which is in direct contradiction to him telling Kyle that all there is nothingness. Once Joy seems to adjust to this new revelation, Harold says that she needs to step away from her blackmail plan, as it would require her to take the stand during a trial and reveal information that she really shouldn't be revealing. Instead, Harold has a different plan, but first he promises to never keep any more secrets or tell any more lies to his daughter. He then proceeds to hide the fact that Kyle's corpse is chilling in this admittedly pretty cool plant display while Joy calls Danny. The phone gets hot potatoed over to Harold, who catches him up on the recent events. First things first, he's not dead like Danny thought he was, at least not anymore, and Joy more or less knows everything now. Harold then receives some very exciting information. Gao is now off the playing field as per the assurances of Bakuto, who is maybe kind of possibly totally trustworthy in Danny's eyes. Still, this is communicated with enough confidence that Harold wants to have a toast to his freedom. However, in his eagerness to celebrate, he neglects to explain literally anything about what's happening to his daughter. And as Joy tries to slow him down, her dad smashes his bottle of whiskey in anger before realizing what he just did, apologizing and starting to clean up. Unfortunately, this celebration has come a little too soon, as Bakuto was monitoring that call and orders one of his goons to figure out where it was coming from. Colleen then pays him a visit, basically asking her dad what he thinks of her new boyfriend.
My boyfriend, Fred, I love saying boyfriend, is showing him around town with his dad. My boyfriend Fred's dad is the mayor. Boyfriend.
Daddy-sensei seems to like the guy well enough, but he still wants his student to keep lying before he can put him through more tests. That night, Bakuto pays Harold a visit during dinner. He declares that he's going to be taking over for Madame Gao and assures the captive businessman that he's a lot more lenient of a jailer, preferring partnership to fear. All he wants is everything Gao had, while Harold proceeds like normal, except with a new goal to aspire towards: an official return to public life. Harold obviously likes that plan. I guess the first step in that is to get the Meachums back inside of Rand. And the family patriarch finally makes his move to accomplish that. He pays a visit to Lawrence in the office with his new bodyguard, Kevin, who is the fixer that Ward had previously hired to burn some hospital records in episode 3. I guess the guy did a good enough job to get promoted. Good job, Kevin. He goes outside, leaving his boss to present the blackmail Joy had gathered. Despite the obvious confusion Wilkins is going through right now, he's still defiant in the face of this threat. It seems like Joy's blackmail scheme wasn't going to work anyways, and Harold knew this. So he enacts his actual plan, giving the board member a choice. Either the blackmail comes out, subjecting his son to a lot of public ridicule and bullying, or he commits suicide to make himself a tragic hero to give his son a lot of public love. Harold tries to relate to the man as a fellow father, but Lawrence instead tries to call security. Too bad the phones have been shut down for routine maintenance already. How did Harold swing that? I have no idea. Regardless, Wilkins here has demonstrated that he cares more about staying alive than the well-being of his son.
Oh, well, that's just sad. Because a father's first responsibility to their kids is to provide a beautiful lie for them to live in.
Harold then assists Lawrence along with that suicide, and Kevin gets to work staging the scene. In the aftermath of this total self-deletion, Joy brings a proposition to the board. Rand now needs a show of strength to demonstrate to the public corporate stability, quash any rumors about Lawrence, and save their already floundering stock prices. The board then unanimously votes to bring back the Meachum kids and Danny. Joy immediately celebrates with her dad, though she can't help but wonder if the conveniently timed suicide was actually a hit Harold put out on Lawrence. Her father, in the spirit of his new life of honesty, promises that he did not in fact have Mr. Wilkins killed. I mean, technically, he's not lying there. He just killed Lawrence himself. And he now has one more person he wants to kill: Bakuto. Speaking of whom, Danny wanders around his facility and bumps into Daryl, who is weirdly super excited to see him. I don't really remember this kid particularly liking Danny in his singular interaction with the guy, and I specifically don't think he was stoked to see one of his classmates get abused. And yet that's like the story he's been telling his friends. Alrighty then. Danny probes their minds about the place, and they seem to love it here. Their skills have improved, people care about them, and they feel like they're part of one big happy family. They love it here so much that they don't even second guess the incredibly tight security and strict curfew. Heck, there are even places that are completely off limits to students, including the guarded house from earlier. They don't find this weird at all. So this is definitely a cult then. But Danny for once definitely finds this sus. He immediately heads to the guarded building and breaks in, discovering a series of cells, one of which contains Madame Gao. The old hag can see him thanks to a screen or something in the room and begins taunting him, chiding his childish behavior.
Yeah, well, at least I'm not in prison.
Yeah, that'll show her, Danny. Man, anytime he gets into banter with a villain, he just defaults to stupid, childish playground insults delivered like an actual adolescent, which is really ironic considering what he says in the tournament.
These childish insults are getting tiring. It's like you all trained on the same playground.
Now he's only a couple steps away from saying, "Nuh-uh, you're stupid. I'm not stupid, you're stupid." Stupid says what? Gao obviously doesn't let this bother her.
I offer you freedom, was willing to let you live whatever life you wanted, and you rejected that offer, pursued and kidnapped me. Then you ran towards slavery as fast as you could. You're an idiot.
Really? Now you're baiting me with insults.
You're one to talk, Danny, because you totally fall for rage bait every time. Plus, she's not wrong. You are an idiot, and you definitely run headfirst into whatever BS you come across without thinking. It's a wonder you remembered to breathe, you're so brain dead. Hell, that's how you got here in the first place.
I am treating you with respect by being who I truly am. Not everyone around you does the same.
It's not true.
Holy crap, I can't take this man seriously. Why'd he suddenly get angry at that line of all things? And why does he act like he's in an English dub of an anime?
It's not true.
I think she's right. You are retarded.
Anyway, Gao departs one final warning that the Hand is currently stealing his ability to trust others in an effort to destroy him. It's at this point in time I'm beginning to question what this woman was doing. Don't get me wrong, I love seeing this Chad of an old woman dunk on the stunts, but why exactly is she directly working against a fellow member of the Hand here? Is this just intergroup politics, or is this organization so freaking disjointed that they're just doing things against their teammates' interests for no reason? We have 3 episodes to find out, I guess. I mean, I have a theory, but we're gonna put a pin in that for now. We won't learn anything further here because Bakuto interrupts this interrogation, claiming that the elderly woman is simply spinning lies. He takes his guest back to Colleen like this is a brothel or something, effectively implying that she needs to get to work, sexually, to get this man under control. However, Danny seems to be buying Gao's claims a bit, especially since earlier in Bakuto's office he spotted a ceremonial dagger used by the Hand. I guess he was too preoccupied with his dad and Gao for that to raise any red flags at the time. Though that should have really made him suspicious, right there. Colleen then just straight up admits that this place is run by the ninja cult. However, she claims that Gao is simply a rogue faction. The Hand is actually kind and benevolent and cheerful and one big happy family. She swears that she was tasked with bringing Danny in after she had met and fallen in love with him. The only reason she didn't reveal the truth about her sensei is simply because Danny was brainwashed by old farts too removed from this world. He was raised to be prejudiced against this innocent little ninja cult. Let's just forget the fact that Colleen also knows Claire, who has had her own traumatic experiences with a very different faction of the Hand, which would then throw a wrench into her whole brainwashing belief. One guy raised to believe in the evils of the Hand in a city in a different dimension? Yeah, I get thinking he could be brainwashed with outdated beliefs. But a nurse in New York City whose friend was murdered by the Hand in front of her is a little harder to swing. Still, at least this explains why Colleen has been so hostile towards Gao and why she was perfectly fine with even killing her. In this woman's minds, the madam has been dragging the good name of the Hand through the dirt, poisoning people against this gentle organization that definitely doesn't behave like a cult. None of this convinces Danny though, who says his trust has been completely broken. And for once, I don't blame him for getting all pissy. This whole good hand, bad hand thing sounds like complete BS. It's like saying there's a good Al-Qaeda who wants to bang goats in peace and a bad Al-Qaeda who actually commits terrorist acts. That's a little hard to buy, especially when you've been subject to that organization's attacks. So with his heart shattered, Danny leaves. And then he immediately comes back to this room because he has nowhere else to go. As he meditates, our protagonist overhears some guards leaving a locked building to go out on patrol. Danny decides to sneak out and break into that building via some walkway grates, stumbling upon a whole surveillance operation. These guys have access to just about every camera and microphone in New York City, even Harold's penthouse, which definitely means Bakuto heard that plan Meachum was whipping up to destroy him. Or maybe he didn't, considering Danny proceeds to start destroying everything here. Bakuto walks in on this rampage, citing his disappointment in his adversary for taking the bait. I think Gao's bait is what he's referring to here, and he expresses a wish that killing the old bag would have been a better course of action. Apparently, this was all a test. To what end, I have no idea. What exactly are we prying into about Danny with letting him wander around these facilities? Are we just watching to see what he does, and if he doesn't demonstrate a complete trust in this obviously sketchy place, he just fails? Because that sounds really dumb. Danny gives another crappy anime dub delivery. More lies! And he squares off against Bakuto and whoever this random guy is who pops in for a few shots. Surprisingly, Danny is able to beat his opponent pretty easily, knocking him down and making a run for it. He gets confronted by some more guards, but is saved by Mystery Man Ex Machina.
Wow, you are the worst Iron Fist ever.
Davos?
That's right, Mystery Man was Davos, Danny's friend from Kunlun that he's been frequently referencing throughout the season. As the pair fight their way out, he explains that he's been sent here by Lei Kung to bring him home. However, upon learning that this is a hand facility, Davos gets excited about killing as many people as he can. Weirdly, he proceeds to not murder a single soul for the rest of the episode. That seems a little out of character for him right off the bat. Hopefully that doesn't continue to be a trend. An alarm sounds, waking up Colleen, who sends Daryl out to look for her boyfriend. This throws a wrench into Davos' escape plan. He wants to make their way to the front gate and punch it open with the Iron Fist. Daryl intercepts them and tries to block Danny from leaving. His kind of friend, acquaintance maybe, seems unwilling to actually deal with him, but Davos has no such reservations. Still, this allows Bakuto to catch up with them, stabbing Danny in the side with a knife. This proves to be another wrench in the escape plan, as the physical pain, along with the emotional pain of betrayal, has stunted Danny's chi, preventing him from activating the Iron Fist, meaning that both he and Davos are trapped here. Instead, they are forced to dive into a brawl with all of Bakuto's students, while he just stands there watching, going with a classic action villain strategy of doing nothing and expecting the heroes to be defeated, I see. In my experience, that's a pretty dumb idea. It proves just to be as ineffective here as Colleen, who witnessed her boyfriend getting stabbed, breaks into the gate control room, knocks the guy out manning the machine, and opens the gate for Danny and Davos to escape. Her lover spots this act of service before she flees the facility to go roam the streets of Chinatown. The Kung Fu buddies also take their leave while Bakuto checks up on his people. He promises Daryl that he's definitely not trying to kill Danny, which should just be such a blatant lie, given that this man stabbed Danny right in front of him, and sends the boy off to get patched up. We never see that kid again, by the way. It probably would have been better if Davos had just straight up killed Daryl, as it would build upon Colleen's challenge to Kunlun's ideology, seeing a man murder an innocent kid for being hand-related and all that. This would then naturally lead into Danny's internal struggle of conflicting loyalties and duties for the rest of the season. But instead, Daryl gets written off the show, with his role being yet another blip in existence among the cast. Meanwhile, Davos tries to search for a place to stitch up his companion. He wants to get on a plane to Asia as soon as possible and return to Kunlun. Apparently, the way to the ancient city is still open and it needs the Iron Fist to guard it. Danny obviously doesn't want to abandon his friends, though. Ironic, since he abandoned everyone at Kunlun. However, Davos rightfully points out that he has failed. And not just failed, but like royally, epically failed. He's ditched his duties and now the Iron Fist won't even work anymore. Their only course of action now is to submit themselves to Lei Kung and hope he can restore the power of the immortal weapon. This entire episode is framed like a tense investigation to discover if Bakuto really is a bad guy or not, but from his introduction a couple episodes ago and his abduction of Danny in the last one, this guy's been sketchy as hell. So most of the runtime here just felt like delaying the inevitable. The only time I was really locked in was when Gao and Davos were roasting Danny, which is not really a good thing for the protagonist of this superhero show. Thankfully, the show finally starts to dig into who its central character is in episode 11. Out of 13. Up until this point, Danny has just been a PTSD-riddled man-child with anger issues, and he really likes to talk about Kunlun. But here we finally see some development on that. We start with a flashback depicting the immediate aftermath of Danny defeating Xiao the Undying. Davos discovers his friend passed out at a cave entrance with a fresh new tattoo. The new Iron Fist suddenly wakes up, revealing his recently acquired powers. His buddy wants to take Danny down to see the people, volunteering to be his second in the duty to guard Kunlun. However, the new protector now seems a little wary of that duty.
It's not what I thought.
Back in the present, we see that Danny is still struggling to activate the weapon he fought so hard to get. Davos returns from recon and says that they need to get moving. But Danny is interested in a little more conversation and a little less action. Learning that old Lei Kung is very troubled and pissed that his student would abandon his post without warning, and his buddy Davos tracked him down via the wonders of the internet. The phone gets immediately destroyed to prevent Bakuto from tracking them, and Davos once again voices his desire to bring Danny back home to Kunlun. Prepare yourself, this, along with many reiterations about how upset he is at losing the Iron Fist, is like 90% of his dialogue in this episode. Danny says that he wants to stay and fight the Hand since they killed his parents, and Davos reluctantly agrees to help take the ninja cult down on the condition that afterwards, they go back to their Kunlun duties. First though, they need to get Danny fixed up, and we all know somebody who can help with that. The Kung Fu companions visit Claire's place, and after some quick and strange introductions, they get to work stitching up the wound. Apparently Bakuto jammed his whole entire knife into Danny's side, which is probably the only time in this entire show that I'll think this man is cool. The nurse pulls the twisted blade out and starts stapling the cut close. I kinda love Davos just sitting there being fascinated by modern medicine. Claire starts asking about Colleen, but she has to use some extra staples to get an answer. Danny has Davos leave to check the perimeter, likely to hide the fact that his girlfriend is in fact part of the evil ninja cult they are aiming to destroy. He reveals everything he's learned at the compound, postulating that Gao and Bakuto are part of separate and competing factions of the Hand, with the latter building an army for some unknown purpose. Claire attempts to defend her friend and sensei, but suddenly Danny has a random childish outburst, so she has to play babysitter yet again to calm him down, and basically says he's good to go. All that's needed now is some antibiotics to prevent infection, but other than that, he's fine. Claire lends him a bullet-riddled shirt from her not-boyfriend Luke and sends Danny on his way. Except he doesn't leave because he still needs to stick around for some plot points to happen. So instead he heads up to the roof to meditate, leaving Davos behind to guard Claire. It's really only in these scenes that the guy feels fairly endearing. His interactions with the night nurse do a good job of taking advantage of the fact that he's a monk who grew up in an ancient civilization separate from the modern world. He has very little conception of what is so normal for us, which makes for some natural character-based comedy. For example, Davos rejects his host's offer for takeout pizza only to try some later, and kind of like it, though being surprised by how chewy it is. The guy is very mission-oriented and self-serious while also ignorant of the larger world, making him seem more likable than in the scenes in which he's getting onto Danny's case over and over again about coming back to Kunlun. He discovers that Claire has been diving into the topic of Reiki, which would help her better understand how Danny is able to use the Iron Fist to heal people before dumping all the Kunlun lore that the nurse is missing. The Iron Fist comes from Xiao the Undying, who sits in his goon cave until a warrior of Kunlun comes to claim his heart. Lei Kung and the elders chose Danny to be their champion, much to Davos's disagreement. Yada yada yada, the rest is history. I feel like I've heard different variations on this same thing 50 times in this season at this point now. Holy crap, at this rate I just want to hear somebody talk about something other than Kunlun. At least this scene leads to a humorous interaction, I guess.
Okay, you mean like a small thing, like a Komodo dragon? Or like Pete's dragon?
I don't know who Pete is.
Claire, sensing Davos being upset about this lore dump, tries to assure him that Danny is doing his best to do good in this world and make it a better place. Unfortunately, this just further insults the guy, who also nearly has a temper tantrum but manages to suppress it with some breathing exercises. He explains that Kunlun teaches their students to suppress their emotions in order to become a living weapon, which doesn't sound too healthy to Claire. Instead of delving further into that, Davos gets impatient, voicing his desire once again to bring Danny back to Kunlun, adding that he'll do it by force if necessary, which seems pretty obvious by now. Suddenly the doorbell rings, which means, "Ayo, the pizza here."
Oh, nigga!
Claire assures her guardian that the pizza man is no threat. However, it's no pizza man downstairs, but it's a pizza woman. After escaping the compound, Colleen returned to her dojo where Bakuto quite easily tracked her down. He justifies his stabbing of Danny as self-defense, but it's clear his student's faith is wavering as she gets upset that she was forced to betray her boyfriend's already thin trust for some nebulous mission. However, Bakuto shuts that down real quick, declaring that the time for trying to reach an understanding with the Iron Fist is done. The Hand needs him under their control and needs it now. And Colleen's only job is to find Danny's location and report it. She has a different goal in mind, though. Claire's apartment seemed like the natural place for Danny to go after getting stabbed, so Colleen intercepted the pizza man, bought the pizza, and now presents it as a peace offering to the only student she's had who hasn't been brainwashed into joining a cult. The two get into an argument similar to the lovers' quarrel in the last episode, with Colleen once again saying that she's part of the good hand and not the faction that killed Claire's friends, which again is a separate faction from Gao's, whom the dojo master believes is simply a rogue agent.
Then did you think about trying a different name for the group? Like the ear or the arm?
That's a good point, Claire. Colleen seems to have the same problem as her boyfriend. A lack of critical thinking skills and extremely naive trust in the wrong people who are obviously lying to her. However, after venting her feelings, Claire eventually admits that she did defend Colleen to Danny, believing that despite being a member of the Hand, she is a good person. And under that belief, the nurse decides to let her teach her inside. Colleen heads up to the roof where Danny is once again struggling to meditate thanks to his inner turmoil. This time, all the pain and confusion triggers a proper flashback where Danny is looking bored while guarding the open passage to Kunlun, while Davos excitedly tells him that this is going to be his whole life. That's about all we get, as Danny's girlfriend interrupts to start another argument. Well, in reality, Colleen is trying to mend the relationship, or at least give it the old college try. Both parties are still stubbornly standing on their side of the conflict, insisting that the other side is wrong. Danny once again asserts that he can no longer trust her, and with neither person budging from their beliefs, Colleen apologizes to her ex and leaves. However, it seems like she still has feelings for her boo, as she immediately heads to the hospital to meet with a former student named Becca Yu. Becca is now in training to become a doctor after being scooped off the streets and sent off to the Hand. Curious that Colleen didn't use her earlier with Radovan, but I guess that would have fundamentally changed the story of the season by turning over Gao's chemist to her competitor, which in retrospect could have at least built up Bakuto a lot better. Or maybe Becca wasn't in the medical program yet, I don't know. Whatever, Becca exists now and Colleen wants antibiotics from her, leveraging her status as sensei to shut down any questions.
Whatever you need. The Hand always comes first.
Instead of drugs, though, Becca gives her old sensei a sinister SUV full of more former students. To avoid a messy fight, Colleen willingly goes back to the compound with them, where she's tied up in a chair and taken downstairs. Bakuto meets her down there, chiding her for her disobedience.
Bakuto, I believe in the Hand.
But I don't know if I believe in you.
Believing that she's been infected by Danny, he prepares to punish his student personally. But that gets interrupted by some news about a change in finances, which we'll get to here in a second. This leaves Colleen to have her blood drained by her own students. One of them even starts mocking her for her betrayal, but that gives Colleen the thing she needs to escape, headbutting the girl and stealing her knife to get free. She somehow manages to immediately incapacitate the big buff black guy first, while the petite little girl gives her significantly more trouble. Still, Colleen manages to defeat her inferiors and get away. I do find it curious that this lab implies that Bakuto is also working toward the end goal of reviving the Black Sky, as this looks like a similar operation that Nobu was running in Daredevil. It also brings up the question yet again, what is Gao actually up to? She doesn't help Nobu when he tries to bring in Elektra, and now she's butting heads with Bakuto, who seems to be preparing for the Black Sky's leadership while building up an army. Perhaps we'll learn in the remaining 2 episodes. We won't, but for now, it's rewind time. Danny comes downstairs from his meditation to find Davos getting his first taste of pizza.
It's chewy.
He's ready for the next step in his brilliantly planned war with the Hand. This time the Iron Fist wants the tablet they got in China to turn it over to Harold. I guess this happened off screen because I don't remember any China tablet. Anyway, Claire rightfully points out that this cycle of mindlessly charging into battle has not been working and will continue to not work. especially when the Hand is playing mind games to get something out of him, which is just something he's willfully ignoring at this point. They have Davos step out once again to get even more personal. Claire tells Danny that he needs to deal with this simmering rage that has been getting hotter and hotter since he was 10, and he won't be able to do that in Kunlun. Right now he's on the fast track to being a mindless weapon of destruction, but if Danny can actually sort his anger out instead of suppressing it, he can be something more. Surprisingly, this man gracefully accepts this advice. Wanting access to Claire's car may have something to do with that. The Kunlun bros head to Harold's penthouse where Joy has spent the entire night going through Gao's files, powered solely through the joy of regaining control over her life. She has discovered that the Hand wasn't just using Rand Enterprises for drug distribution. They were also committing some legendary fraud, hiding accounts in the company's holdings. Now a bunch of Rand bank accounts are draining money from those holdings to a collection of offshore ones based in South America. This is a critical discovery that gives Harold leverage on Bakuto, because I guess he just knows that this is the guy behind the Rand accounts. Daddy Meachum even tells his daughter that he's proud of her, which Joy is very happy about. His eagerness for vengeance, though, makes her a little worried. Also, Harold punctured a hole in his punching bag that morning, which probably doesn't bode well either. When Danny arrives later in the day, Joy confronts him for lying about her dad's resurrection. Ironically, he defends himself by saying he was protecting her. The exact BS excuse Colleen told him and Claire. And just like those lies, he did not accomplish in suppressing the feelings he was trying to spare. Nice, now Danny's a hypocrite on top of everything else. But hey, at least trying to prevent your childhood friend from being murdered is a lot more justifiable than being worried that your boyfriend would be upset at you for being part of a ninja cult that killed his family and instead become a spy and seductress. Freaking sand snakes, man.
You want a good girl, but you need...
Davos gets introduced to more people who know about the incredibly secret powers of the Iron Fist, much to his chagrin, and the group sits down to make a game plan against Bakuto. Since breaking into the compound is basically an impossibility, they are going to draw the evil ninja out by shutting down the accounts he's draining money from. Danny and Davos are to stake out the place and ambush Bakuto when he emerges from his hole. This should be a very easy job since Harold has two of Kunlun's finest at his disposal, along with the Iron Fist in that package deal. For some reason, Danny doesn't want to correct that statement, giving his dad's business partner false hope. Instead, he announces his intention to kill Bakuto. No more of these "but killing is bad" sentiments. This worries Joy, who is probably realizing the insane bedfellow she's making, while her father is really excited about this. Also, are we just forgetting that Bakuto has a camera planted in here? Danny, you want to bring that up? No? I mean, I know you destroyed those computers, but surely the Hand would have the resources to get that back up and running again. Or at the very least have backups. The ninja group should definitely be watching this conversation happen, but I guess not. Harold later situates Kevin and his buddy Gary outside of the penthouse, which causes his daughter to start questioning just how many people are aware he's alive and how many knew before her. She's also getting worried that Harold is going to die for a third time in his eagerness to make others die. This only pisses Daddy Dearest off.
I thought you were stronger than this. Did I back the right child in this war or not?
Yeah, I think she's regretting this entire arrangement. Still, this doesn't stop her from obeying her father and shutting down those accounts. Outside the compound, Danny and Davos get into another conversation about Kunlun, as if we haven't heard enough about this place already. However, this time we actually use it to give Danny some proper character reflection. He wonders if Lei Kung was wrong about some of his teachings, since this whole suppressing anger thing is really only making the problem worse. As each time his temper flares up, it only gets harder and harder to control. Davos immediately just says he's being a bad follower. His problems are just a result of questioning the Thunderer. So this is also sounding like a cult to me. That statement obviously doesn't help anything, so Davos actually offers up a confession that he too struggles with his anger. He admits that all he ever wanted to be was the Iron Fist and guard Kunlun, but he accepted that Danny was chosen over him. What really pissed him off, though, was his friend, nay his brother, abandoning his duty, his city, and his friend, effectively stealing the powers of Shao Lao and leaving those he's supposed to protect vulnerable. And that's a reasonable thing to get upset about, so Danny reveals why he left. He saw a hawk. That's about it. He saw a hawk flying overhead. Okay, to be fair, this is expounded upon by showing Danny feeling lost and bored. Ever since the crash, he just felt empty. Pursuing the Iron Fist gave him purpose, but those powers didn't fulfill him. He started looking for a sign to indicate if he was meant to be the Iron Fist or not, and he saw a hawk flying down the mountain. This communicated that Danny could just leave if he wanted to, and so he did. He saw a hawk and decided to just bail. Ah, so we're finally bringing some sort of explanation to those hawk scenes from earlier in the season. The bird, at least to Danny, seems to represent the path he's trying to walk as his version of the Iron Fist, which is likely why he sees it when he meditates. However, it could also represent his own doubt in that path, as when it shows up during his meditations in episode 2, that's when he suddenly starts having flashes of his family dying again. As for Big Gay Al, I still have no idea. Is part of Danny's path being a homeless junkie, or is this supposed to be the type of person he's supposed to try to protect as the Iron Fist? Because if so, Danny sure doesn't pursue either of those, unless you count the roundabout way he does it fighting Gal. And then there's the final scene in episode 2. I guess whatever version of the Iron Fist Danny is pursuing involves beating up the mentally ill. Davos argues that this bird of prey was actually an indicator that he should have stayed where he was. The path to Kunlun is open and it's lacking the protection it needs. Meanwhile, this world barely has anything worth preserving.
Danny, what is keeping you here?
That question gets answered when Colleen suddenly drops out of the compound. Against Davos's protest to stick to the mission, Danny chases after her. His girlfriend tries to beat him off, but Danny is able to restrain her. In a direct reflection of the flashback that started this episode, Colleen admits that the hand wasn't what she thought it was.
Look, I know what it's like to spend your whole life believing in something and have it pulled away. But we have to stop fighting. We have to stop running. We have to stop destroying everything.
The pair hug while Davos just lurks in the darkness watching. Since I guess he left his cuck chair in Kunlun, he decides to leave. I appreciate what the show is trying to do with this. We are finally diving into some character development and exploration of our main couple, building up this dichotomy of two people who feel lost in the world and got indoctrinated into groups that forced unhealthy and untrue beliefs onto them, turning them into living weapons. In concept, I really like that a lot. Heck, that final scene ties the idea together pretty well. The problem is the context that surrounds this. Danny's entire indoctrination conversation revolves around his views about the hand and how the monks who raised him might have been wrong in their teachings. But they end up being 100% correct about all of that. Gao is a drug dealer ruining families and holding people hostage. Nobu brainwashed a bunch of kids to kill their parents while trying to force a ninja girl into his cult, killing her when he failed. Bakuto is raising a child army, planting them in various industries while planning to uproot the entirety of US society with violent means. He also monitors all of New York City to dig up information to use for nefarious purposes. Danny is completely valid in his belief about the hand. This then leaves a different teaching that he has to deconstruct: the emotional suppression, which just seems like a normal thing males deal with in general, not some cultish instruction that needs to be broken. Again, I don't necessarily oppose this idea that Danny needs to process and work through his anger rather than trying to ignore it, and to be fair, we've seen him lose control quite a bit. However, this also gets tied into all of his trauma from the plane crash, which is interfering with the meditations. The way those scenes are edited kind of implies that the meditations, aka the teachings of Lei Kung, are the right path, and Danny is tripping up by letting his inner torment and doubt get in the way. It sort of sends mixed messages. Plus, it's not like Danny respects all the teachings of Kunlun anyway, seeing as how just upon witnessing a hawk flying around, he decides to abandon the place to pursue his own personal interests. If he was so indoctrinated into this belief system, he would have still been standing guard at the passage, not chasing a hawk to a city he hasn't set foot in over a decade. Though to be fair, he also won't shut up about Kunlun teachings either. Meanwhile, Colleen is just willfully naive. Instead of actually being indoctrinated into a cult, she's just a Bakuto loyalist who believes he's actually doing good things in the world while seeing direct evidence to the contrary. Somehow, she went through the Hand's entire training course and became a recruiter for them even, all while never realizing that they are killers, schemers, and straight up villains. Meanwhile, the people she trains immediately become mindless drones willing to drain people of blood and mock those they care about. How did Colleen avoid becoming like these people while still holding an important position in the organization? It makes no sense to me. Maybe if she was far more into killing and manipulations, believing that it was all working toward an altruistic end, like a version of what Bakuto tried to sell to Danny, before realizing that the means to those ends are completely evil, would maybe allow this to hit harder and portray Colleen's brainwashing more believably. As it stands, it just seems like Colleen is ridiculously naive and stupid. It's like if Allison Mack actually believed that Nixvim was a legitimate women empowerment group and not the obvious sex cult it was. What makes this more awkward is the existence of Becca Yu. You remember Becca Yu, right? The medical student who turned Colleen into Bakuto earlier? Well, as I was editing this video, I noticed that Becca actually pops up in episode 4 as one of Colleen's students, which means that in 7 episodes, or about a week in universe, Becca went from being an innocent karate student to being completely indoctrinated into the Hand, brainwashed to prioritize that loyalty before everything else, and also somehow have an important job at Metro General. Bakuto was able to accomplish all of that with her in like a week, and yet Colleen, in the years of serving him, has remained unbrainwashed and wholly naive. Again, I like the ideas that are being played with here and the scene that everything culminates to, but it's just not executed well enough thanks to the context of the season. Danny is just dealing with anger issues while not actually being fully indoctrinated into the rest of his teacher's beliefs, outside of the one that proved to be correct. Meanwhile, Colleen was just hopelessly naive and unobservant. Both of their backstories and arcs could be tweaked to make it stronger, but as it's written, it's not as strong as it could have been. Anyway, for some reason, Danny and Davos just straight up abandoned their stakeout of the compound to walk back to the city. First of all, did they just leave Claire's car there? Is she gonna get that back? Jeez, Danny's kind of a bad friend. Speaking of which, the second and bigger issue of this opening scene is that these two abandoned their mission for no reason. I get that Colleen is sort of injured right now and needs to get patched up a bit, but you guys were on Bakuto duty, who mind you was presumably going to leave the compound to kill both Harold and Joy for freezing his money. Neither of these two men should have left when 1.5 kind of innocent lives hang in the balance. Danny does still care about the Meachums and for whatever reason is subjecting himself to Harold's approval as his new father figure. So it would make more sense for his character if he stayed to make sure his girlfriend's ex-sensei didn't frickin' murder him. As for Davos, his entire purpose in New York right now is to kill every member of the Hand, especially one of the heads of the organization. Why in the world is he chasing Danny and Colleen like a lost puppy to play third wheel? Heck, in this very scene, he expresses a desire to kill everyone in that compound. So why did you leave a good opportunity to do so? Holy crap. Anyway, this just serves to spark a scuffle between Danny's favorite people, with Davos wanting to kill Colleen's students and Colleen believing that they are just as naive as she was. Danny reminds his girlfriend that Davos is just an ignorant country boy, but the Kunlun native asserts that this city has simply confused Danny, making him weaker and less dutiful to his mission, and despite this major blow-up, they decide to stick together. Meanwhile, this leaves Bakuto perfectly open to initiate his own plan. He visits Ward in Birch Psychiatric as the guy really struggles with his steel serpent withdrawal. According to the attending nurse, it's the worst case the hospital has ever received. However, Bakuto offers a medical cheat code that'll fix him real quick. The reason he's here is to propose a quid pro quo deal with the suffering son. He gives the whole corporations are running society, not government speech to explain that the Hand wants to back Ward as the leader of Rand. That is obviously because Harold is proving to be very non-collaborative in this partnership. So Bakuto offers to get rid of Harold for good and the sobriety drug in exchange for helping him capture the Iron Fist. His plan to achieve this goal starts with sending Ward up to Harold's penthouse, where his dad and sister are reminiscing about family, with Joy even wanting to take a vacation with everyone left from the Meachums and Rands to just appreciate each other. Harold gives his shallow agreement to this idea, and suddenly they receive a surprise visitor. Joy is very overjoyed to see her brother, while Dad over there seems a little more concerned. Ward takes his sister to the side to have a private conversation where he desperately tries to convince her that their dad is evil and they need to leave his influence in Penthouse right now. However, Harold reveals that he just learned that Ward disappeared from Birch without signing out, which sketches Joy out enough to want to stay with her father for now. It doesn't help that her brother starts blaming Harold for the deaths of the two Hand guys, along with Lawrence and poor Kyle.
Who's Kyle?
Wow, that poor kid just keeps getting disrespected. Ward resorts to trying to force Joy to leave with him, but Kevin and Gary step in to restrain him. The Meachum son manages to fight them off and pull out a gun, using it to finally get Joy to accompany him. Curiously enough, Kevin offers to shoot the aggressor, but Harold stops his bodyguard from doing so. Luckily for them though, at least temporarily, they don't have to do anything to make these siblings stay. That is because Bakuto and his goons hop out of the elevator and take everyone hostage. That's right, this was all part of the Hand's plan, and it's very, very stupid. So basically, Bakuto lied to Ward in the hospital, telling him that he'd allow the Meachum kids to run away while he takes care of Dad. However, Ward was just a diversion to allow the Hand to get inside of the penthouse and capture them all. This is already super dumb since we've seen the ninja cult and even Bakuto himself break into the penthouse easily through means other than the front door. Hell, even Danny almost snuck in through the window. They absolutely did not need Ward to get inside. Based on how easily dispatched Kevin and Gary are when they try to make a move, they're not really that much of a threat. The only reason to bring Ward here is to use him as an additional hostage, which isn't really necessary, since Harold and Joy work perfectly fine for Bakuto's purposes. The only reason he is here is because the story needs him here to collect information to use later, specifically how to kill his father without allowing him to come back. That's it, there's like no other reason for this guy to be here. After having Ward reopen the closed accounts that were being drained of money, which I think would take a little longer than a few seconds, Bakuto reveals that he plans to decapitate Harold, which is the only way to prevent resurrection, as we saw back in Daredevil Season 2 with Nobu. But first, this Hand leader needs to make a call. That call is to Danny, who is in the middle of consoling his girlfriend for falling for dumb cult lies. He offers to put her up in a hotel for her protection, but Colleen is insistent on joining the mission to kill her sensei. While we're here, it was pretty dumb of these guys to return to the dojo, which not only has been raided, but is also the first place the Hand would check when looking for them. This is by no means a safe place anymore, but these people just keep coming back here. This time around though, the Hand doesn't arrive, but rather they FaceTime Danny, wanting him to come to them. Bakuto reveals his hostages, shooting Joy in the hip to show that he means business. If she gets to a hospital in 30 minutes, she'll survive. So that's exactly the amount of time Bakuto gives Danny to get to the penthouse to save Joy and stop Harold from being decapitated. Davos thinks it's a bad idea to surrender since it's not fitting for the Iron Fist, and instead proposes just letting the Meachums die and jumping Bakuto once he leaves. However, Danny is obviously not content to just let his second family die.
I'm the Iron Fist. You don't tell me what to do.
Even so, he takes his sweet time getting there, with everyone except for Joy basically accepting that he won't show up at all. The Meachum daughter is insistent that Danny will do the right thing because he's a good person, unlike a lot of them. But regardless, Bakuto preps for an execution, asking Harold for his final words, which probably end up being the best part of the episode. In particular, he has very choice things to say to his son.
I invested my life into you, to raise you to be a great man. You've been the biggest disappointment of my life.
Just oof. Oof, man. Ward has spent most of his life in this season vying for his father's approval. He eventually got pushed too far, but I'm sure that being the last thing your dad tells you before he dies has gotta sting. Even Harold's final words to Joy have to contain some slights against Ward.
Joy, I apologize for choosing Ward over you. It was a mistake. Never trust him again.
That's rough, buddy. Danny arrives at the last second, stopping the execution, and both he and Harold go to Joy's side. However, Bakuto wants to take Danny away before any type of medical attention is given to her. First, the Hand takes the extreme precaution of handcuffing the Iron Fist. Look, I get that he doesn't have his powers right now, but if we're taking precautions already, let's just prepare for the chance that this finicky fist flares up again, yeah? Danny has been missing for like a day, so it's entirely possible he's been able to fix the fist. All you're gonna do is handcuff him? And while we're here, why is Bakuto not at all considering the fact that his new prisoner also has a partner in Kunlun crime that could easily be lurking downstairs? Are we taking any precautions against that? No? Okay then, you are a very trusting cult leader, my man. The hand takes Danny away, but on their way, Bakuto reveals Ward's treachery to Danny while Joy attempts to stop them. Harold shuts that attempt down, first with some rationale about the boy's noble sacrifice for all of them before getting more aggressive.
Shut up!
On the elevator, Bakuto reveals that he plans to use the Iron Fist as the Hand's own personal sack man. Despite the amusing name, the fella is a creature straight out of folklore, appearing in legends all over the world, but probably most prominently in Europe. The sack man is a boogeyman-like figure who does one simple thing. He finds naughty children and carries them away in his sack. This may sound like a dark version of another old man who sneaks into the houses of kids with a sack, which is probably why a subsect of sackmen became associated with Christmas, most notably the creepy Krampus. So I guess this means that Bakuto wants to turn the Iron Fist into a sort of boogeyman for corporations, maybe? Or perhaps he doesn't actually have a plan, given that somebody else in the Hand wants access to Danny.
Someone in our organization was very anxious to work with you.
All Bakuto seems to want is to train Danny to become the Iron Fist he was meant to be, which may be tough since Danny doesn't even know what he's supposed to be. Downstairs, the two things that Bakuto should have considered happening in fact happen. Danny manages to activate his Iron Fist, breaking free his puny cuffs, and Davos, along with Colleen, who I can excuse not anticipating since she was about to be bloodletted the last time her sensei saw her, jump the group. These are two easy things to anticipate and prepare against, and yet Bakuto just didn't think about it. Frankly, his poor planning is starting to rival Danny's, which is just really sad.
Sad. Very sad. Sad.
We get yet another fight where Davos actually starts killing members of the Hand like he said he was gonna do, while Colleen tries to be a little more non-lethal, which gets her into a bit of trouble. Curiously, her cries distract Bakuto long enough for Danny to gain the advantage in their duel. Since he's a sore loser, the Hand sensei elects to run away rather than finish the fight. The trio gives chase, running all the way to the Bethesda Terrace, where Bakuto makes his last stand, goading Colleen into what I suppose he thinks will be an easy duel to win. To make this fight even more dramatic, the student and sensei step out into the rain, where they engage in a fairly even exchange of steel. Bakuto attempts to disarm his traitorous student, but Colleen is able to turn it around by kicking the shattered steel into his leg. However, then the ninja is able to get a cut on her, prompting Danny to try to step in. But for whatever reason, Davos decides to actually respect Colleen's wishes, leaving her to stab her teacher in the stomach. It's not a fatal wound, but Colleen has a chance to finally end him. However, she decides to abide by Claire's no-killing rule, determining that she'd be no better than her teacher by taking his life. Davos obviously disagrees with this, urging Danny to end it himself. Bakuto argues that if the Iron Fist goes through with this, he'd just be another in a long line of immortal weapons who are just tools for other people, which causes Danny to hesitate. Davos doesn't, though. His friend, appalled by this, says that vigilante killings are not how things are done in this world. But Davos points out that the reason Danny hesitated was for a much different reason.
Because you haven't got it in you, Danny. You're not a warrior. You are a failure.
He adds that Kunlun would have been better off if the entire Rand family had died in that plane crash, which obviously kickstarts another fight. Them's fighting words. The two friends exchange blows and angry banter. Danny starts to realize that Davos isn't here because Kunlun lost an Iron Fist, he's here because he lost a friend. He is hurt. He's a hurt little sad boy, and he just wants his friend back. Danny manages to knock his opponent on his back and has to resort to the Iron Fist to keep him there, apologizing for hurting his buddy.
It was selfish and wrong of me to leave without telling you. But coming here has taught me that the Iron Fist isn't just for Kunlun. Others before me may have felt it was their destiny, but I'm Danny Rand, and I'm the Iron Fist.
I guess that concludes at least part of Danny's arc for this season, kind of finally discovering his true path in life. To be the Iron Fist, fighting and defeating the Hand while also doing it by being Danny Rand and not the immortal weapon. We've seen references to him struggling with his identity in the past. Heck, the reason he showed up in New York in part was in search of fulfilling an identity past being just the Iron Fist. It does get mixed with his stupid decision making and severe anger issues, but it works fine enough for this aspect of Danny's arc, despite kind of playing second fiddle to Colleen's big moment. While Davos hasn't been here for long, which makes this fallout a little rushed, it's still one of the better parts of the episode, ending with the friendship being irreparably damaged.
I wish you could understand. I never will.
Davos walks away, promising consequences, while Colleen notices that Bakuto is missing. His followers must have snuck in and taken the body, which also probably means he'll be resurrected in the future. Not that I'm excited about it, he's by no means a formidable villain. He's stupid and he's lost the 2 fights that he participated in this season. But for now we're pretty much wrapped with the major conflicts, which only leaves us with getting Joy to the hospital to save her life. She gets taken into the OR, leaving Harold and Ward alone to spend some quality time with each other. The son gets to work filling out the paperwork while the father takes in the real world for the first time in over a decade.
I forgot how disgusting people are.
Despite his last words, Harold expresses how proud he is of Ward trying to kill him, saying that he himself had to usurp his own father as well. The 2 attempts at patricide are now water under the bridge, though, as Harold is just happy that the 3 Meachums will finally be back in control of Rand Enterprises.
What about Danny? Oh, he served his purpose, whether he kills Bakuto or Bakuto kills him.
Harold receives a phone call that reveals the outcome of that fight shortly after, which also reveals that it's morning, meaning that Joy should definitely be dead by now. Bakuto shot her in the middle of the night and said that she had 30 minutes to get life-saving treatment. Danny nearly used up all that time just getting there. Now it's at least mid-morning based on how bright it is outside, which means that Joy should have bled out a long time ago. Regardless, each party updates the other on what happened, with Harold encouraging Danny to get some rest, which he'll be doing at the Chikara. The Meachum patriarch thanks him for his service and proceeds to mock a sick person. This is just so funny to me. Harold is such a scumbag, and it's so entertaining to watch him be a total bastard to everyone. Back at the dojo, Danny expresses his regret at how his relationship with Davos fell out and says that he doesn't want to have those same regrets with his girl. He's been trying to find a family ever since his parents died and has failed to do so with Kunlun and later the Meachums. The only person he's felt that familial bond with for a reason is her. I don't know if this is technically friend zoning, but it definitely sounds weird to call the chick you're banging a good replacement for your parents. Later, Danny wakes Colleen up with his rap meditations, but this time instead of trying to shut it down, she joins in these unconventional practices. Well, this is starting to feel like a season finale or something. Bakuto is dead for the time being. Gao is probably still indisposed and in the wind. The Meachums are sort of together again. Danny knows who he is now. Davos now has a revenge mission instead of a retrieval one. Colleen is free of the hand brainwashing. And we're ending with an increasingly horny meditation session. There's not a whole lot left to wrap up. I mean, what else is there left to... Oh right, yeah, Harold's a bastard. The text is from Ward, warning Danny that his father has set him up. Surprisingly, Danny fully trusts this text despite his last interaction with the guy was discovering his betrayal, but I guess the SUVs outside serve as nice supporting evidence. Soldiers bust in and thinking that they are under the employ of the Hand again, the lovers fight him off. However, these are not hired mercenaries. These are DEA agents. So now Danny and Colleen are forced to flee, going on the lam from the authorities. What Harold has done is frame all of the Hand's drug smuggling within Rand as activities perpetuated by Danny. And on top of an assault on their agents, the DEA has placed him at the top of their most wanted list, with Colleen being wanted as his criminal associate. They're forced to hide out in a park and steal resources to get by. Danny learns that Harold has stabbed him in the back from a magazine article, and he doesn't know why, despite the guy's incredibly sketchy behavior and obvious self-centered nature. He wants to meet with Jerry Hogarth to see if there's some legal way to battle these false accusations, but Colleen reminds him that he's a fugitive. so they'll have to send a middleman to bring the lawyer to them. Right now, that very lawyer is talking to Ward in his office. The Meachum son insists that he knows for a fact that Danny is being set up, but Jerry is skeptical about this, seeing as how the last time they spoke, Meachum and Rand were butting heads. Plus, since she hasn't had any contact with her client, there's really only one way to help Danny: uncover who set him up, which she inquires Ward if he knows. Well, the answer to that question has decided to finally make his return to the world of the living. He demonstrates just how much of a bastard he is by parking in the middle of the road and bringing an entire private security team with him to basically take over the building. He walks into his son's office right as the aforementioned question is posed, as if to answer the query, and Jerry only has enough time to accuse the Rand founder of fraud before leaving the Meachums for a private conversation. Ward expresses his concerns about his father's fairly flimsy plan to return to polite society, which is basically just claiming that he underwent gene and cryotherapy while taking over Rand and even continuing Gao and Bakuto smuggling operations. He's gonna keep selling the Steel Serpent heroin along with Bakuto's Instacure to make double the money. Let's just ignore the fact that there's no way he has access to that cure, since the Hand leader only had the one syringe on him when he visited Ward and didn't share any more samples or the formula with any of the Meachums. How does this man plan to sell something he doesn't even have? Well, Harold doesn't really care about all of that, simply making himself at home in his son's office. Throwing Gao's tablet, which I suppose could have some information about Bakuto's cure on it, in a hidden safe that Ward didn't even know existed, and getting ready for his first day back at work. He doesn't even seem to care about what'll happen to Danny if the DEA finds him.
You owe Danny. He freed you from the Hand. Well, I'll send flowers to his funeral.
You've been messing with Danny ever since he's been back, haven't you?
Since long before that.
This is what we in the business like to call a subtle bit of foreshadowing to indicate that Harold, in fact, killed Danny's parents and not Gao. Oops, I guess I spoiled that reveal. We'll get to it here in a second anyways. Claire is sent to collect Jerry using a $5 bill to convince her of her allegiances and take her to a back alley client meeting. Danny adds his girlfriend to his legal tab and his lawyer gives him the lowdown. The DEA has been provided documents showing Rand as the benefactor and financier of the drug smuggling within his company. These documents were obviously forged by Harold, but as far as the DEA is concerned, both Danny and Colleen are armed and dangerous drug dealers, so they've been given a shoot-to-kill order. They now have 3 plans to choose from. The first is to run away back to Kunlun. The second is to turn himself in, but more than likely Danny will be labeled as a flight risk thanks to being a billionaire fugitive with a private jet, which will land him in a jail cell for 6 to 12 months before the case even goes to trial. And even then he'd probably only be able to settle with a plea deal. That leaves option number 3, prove his innocence. To do that, Jerry needs access to the tablet holding the real documents. However, Danny stupidly turns the tablet over to Harold. But since they're digital, there's a chance that the files have copies out there somewhere. Unfortunately, there's only one person who would know for sure. Danny and Colleen return to the Hand training compound where they discovered that it has been abandoned. Where the students, guards, and teachers have gone, we do not know, nor do we ever really learn. They've ditched this place for greener pastures. In fact, the only person remaining is conveniently the very person that Danny and Colleen are here to see. It's also very convenient that the compound was abandoned, since it seemed like they didn't have a plan to deal with the hundreds of Hand soldiers they would have had to fight otherwise. The conditions of this place are perfectly set for Danny to get what he needs while not having to actually deal with any physical challenges. Now, the empty compound can at least be explained with Bakuto's death, leaving no one to tend to this place until he's resurrected. Plus, its secrecy was compromised by 2 warrior monks of Kunlun of all people. However, there's very little explanation as to why Gao is still around. Even if she had a feud with Bakuto, she's still a high-ranking member of the Hand. And even if nobody came to free her, this old lady has more than enough power to free herself. So why is she still here? Well, because she has access to the script and learned that somebody needed to be here for expositional purposes. Ironically enough, the hag technically does not have what the lovers are looking for, though. After the tablet theft, every one of her computers were purged, meaning that there are no other copies of the documents outside of the tablet. What Gao instead offers is the conclusion to Danny's rocky character arc for the season. While he's figured out that he's both the Iron Fist and Danny Rand, though this episode will insist that he's still struggling with his identity as the Iron Fist, we still have to address his other issue, his anger. Madame Gao proposes that this internal struggle actually finds its roots in survivor's guilt. Ever since the plane crash, Danny has drowned his guilt in being the only one to walk away in a vengeful desire to see someone pay for his parents' deaths. Of course, the natural choice would be Gao, but she reveals that she's not in fact the Rand's murderer. Because Danny is an idiot, he has to slowly be walked through to the conclusion that the true mastermind behind the plane crash was in fact Harold Meachum. Unlike the lie he spun in episode 4, Harold had actually approached the Hand immediately upon his cancer diagnosis rather than after the plane crash. He had been the one to set up the heroin factory in China, and when Wendell came close to discovering it, his business partner was the one who wanted to poison the pilots, against the advice of Gao. So if Danny wants to rid himself of his anger and survivor's guilt, as well as becoming the true Iron Fist, at least according to Gao, Meachum has to be killed. Once again, Danny just takes the things a shady person tells him at face value, though to be fair, Gao has largely been truthful with him, and he and his girlfriend lock the old lady back up in her easily escapable prison cell. And that's the last important thing Gao, and the Hand in general, does for the season. Which means I can finally ask this. What was the plan here? We spent 4 episodes building up this brewing plan where Gao baits Danny with an insult about Wendell, leading him to the other side of the world to China, getting purposefully captured, taunting and manipulating her captors, only for Bakuto to shut that storyline down and lock her in a room. That's not a very satisfying conclusion whatsoever. Now, maybe, just maybe, this can be explained. Perhaps she was collaborating with Bakuto this whole time to intentionally wound Colleen to force Danny to call her sensei in to help heal her and knock out her boyfriend. This would be supported by the fact that her mercenaries immediately knew where Danny was the second the call was made. So mayhaps it was just this whole major scheme between the two of them, with Gao's vinegar serving to make Bakuto's honey seem sweeter and better woo Danny over to the Hand. But if it was never properly explained by the writers, plus it just adds its own problems. Like why Bakuto didn't just let Gao go and instead locked her up for an extended period of time even after he died and his facilities were abandoned. And based on the few interactions we do get between the two Hand leaders, they don't really seem to like each other, nor do they want the other to interfere in their operations. Heck, Bakuto openly supports Gao's murder at one point. Granted, she would come back from the dead presumably, but still, Gao is just completely mishandled in this season and serves to make it even more dysfunctional as a developing story. And it also serves to make the Hand make even less sense than they already did. But I digress. Once they are reunited with Claire, Danny reels from his recent revelations. He starts getting his anger flashes again, declaring that Harold must pay. However, his nurse friend starts repeating the teachings of Matt Murdock, or something close enough to them. Danny's desire to kill his second father is coming from a place of vengeance, spawned from his survivor's guilt. If he doesn't actually deal with any of that, his soul will just become darker, and killing Harold won't actually fix anything, even probably polluting his already polluted chi more. Colleen actually agrees with this, relating back to when she chose not to kill Bakuto to satisfy her lust for revenge.
I think that if you kill Harold out of your own vengeance, it'll corrupt your chi. You'll never be the Iron Fist you're meant to be. Which is why I have to kill Harold for you.
Jesus!
Okay, so we're still talking about murder here. Claire tries to steer them toward a course of action that's a little less stabby-stabby and more proper justice, pointing out that they can still get the tablet since Ward is on their side now. The Meachum son is currently visiting his very cranky sister in the hospital. Ward once again tries to explain that Harold is a dangerous man who has killed at least 2 people and committed many other crimes. But Joy simply no longer trusts her brother. He has been exposed as a fake and a fraud and a drug addict. Not to mention the fact that he tried to engineer the death of her long-thought dead dad. Whatever familial bonds they had are now broken. But before he leaves, Ward presents his final piece of evidence to prove his argument. That night, he meets with Danny, revealing the location of the tablet, and they make a game plan. Ward will distract his dad while Danny takes out the new guards downstairs and breaks into the safe. They then have a brief competition of who hates Harold more for giving them childhood trauma, in which Ward doesn't even question if Gao was telling the truth about Dad being involved in the Rand's deaths, and then Danny has another anger flash. He delivers yet another awkward line,
"I'm gonna put an end to your father,"
and runs away. The next morning, Joy leaves the hospital and confronts her dad at the Rand offices. Harold tries to delay this with a proposal for lunch at her favorite place, which only reveals that he's been spying on his daughter for all these years. This only makes Joy more adamant in asking why Harold framed Danny, as she also had access to Gao's files and saw nothing incriminating her friend. Meachum merely waves that question away with some BS excuses, insisting that Danny is only tearing his family apart.
But so help me, I will not let that lying piece of shit take what is rightfully mine.
Joy gives him one more chance to confess the truth, but he doesn't, so she leaves him for good. The Meachum family finally being severed from one another. Downstairs, sister gets replaced by brother as Ward arrives at the office. He heads upstairs to find his dad on the phone while doing the typical office douche thing of playing at-home golf, which curiously Lawrence was also doing some episodes ago. Bro just murdered this man and stole his putting strip for his own amusement. I really love how unapologetically scummy this man is. And more concerningly, there is also a squad of armed guards here as well. It's kind of surprising that that possibility did not occur to anybody. He slips into an empty office and calls Danny, who is staking out the place with his lady sidekicks downstairs. Ward declares that they need to delay the plan since there are more combatants than originally thought. However, the call gets interrupted by a bonk on the head.
Why do you always make me do things like that?
Claire wants to leave and call the cops since it's not clear up there, but Danny is insistent on plowing forward with the plan, saying that they can't just leave Ward behind to suffer whatever fate at the hands of his dad.
Let's not pretend that you care about Ward, when we know what this is really about for you.
Like Claire points out, this is all about his own thirst for vengeance and nothing else. Still, that doesn't stop Danny from just charging on inside, with Colleen giving chase. This leaves Claire with no other choice but to play her part of the plan. She approaches a nearby peanut salesman and buys his peanut cart for some money scrounged up by Jerry. She then proceeds to blow up the propane tanks. For whatever reason, the Rand guards notice this and decide to chase her. Look, I understand that she just blew up a food stand in the middle of the street, but why are they not calling the cops? Their job is to guard this building and herald Meachum. And if Claire was a threat to that, then either shoot her or wait until she does something that directly threatens the building. If you must give chase, then just send 1 or 2 guys so the Rand building isn't left completely unguarded. Regardless, this just screams diversion, and any real security guard wouldn't fall for it. And yet these guys do, allowing Danny to slip in, beat up the 2 guys inside, and hop on the elevator. Colleen arrives too late, finding the armed guards still rearing for a fight, and retreats to a service elevator around the back. Upstairs, Harold drags his semi-unconscious son into his office and gets the report of his intruder. He retreats to the back corner while he posts 3 of 5 of his men right outside the elevator. Again, these guys come across as kind of stupid. Those elevators aren't the only access point of the floor, as we're about to see, and maybe Harold would be safer tucked away in a designated safe room instead of out in the main hallway surrounded by glass. At least stand a little ways back so you put some space between you and the martial arts guy. It doesn't matter anyways because his enemy doesn't attack from that position. Colleen sneaks in through a side door and Danny Tarzan swings through the window from upstairs. He immediately takes out the lights to take away the advantage a group of guys with guns would have against a pair of martial artists. While those 2 beat the snot out of his goons, Harold snatches a gun from his hidden safe and tries to take a position to ambush Danny. However, Colleen slips through his side door and attempts to ambush him, but his spidey senses or something clue him into the attack. Danny sees this and hits everybody with a ground pound, basically knocking all of the NPCs out of commission and temporarily trapping Ward and Colleen in Harold's office. Harold himself grabs his gun and runs for the roof. Credit where credit is due, this is a really cool application of the Iron Fist. Though I do wonder if this is too powerful and should have completely demolished the building 9/11 style. Danny gives chase up the stairs where Harold attempts to set up another ambush. He manages to catch his adversary in the hand after not even trying the first opportunity he had. What does the businessman do next?
He starts monologuing.
He talks about the last time he was up on this roof, which was with Wendell. He says that while they were up here, he had a random intrusive thought to push his business partner off.
No reason. My friend. It's one of those things.
Of course, just one of those things. I get it. I'm just hanging out with my buddy playing video games and I glance over at him and think, you know what? I think I should cut his throat. I think I should just cut his balls off and make him eat them.
It's the hardest thing a man can do.
I should just cut his arm off and slap him with it. I'm gonna poke his eyeballs out, before carrying on as usual. Every guy has one of those experiences. In fact, I think the same thing about my subscribers from time to time. If that's not a reason to subscribe, I don't know what is. I'm gonna randomly think about killing every single one of you throughout the day. Oh, this man is insane. Danny interrupts this rambling, knocking Harold on his face and disarming him. Instead of, I don't know, restraining him for the cops or even just killing him then and there, the Rand boy just runs away, giving Harold another opportunity to grab his gun and monologue some more. He claims that he should have pushed Wendell off that building, as it would have prevented Danny from being born, which in turn would have saved his own family because, as we all know, it's completely Danny's fault that the Meachums fell apart.
You're wrong, Harold! The funny part is that now I'm gonna kill you.
Dude, you had a perfect opportunity like 30 seconds ago. Why did you not take it then, you greasy clown? Anyway, Harold doubles down on all this being Danny's fault, focusing all of his energy into vengeance, which I guess is to draw a thematic parallel with the show's hero, even though this is being introduced in the final confrontation between the two. Danny jumps Meachum again, and this time he actually prepares to put him down. However, Harold goads him with the fact that he won't ever cross the line like he would, causing Danny to hesitate at the last second. This gives Meachum the opportunity to turn the tides, punching his opponent off of him and grabbing a metal pipe. Danny also grabs a metal pipe and the two start dueling. Somehow, Harold is able to not only hold his own, but actually seemingly knock Danny out. I know he's been training a little bit in martial arts and boxing in his spare time, along with his whole health and wellness routine and punching a hole in his punching bag, but ain't no way a middle-aged businessman is giving the frickin' Iron Fist, who has been training in the harsh ways of Shaolin Kung Fu since he was a preteen, and has freaking mystical powers from an ancient dragon, a run for his money, much less actually have the upper hand. I appreciate the effort to set up Harold's physical fortitude, but come on, he has no chance here. The Iron Fist powers alone should absolutely destroy him, even if it's gotten selectively used in these past few episodes. But no, I guess Danny gets knocked out here. He starts having flashbacks to all the traumatic experiences of his life, which wakes him up. For some reason, Harold is walking away instead of trying to finish the job, which allows the man he's tormented ever since he was a kid to jump him and kick the businessman into a pole jutting out from one of the red blinky lights on the top of skyscrapers. I don't actually know what those things are called or if they serve a function. Is that just for like airplanes to not hit them? Well, I sure as heck don't know, but Buddy is stuck on it now. Harold starts taunting Danny into finishing the job, which starts up some more anger flashes that buy the impaled businessman some time to shimmy off the pole. Danny looks up at the blinky red lights, which remind him of his trial against Xiaolao in the Kunlun cave. This, I guess, convinces him that vengeance isn't worth it.
The battle is won. I'm through with you, Harold. I've wasted too many years hating whatever it is you are.
However, Harold isn't through with Danny yet. He pops off the pole and dives for his gun. Back downstairs, Ward grabs the tablet out of the open safe, and he and Colleen follow the sound of gunfire to the roof, where they see Harold's last-ditch attempt at murdering the final Rand. Colleen warns Danny, which allows him to block the shot that probably would have missed anyways with his Iron Fist like he's Wonder Woman. Ward then delivers the final blow to his dad, shooting him clean off the building. You know what, that's a really good conclusion for probably the best character this season. Harold's entire goal was to make Rand his company, seemingly for the sake of leaving a legacy for his kids. He continuously claims to care about them, and while he blames Dany for tearing them away, it's his own manipulations and lies that destroyed the Meachums. As a consequence, it's his own son that finally puts him down for good. In the morning, Ward and Dany cremate Harold's body to make sure he never resurrects. So I guess all that setup with Bakuto revealing Harold's weakness to Ward just never got paid off then. Now that's cool, that just makes Bakuto an even more worthless character this season. The freshly orphaned man, despite being his father's killer, is still clearly consumed with grief, and he's glad that someone is here for him, especially since Joy has vanished. Jerry shows up to this paltry funeral to announce that the DEA has dropped all charges against Dany thanks to the new evidence on the tablet and a generous donation to the Widows and Children's Fund. This leaves Dany free, but a little rudderless, and Ward offers to bring him back to Rand Enterprises, where they can run the company the way their fathers should have. I don't know why we're lumping Wendell in with all this. He was pretty good as far as I could tell. Harold was really the bad apple there.
I'm gonna miss Dad. Who will I blame for my failures, my weaknesses, my unhappiness?
Aw, what a beautiful eulogy. Bye, Harold. Rest in piss, you self-centered bastard. I'm gonna miss you, buddy. There's almost nothing left worth watching without you. Dany goes back to the Chikara, interrupting a training session with her only remaining student. I guess all the kids she hadn't sent off to be indoctrinated yet just stopped showing up one day. Not that I blame them. Their sensei was a wanted criminal after all. Also, it seems like Claire somehow managed to outrun and escape the guards that were after her last night. I guess she has a little bit more athletic ability than I gave her credit for. Dany announces his decision for the next step in his journey. After all of this nonsense, he's going to return to Kunlun to face the music, explain himself to Lei Kung, and continue his training as the Iron Fist to better learn what he's meant to be. I thought we freaking solved this in the last episode. What are you talking about, Dany? Claire thankfully offers her 2 cents on the matter. Both him and Colleen are on the fast track to Crazy Town and have some insane trauma and mental issues to sort out. They both need to get professional help, not more training at the place I thought we established had indoctrinated Dany into a mostly wrong ideology. With that, Claire grabs a pair of bear claws and exits the show. Now alone, Dany admits that he's still trying to figure out exactly what kind of Iron Fist he's supposed to be. Lei Kung trained him one way, but he wants to use it to protect more than just Kunlun. He wants to be a light in the dark places of this world, which is why he has to go back to Kunlun to continue his training. Look, to an extent, I get the logic, but I think Dany fails to understand 2 things about that plan. A, if Lei Kung is pissed about you abandoning the ancient city the first time around, what makes you think he'll let you leave when you're done with the training? And B, even if you somehow convince him to let you leave, the doorway to Kunlun is only open for a limited amount of time before closing for another 15 years. That would then trap you there anyways. How are you going to help people then, buddy? Whatever, we've known for a while now that planning isn't necessarily Dany's forte. He invites Colleen to go with him on this stupid escapade, and they whisk away on their grand Himalayan holiday. We now enter into the part of the season where we close out on catching up on what all the main characters are up to. Ward settles into a new version of Rand with his dad and Dany's portraits replacing their dads. He then heads back to his office to look at Harold one final time. You know, I wonder if Dany told his new business partner that he was heading out for an indefinite training period, because it's gonna be really awkward having the portrait of a guy who stepped into this building approximately 3 times as owner and caused complete chaos before never being around for possibly years hanging on the wall. Meanwhile, Davos meets up with Joy to present her a proposal. He explains that Dany destroys everything he touches, including her family, her business, and her life. The only way to get it all back is to kill Dany Rand. For some reason, this intrigues Joy, who continues to listen. Look, I know she was really happy about having Harold back and everything, but she definitely severed herself from him by the end of the season. Sure, like Ward, she'd probably be upset about his death, but to be vengeful toward Danny about it comes out of nowhere. Like, maybe she'd be pissed at Ward, but Danny, really? This switch up just feels far too quick and sudden. We don't even get a scene where she sees Harold's body or blames Danny for his death or something even remotely close to that. No, she just hates Danny now. At least Ward's arc made his change from hating the guy to being his ally and borderline friend make some sense. You know, basically seeing how evil Harold has become, making himself reflect on the tool he was used as, and thus wanting to help Danny to make up for past transgressions. This, though, is just such a strange change. But hey, at least Gao finds it interesting as she listens. Not that she's gonna do anything about it since she's going to die in the Defenders. Oops, I spoiled something again. But really, who cares about the Defenders spoilers in the Big 26? It's not like the show's even good enough to not spoil. But you know what, we're gonna wait until the next video to really dive into that. Finally, we cut to the Himalayas, where the mountain climbing date takes a turn. Near the entrance to Kunlun, Danny discovers blood and hand bodies all over the place. As for the ancient city itself, well, it's gone. I don't know if that means the entrance has closed, or it's been destroyed, or if Kunlun itself just vanished from the face of the earth. But either way, it's gone now. Really should have stuck to your duties, eh, Danny? In his grief and self-blame, Danny lights up his fist and ponders it so he can have a neat little shot to end the season on. That's really the only reason he would have done it at this point. Oh no, my second home has disappeared and all my friends are probably dead. Let me look at my fist real quick. You know, this is symbolic of him pondering the role of the Iron Fist going into the future. Absolute cinema. Alright, let's just wrap this up. That is the first season of Iron Fist. Honestly, it's not quite as awful as I thought it was going to be upon revisiting it. Don't get me wrong, it's still pretty bad. There's plenty of awkward dialogue, plot conveniences, stupid decision making, and some pretty bland characters. However, there are some small rays of light like the Meachum family drama within a story that in its most consistent form is just simply uninteresting. Its base state is a slow-moving season of television that hardly does anything that compelling to keep my attention, whether that be in quality or lack thereof. That in and of itself kind of made it hard to comb through this, because at least with a train wreck, there's something interesting to talk about. But this is like somebody spilling a drink. It still produces a mess, but one that is so banal that it's hardly noteworthy. Doesn't help that the season starts and stops so many different plot lines that it's hard to really care when they get randomly dropped at a moment's notice. There's the Rand versus Meachum lawsuit that gets abruptly ended thanks to the intervention of Harold. Colleen joins a fight club which ramps up her violent tendencies and lays down some foundations for hypocrisy that might be read as setting up her future conflict with the Hand, but then she kind of just stops and ceases nearly any type of super violence outside of advocacy for murder a few times. King's decapitated head showing up in a Rand warehouse kinda gets swept under the rug off screen despite how many corporate complications that would bring up in trying to cover it up. Plus, that would be a really good piece of evidence to use against the Hand whenever you start fighting against them. Radovan's daughter is introduced and immediately shipped off with very little addressing of whatever type of trauma or desires for revenge that could have been explored there. Literally just about everything with Gao ends up being pointless. Daryl just vanishes into the ether along with many other Hand acolytes, and trust me, they're never coming back, whether that be in a season 2 or the Defenders. There's probably some others too, but I've already forgotten they happened. Still, I could probably loosely structure Iron Fist Season 1 into 3 acts. The first trio of episodes focus on the return of Danny Rand and the reactions and drama that results as he attempts to prove his identity. The next 6 follow Danny's investigation into the Hand's involvement in his company while starting a losing war with them to get them out. Then Bakuto pops up to overhaul the story for almost the remainder of the season, making it focus more on Colleen's past and allegiances, a new corporate takeover, and Davos and Danny's relationship. Episode 13 then just kinda serves as an epilogue, wrapping up the Harold subplot with one final reveal. It's awkwardly executed and unneeded as it causes a bunch of elements of the story to become fragmented rather than naturally intertwining together. Danny trying to prove his identity should have been just a single hour to hour 15-minute episode, and with a few cuts and trims it could have easily been done. At 3 episodes, it feels like a long delay of the actual story as the show sets up all the necessary information for it. Once we actually get to the main story, the War with the Hand breathes new life into the season, though it quickly gets muddled and very, very dumb. Then it felt like the writers didn't quite know how to develop that conflict naturally, so they just dropped Bakuto in to take over the entire story, creating a lot of incongruity within the way the hand works. Why not just have the 2 ninja cult leaders work together for the whole season to provide a more naturally unfolding fight? Seeing Gao specifically manipulate Danny while Bakuto apes an altruistic sensei for Colleen. Instead, Gao is here for a bit and then tossed out for a new guy who is barely set up, making the culmination of the hand conflict feel less dramatically weighty. Thankfully, the Herald conflict, while basically being introduced in the final episode, at least feels built up to with all of his machinations and manipulations. This isn't really a season that pisses me off with how awful it is, nor is it really the train wreck I was expecting. It's just a poorly done mess with interesting ideas it mostly fails to deliver on. And really, the same could be said about the season's protagonist. When he's introduced in the first act of the season, Danny Rand is a bland man. More like Danny Bland, am I right? The show keeps him at an arm's length in an attempt to build up some intrigue around him as he talks about this mysterious Kunlun. However, because so much of his life and character is tied to what he learned there and who he became, he comes across as a nothing burger character. We get hints at his struggle with his anger and trauma, along with lines that firmly establish his adherence to some of Kunlun's teachings, but they aren't necessarily shown to be debilitating character flaws, at least not yet. He also disappeared when he was 10, so there's not even an interesting comparison to be made about how he's changed, like there was with characters like Oliver Queen or Tony Stark. Both of them disappeared as adults, being billionaire playboy philanthropists upon vanishing, and their times of strife during their absence helped reshape who they are. When it comes to Tony, we see his trials and witness the revelations he uncovers and the relationship he built with Yinsen, both of which shape the new direction he takes in his life. Pulling Stark Industries out of the weapons trade and improving the design of the Iron Man to make up for the atrocities his company profited from. Meanwhile, Oliver's time on the island is slowly developed over 5 seasons, but we immediately get the sense that it changed him, since he transforms from a horny philanderer who wastes his daddy's money on pleasure cruises with his girlfriend's sister to a brooding, grizzled survivalist intent on using his new skills to hunt down those who failed the people of his home city. That's a solid hook to make the audience intrigued in what happened to him to make him do a complete personality flip. Danny, on the other hand, vanished as an innocent child and is back as a fully grown adult who still has childish mannerisms and temperament. It's like he's stuck in a form of Arrested Development.
Hey, that's the name of the show.
No, that's actually not the name of the show, Ron. The name of the show is Marvel's Iron Fist. Idiot. Now, that's not to say this sort of thing can't work. It could be interesting following someone who acquired powers and severe trauma as a kid, effectively locking him in a stunted growth that manifests into anger issues in the present that hinder the effectiveness of his mission, while also keeping elements of his past a secret to be revealed for later. Oh wait, that's just kinda Daredevil, isn't it? Matt, too, struggles with anger issues, a character flaw shown from his very first scene that haunts him more and more until it nearly gets him killed at the hands of Nobu, ironically of the Hand. This has simmered since the murder of his father, boiling over more and more as his war against Wilson Fisk goes on. The righteous rage at the injustices in New York City stem from his childhood trauma, but they create a tunnel vision for Matt that pushes him into darker and darker territory, carrying over into Season 2 as he considers breaking his no-kill rule and thus violating a core belief of his Catholic faith. This core character flaw is expertly used to create an intriguing 3-dimensional protagonist who from the start has a lot of pathos built behind him. However, Danny just has a generic and kind of vague issue with his childhood trauma and resulting anger. Matt was able to funnel that into a righteous mission to help people in and out of court, but Danny just kind of lashes out and has these occasional flashes. That's not really enough to create a compelling protagonist at the beginning of the show, and he doesn't get to develop much past some glimpses at the plane crash and possibly losing some tint from his rose-colored glasses about Rand in the first 3 episodes. Largely because the show is more preoccupied with answering the question, is Danny Rand Danny Rand? However, because the audience has already been clued into the answer to that question in episode 1, this act becomes a tedious slog as we wait for everyone else to arrive at the same conclusion. This leaves Danny in a bit of a stagnant state, spending most of his screen time quoting spiritual sayings, meditating, and referencing Kunlun like it's something we all know about. Seriously, take a shot every time this man says Kunlun or Lei Kung or Xiaolao and you'll have liver disease before the first episode is finished. Once we hit Act 2, Danny transitions from being fairly bland to just outright insufferable as he consistently makes stupid decisions that put himself and his allies in needless danger while pulling very little rewards. I understand the aim of this, showing Danny's anger and need for vengeance, giving him tunnel vision in his fight with the Hand, causing him to make missteps out of rage. That's fine, but this manifests into a perpetual childish tantrum that doesn't stop for days and days and days. Again, look at Matt Murdock. He too suffers from anger and a desire for vengeance that gives him tunnel vision in his fight with his enemies, which also includes the Hand. However, this manifests in more of an obsession that damages his relationship with his closest friends rather than a long-running outburst that damages his cognitive abilities. Matt is still able to think critically and make the best choices he can in his war strategy, allowing him to progress up the ladder of power within Fisk's organization, figure out who Frank Castle is and where he's going to be next, and interfere in the Hand's schemes in substantive ways. His anger gets the best of him in the moment, as it usually does, which derails his capabilities and leaves him open to defeat. It allows him to have a character flaw that doesn't actually cripple his likability or compelling nature. Meanwhile, Danny's rage basically overrides everything he does and causes him to come across as insufferable rather than compelling. It doesn't help that his lady friends indulge in his stupid schemes even when they actually try to call him out on them. The third act actually tries to delve into who Danny is properly, giving him an arc of realizing that both the world he came from and the one he's in aren't as polished as he believed. Kunlun indoctrinated him into a belief system that isn't entirely correct, while the man he thought of as a second father turns out to have orchestrated his parents' deaths and has been manipulating him from the beginning. These are ushered in through the arrival of Davos and Harold's final betrayal respectively, and in concept I do like what all of this achieves. It's just that both come so late into the season after Danny as a character has soured on me so much that I just don't care. There's also sort of a payoff to Danny's constant spouting off about Kunlun for most of the season, basically casting him as a hypocrite who is desperately trying to hold on to these teachings while already breaking them. It reframes past annoying behavior as Danny trying to overcompensate for his unassuredness in his role as the Iron Fist, which then creates problems in trying to channel his chi. Now, once again, this is all interesting in concept, but like I keep saying, it would have been nice if it was introduced much sooner, as by the time this actually starts to develop, I'm already too pissed off at Danny's behavior that nothing less than severe child abuse will make me care about any of it. Now, based on one common complaint you may have noticed, I have a bit of an easy fix that I think would smooth all this out. Just introduce Davos and have Harold turn traitor far earlier in the season. I would also propose changing Danny's motivations to leave Kunlun from just being bored and wanting to discover himself or some nonsense like that, to a more altruistic motivation of wanting to help more people than just Kunlun with his special power. Maybe like a Batman thing, wanting to prevent what happened to him from happening to others. That way it'd be a little more understandable and endearing to not just the audience, but also to Davos, allowing the pair to start out as friends in the season and gradually erode their relationship as Danny grows more skeptical of things via an arc of having his rose-tinted glasses shattered. Since he left the real world at the age of 10, he still thinks the best of everyone he knew there. And upon arriving, we can see his childlike innocence get destroyed, starting with seeing his sweet friend Joy now acting as a ruthless businesswoman. This could then be further violated by just the normal asshole behavior of New Yorkers, and especially the betrayal of Harold. Let's say about halfway through the season. This would then give more time to develop this conflict, but also see Danny spiral in a way that feels more organic, causing him to grow more reckless in his fight with the Hand. On top of that, he starts to learn that Kunlun's teachings aren't fully true as he bonds with Colleen in front of Davos, creating natural friction between the two friends. And heck, while we're here, let's also make Bakuto earnest in some mission to make the world a better place. It would actually make him an interesting character with beliefs that could feasibly clash with Gao in an explainable way. And it would also further complicate Danny's views about the Hand by having an enemy that truly believes he's doing the right thing. I won't go too much farther on that thought so I can have something to talk about during Bakuto's section in this, but that all is to say there's a basic skeleton to Danny's character that could have made him a strong and unique superhero protagonist within this growing cinematic universe. There's only a couple of characterization changes I'd actually make, with most of the issues just stemming from the season waiting until the final 3 episodes to actually develop him in any meaningful way, forcing the 9 before to basically waste time with him as at best a bland man-child hippie dude and at worst an insufferable twat who can't seem to find 2 brain cells to rub against each other. One final thing to note with Danny is the casting, which proved to be very controversial at the time. There were some who really hated that the Iron Fist ended up being portrayed by a white guy. I guess there were some concerns about a white savior thing, even though to my understanding that's never been part of Danny's story. Or cultural appropriation, which is just the history of human civilization, so that's not much of a concern for me. Some folks just believed that a guy practicing kung fu absolutely needed to be an Asian under the mask, which is kind of ironically humorous to me. Now granted, his most popular depiction in other media now is an Asian guy, so that probably just confuses things. But no, Danny Rand is a white man through and through, which anybody with even a surface level knowledge of his comic book history like myself would know. In fact, I would say it's pretty critical to his entire identity as an outsider within Kunlun. Not only is he not from that city, he is from the complete other side of the globe with a bloodline descending from Europe, which, fun fact, is not the same thing as Asia. Pair that with the fact that he's a rich Nepo baby, Danny is the exact opposite of what the elders of Kunlun wanted to inherit the Iron Fist, which makes it all the more impressive that he did. This also helps fuel Davos's jealousy that leads to his villainous turn. It's pretty much a necessity for Danny Rand that he's white. So obviously, at least for me, that's not my problem with the casting. That leads us to the other resounding backlash from back then, which was that the guy they hired to play the noble Iron Fist is the twink from Game of Thrones. Yeah, that complaint I kind of agree with. That's not to say unconventional actor choices can't turn out well. Just look at how one movie took Robert Downey Jr. from a drug addict pariah to embodying literally every aspect of Tony Stark, defining just about every portrayal of the character going forward. Or how Chris Evans successfully transformed from his typecasting as a himbo douchebag into the embodiment of noble American patriotism. Heck, Charlie Cox played a twink on Downton Abbey. So obviously I'm not opposed to casting against type. However, Loras Tyrell unfortunately does not succeed to that extent. In fact, he kind of falls flat on his face. Now, it may just be a problem with the directing of many of the different directors of all 13 episodes of the season, including a rapper for some reason, but this guy just didn't have anything going for him. Now, I had previously mentioned in the Luke Cage video that I didn't think Mike Coulter quite had the leading man energy he needed, but you know what? He at least had the physicality to embody Luke's powers, and he had moments of charm. Loras Tyrell here couldn't make Danny likable for the life of him. Every mannerism he expresses is overly childish and whiny and hopelessly naive. When he's supposed to be this mysterious guy talking about Kunlun, he just sounds like a teenager who got back from spring break with the hookah shells around their necks. When he's supposed to be angry, he sounds like an ankle biter throwing a tantrum. When he's supposed to be wooing a woman, he behaves like he's stuck in a Hallmark movie marathon. The one thing I'll give him is that when he needs to get emotional in a few key scenes, he actually kind of manages to sell it. Apart from that, his performance barely comes across as likable or endearing or even just interesting. He's the closest we get in these shows to a CW performance. And frankly, that's probably an insult to Stephen Amell, when he wasn't tired of being stuck on Arrow for 8 seasons and wanted to just go home to his kids. From every angle I look at it, Danny is just a bad protagonist. Like I said, there's a skeleton of a potential there, but instead of dressing it in quality flesh, they just glued some tissues to it. Colleen Wing treads a similar path to her boyfriend. In the first act, we don't really get to know that much about her, largely that she's the owner of a struggling dojo and tries to make money on the side via fight clubs while hypocritically telling her students not to fight for money. This seems to demonstrate a more violent side to her that is later said to be inflamed by Danny's presence. But after the cage matches disappear, so too does her violent nature, which really could have been used to spice up her connection to the Hand. It becomes more of a told character trait rather than a shown one like Danny's dip into violence. Regardless, she's clearly being set up as the love interest, but she doesn't really do much of note here. Act 2 sees Colleen officially fall into romance territory with Danny, complete with awkward flirting that would make a Disney Channel protagonist roll their eyes. She becomes Danny's biggest enabler in all of his stupid plans, even though she occasionally acknowledges them to be bad. There are hints toward her secret past as a student of the Hand through her sudden verbal aggression against Gao, even endorsing her death, and the introduction of Bakuto. But for the most part, she's just kind of there as Danny's enabling and angry girlfriend. She gets kind of annoying in backing up his dumb plans, but comparatively, Danny gets most of my ire during all of this since he's the one making them. And much like her lover, Colleen finally gets actual proper character work and development in Act 3 when she's revealed to be a member of the Hand and has to deprogram a lot of the teachings ingrained into her since she was young. This is admittedly an interesting little arc for her to go on, having to confront her previously held beliefs that she fervently buys into. And what's more, she has to directly confront the man who basically served as a second father for her, learning that he's been hiding his true nature all this time to manipulate her into serving his own wants and needs. Ah, that serves as a parallel with Danny and Harold right there. In that case, I'll just suggest the same thing I did for Danny and his various conflicts. Reveal that Colleen is a member of the Hand much earlier in the season so she can actually go on a proper arc instead of rushing through it in about 3 episodes, which would then allow us time to introduce and develop Bakuto in a substantive manner. Also, maybe make her more of a true believer in the organization rather than someone completely naive of their vile side. Much like Danny, there is a skeleton of a good arc that reflects her boyfriends pretty well, effectively having them go on similar journeys that bring them together as a couple, culminating in an admittedly good scene. However, she also suffers from all of that interesting stuff being shoved in at the end, leaving her to spend most of the season as the slightly aggressive badass girlfriend of the hero, which makes her forgettable for good chunks of the story. I'll say this though, Sand Snake number 2 is solid enough in the role. She at least sells her anger and aggression while having some decent emotional beats, which is more than can be said for Sir Loris. We next turn to Danny's only other most consistent ally this season, Claire Temple. She continues to serve in her hero supporting role, patching up and providing guidance for the protagonist. This time around, she's primarily here to be the rational voice for the 2 crazy children running around playing warrior. She's the one constantly calling them out on their BS, which makes her pretty easy to like, even though she constantly accompanies them on their dumb plans, which does damage her character a bit. Still, she carries what she's learned from the heroes she's interacted with in the past, primarily Matt and to a lesser extent Luke, trying to repeat and spread the no-kill ideology. However, unlike Matt's explicitly religious reasons for not slaying his enemies, Claire seems to approach this from a more secular reasoning. Personally, it's not as interesting, but at least it serves to steer both Danny and Colleen away from killing out of vengeance and toward proper growth. Sure, she can maybe be a little too harsh in her approach, but honestly, these two needed the harsh treatment. It's also just super weird that she basically friend-zones Luke a couple of times after spending nearly an entire season building up their relationship, and the guy isn't even around to question this behavior at all. I mean, he's writing her letters from jail. Clearly, he still thinks they're in a relationship. Additionally, this season kind of attempts to add the introduction of a sort of character arc for Claire. We've gotten some pieces in past shows, like how our favorite recurring nurse chose to stand on her principles in Jessica Jones in season 2 of Daredevil, both of which cost her job, leaving her to question her purpose in Luke Cage. She's latched on to the titular protagonist there, pushing him into becoming the hero of Harlem as a sort of angel on his shoulder to use his powers responsibly. What Iron Fist does with that is suggest that this is her way of trying to figure out what role she's supposed to fill. After the success with Luke, it seems like on top of tending to their wounds, she also wants to pursue guiding heroes to being heroes. However, this is a selfish journey of self-discovery that she's pulling other people into, which could potentially get them hurt. Sort of like how Danny selfishly abandoned his duty as the guardian of the gate of Kunlun to go return home and figure out who he's supposed to be, and dragging people into his fight against the Hand. Which also includes Claire. That seems a little contradictory to what Gao says about Claire selfishly dragging people into her own self-discovery mission. Maybe if this idea was developed into something later, it could be a pretty interesting stepstone for the nurse's journey. But this is the only scene in which it's brought up. It might get addressed in The Defenders, I don't know. I won't hold my breath though. Since we're on the topic of characters I actually like, let's go to Ward. He is easily the second best character of the season. Pretty much from the beginning of the show, he is very well established and naturally built up as his arc progresses. As shown in episode 1, Ward has basically been groomed since childhood by his father to be the perfect successor of Rand, becoming Harold's puppet within the company. Despite the abuse he faces on a regular basis, he completely complies with nearly all the commands, holding on to just a sliver of hope that one day he'd actually have a relationship with his dad. That's all he wants, not to be a cutthroat successful businessman or a master manipulator, but to simply have a loving father-son relationship. However, that's never gonna happen, driving him into a pill addiction to cope with the stress and anxiety and daddy issues. These issues get exacerbated by the appearance of Danny. During the first act, Ward effectively becomes the main antagonistic force as a vessel for Harold's desires. Part of his aggression is simply acting as he thinks his father wants, but part of it is also probably due to his desire to protect Rand Enterprises, since it's likely the only thing Harold even cares about. Perhaps in fiercely protecting the company, Ward hopes to earn actual love, which is probably why he opts to try to kill Danny behind his father's back. Unfortunately, that attempt fails, and his default place as the best son in the family gets threatened when his dad folds his attempted murder victim into the operations. Harold even hypes this kid up as a surrogate son while comparing him to Ward's failures. This frays the already frayed relationship as he becomes even more of a simple tool for his dad to use rather than even just an apprentice, much less a proper son. Ward is pushed further and further as tensions with his dad and Danny are pulled tighter and tighter. He graduates from popping pain pills to steel serpent heroin, and graduates from arguing with his dad to just murdering him. However, the guy resurrects himself in the third act, which sends his son into a further spiral as he attempts to figure out exactly what's going on with this immunity to death, eventually culminating in Harold locking him away in the same hospital Danny was, getting a taste of what it's like to be a victim of his father's schemes instead of merely being a pawn in them, along with the chilling information he learns from Hai Ching about the Hand's resurrection ritual, pushes Ward over the edge to trying to free the Meachum family of his dad's influence for good. I mean, sure, he killed Harold before, but that was more of him just lashing out in anger to sever himself from his father. Here, he is actually planning to team up with whomever he can to get rid of Harold because he has determined it's the best outcome for Joy and the Rand Corporation. In that case, I do think it makes sense for him to change his motivation from completely leaving this lifestyle, which is something Harold sabotaged over and over again, to actually trying to run Rand properly and make it something better than what its founders made it. In a sense, he stopped running from his problems and is now attempting to fix them. which includes being the one to finally put Harold down for good. He does this not out of vengeance, but to save Danny's life, even feeling distraught about effectively doing the right thing for everyone involved. Much like Danny and Colleen, Ward has to go on an arc where he deprograms from a set of beliefs he was indoctrinated into at a young age, except this time, it's actually an arc that spans the whole season. Imagine that. Heck, the toll of these teachings are actually weighing heavy on him by the time the show starts. Ward is already exasperated and nursing his frustrations with pills. His arc takes him to his breaking point as he hopes and longs for a loving father who just needs him present to spend time with him evaporate into pure anger and bitterness. Killing Harold the first time represents him finally cutting ties with his father and the ideology that defined his life since he was a preteen and likely before that. However, this was also an act of vengeance. After Harold comes back, Ward sobers up, both literally and in his outlook on the present situation, realizing that Harold isn't just some abusive father tormenting him, but a danger to everyone he encounters. He lets go of his vengeance and instead intends to protect those he cares about, with his second successful killing of his father being an execution of that very thing. Now, I am having to read into parts of this journey, but at the very least it is a clear arc that allows Ward to feel properly fleshed out as an abused Nepo baby groomed to take over a business who gradually falls deeper and deeper into a hole as the weight of that abuse crushes him and has to pull himself back out. It also helps that Tom Pelphrey is the second best actor of the cast, arguably the best in my view, but it's hard to compete with Faramir. He doesn't quite get to flex his talents until the second half of the season, but I love this man in just about everything he does. Ward does have some small gaps in his arc, but when compared to everyone else, he's on a completely different caliber of greatness within the story. His arc feels complete, it spans the entire season, and it serves to make him pretty compelling, which is impressive considering how much of a douche he was at first, and the poor writing of the narrative. His sister doesn't fare quite as well, but she also doesn't really have too many major flaws to really bite into either. It's not that Joy is necessarily a bland character, it's just that she's mostly there to serve in a supporting role for all the other characters and their stuff until the third act of the season. For the first 9 episodes, she basically just plays counterbalance towards aggression and deteriorating mental state. She's the sympathetic ear to Danny for the Meachum, standing up for both him and Ward at different critical moments in the story, proving herself to be loyal and dutiful to her family and friends. She gets a bit of an arc where she develops a crisis of conscience thanks to Danny calling her out on becoming a ruthless businesswoman more concerned with money over what's right. That nicely contrasts with her deep desire to stick with the company even though it's becoming corrupt, because of how hard she works to get to where she is. This is all enough to make Joy likable, though she's mostly left on the sidelines while ignorant of both Danny and Ward's activities. It's not really until the third act that she gets to share the spotlight a bit with some proper development to flesh her out. Harold reveals himself to her, opening this festering wound that has persisted since his death. It sets up an interesting quandary for Joy. She really wants to spend more time with her dad that she's missed out on for a decade, while also struggling to cope with his dark nature that shows itself more and more. It's a very sympathetic situation to face. I get it, if my mom was still alive, I would definitely drop everything to do whatever I could to spend more time with her. I'd even be willing to ignore some red flags that pop up to pursue that. It's a reflection of the common sentiment of people wishing they spent more time with their parents before they died. If those parents came back, most people would certainly work extra hard to fix that regret. That's exactly what Joy is doing here. However, she also can't ignore the fact that Harold is kind of evil. Eventually, this just gets way too obvious to ignore, and she has to make a choice. Become like Ward and compromise on a lot of morals and mental health for the sake of Daddy's approval and love, or fulfill her desire to be a more righteous businesswoman by cutting ties and doing the right thing. That is a compelling struggle that makes Joy more interesting in the endgame of the season. And while yes, this is saved for the final 3 or 4 episodes, leaving this very little time to develop, it kind of works more for her because she's part of the supporting cast. Plus, it fulfills an arc for her primary character trait. Her desire to be a better person while working at Rand is complicated by the reveal that her dad has been alive this whole time. This season takes this arc where she has an altruistic desire and challenges it substantially. It allows this short struggle to feel like a proper culmination to her arc, unlike the more delayed and confused ones our protagonist and his girlfriend take. And then the show decides to make her hate Dany for some reason. We get like zero explanation as for why, outside of an implication that she's upset that Harold is dead despite cutting ties with him. But as far as we're aware, she has no reason to blame Dany for anything outside of creating some controversies for Rand Enterprises. Heck, the public probably wouldn't have even been aware that the guy was even involved in Harold's death. Actually, I'd like to know how that story was reported. Did Ward just pay off the cops to report it as a suicide, or did they just buy that the recently resurrected dead guy was shot by his druggy son in self-defense? Huh. I guess we'll never know. Regardless, Joyce spends a lot of time on the periphery of the season's story, but she manages to be endearing enough as she tries to navigate her conscience while loyally standing by a retarded Dany and increasingly volatile Ward until she finally gets some interesting development towards the end of the season. She may be the lesser Meachum of the cast, but she's at least leagues better than the show's protagonist. Speaking of the end of the season, that's when Davos shows up. Despite being part of the main cast, this guy only shows up in episode 9 and doesn't actually get involved in the plot until episode 10. Oh, and he basically exits the season in episode 12 with a brief appearance in the epilogue of the finale. This leaves very little time to actually develop the Kunlun native, his relationship with Dany, their fallout, and his role as an antagonist going forward. All we really get is that he was best friends with Dany and was hurt when the Iron Fist ditched his duties without notice. Then Davos tries to bring him back, but hates that he's changed, causing a fight that ends their friendship. Given some more time, this could easily make Davos a compelling character who allows his indoctrination and anger to warp his mindset and prevent him from finding understanding with his friend. Thematically, he serves as the ideology that Dany has grown out of. The developing conflict in their relationship basically serves as a physical manifestation of our protagonist's inner struggle. The problem is that internal struggle doesn't actually begin to get addressed until the third act of the season, meaning that Davos can't really show up until then, which rushes his whole arc with Dany, leaving him undercooked as a character. Like I previously suggested, he really needed to be introduced earlier in the season, not just to better flesh out Dany's deprogramming from Kunlun's teachings, but to better flesh out the hurt and growing anger Davos experiences because of this. We could also be provided with more scenes to make him more endearing as a fish out of water, even maybe coming to appreciate certain aspects of the world outside the ancient city, like the scene with Claire and the pizza, so that the destruction of his friendship with Dany could have more dramatic weight. Given more time to build this up, that final fight at the Bethesda Terrace could have been as epically tragic as the duel on Mustafar. For as imperfect as the Revenge of the Sith was, the fallout of the friendship between Anakin and Obi-Wan was much more earned than the one here, largely because that trilogy took its time to build up a semblance of friendship before destroying it. A couple of references to how the duo stole wine in the first half of the season doesn't really do enough to make this fight feel more tragic. Davos definitely had potential, but he really just boiled down to being an angry foreigner sitting in the cup chair on behalf of all of Kunlun until he decides he wants to fight. He's not necessarily horrible, he just doesn't really have the time to become well realized. But I guess he has a season 2 to do the work for him. For the time he gets here, he's mostly fine. Finally, I'd like to take a look at the main villains of the season. Unlike most of the past Marvel Netflix content I've covered so far, this doesn't really have a consistent main threat permeating over the entire story. Even in Luke Cage, where there's a clear division between Cottonmouth and Diamondback's tenure as the main antagonist, the latter's presence is still felt and built up to for his arrival. Here though, each act is almost cleanly divided by who opposes Dany in his jumbled mess of a journey. Act 1 sees Harold pulling strings in the shadows to figure out our hero's true identity and purpose while the Hand is built up in the background. Act 2 sees Gao stepping out of the shadows to oppose Dany in his investigation. And then Bakuto upstages everything to be the main driving antagonistic force of the conflict, that is until the penultimate episode, leaving Harold to once again take over the villain throne for the finale. While they are connected, each person pretty much operates of their own accord, making the main conflict of the season feel pretty jumbled and fractured. It doesn't help that they are of varying quality. One actually kind of being pretty good, one being pretty bad, and one being very, very messy. The good, the bad, and the ugly, if you will. So let's start at the bottom of the barrel. Bakuto sucks! Outside of a single scene where he has Colleen spy on Danny for a bit, he is absent from most of the season until it's time to kick off the third act. He tries to indoctrinate Danny into the Hand and fails. He then tries to capture Danny and fails. Then Colleen beats him in a duel and Davos stabs him in the chest. That's basically it for what he does in this season. And in the 4 episodes in which he's an active agent in the story, what do we learn about Bakuto? Let's see, he wants the Iron Fist to be the Hand's personal sack man. He seems to be a little obsessed with the immortal weapon. He doesn't like Gao for some reason, unless you buy into my conspiracy theory of them pretending to be enemies to lure Danny into the Hand. He sucks at planning. He's Colleen's second dad, kind of. That's really about it. He literally just exists to be a guy who fills in time between Gao and Harold. Now, there's a crumb of something interesting embedded in this cardboard cutout cult leader, but nothing ever really gets developed into anything even remotely reminiscent of character work. So he says he's obsessed with the Iron Fist. Why? We don't really know past him hearing stories about it when he was younger, though it being revealed in the Defenders that he used to live in Kunlun, and the fact that his mission to capture Danny is because his boss wants him to kind of implies that these statements were lies. So I guess we can remove one character trait from our very short list. He also doesn't like Gao, which could add a lot to his character. Maybe there's an ideological divide or some personal issue between the two that could be built up into a conflict within the Hand that could not only actually add some dimension to the group, but also provide a weakness to exploit in the Defenders. Heck, I'd be satisfied with something really simple, like how Leland Owsley's elitism causes him to find the disheveled human trafficking Russians distasteful. Conflict results from good characterization, no matter how simple or complex that characterization is. Yet somehow this season pulls off the impressive feat of having two characters have problems with each other, with one of them having so little characterization that there can literally be no reason to be found as to why he would beef with the other person. Scott, how do you do that as a writer? That takes special non-talent to pull off. On top of that, we have the fact that Bakuto is the surrogate father for Colleen. This effectively makes him a foil for both Harold and Lei Kun. All three men filled a fatherly role for one of our protagonists, indoctrinating them in a worldview that they must come to realize is wrong and rejects them. This could build Bakuto up with one ideology, like all the BS about corporate dictatorships or whatever, before revealing that he actually believes something completely different. We could then use this to explore his true ideology to further develop him. Or he could be a true anti-corporate oligarch extremist whose views on Rand could in some way resonate with Danny to complicate his overall journey. Instead, though, Bakuto is kept as vague and basic as possible. He's introduced as someone who claims to want to help the helpless find a community. And then it's revealed that he's actually brainwashing all these kids, except for Colleen for some reason, into hand soldiers. Why? Because he's the Hand. And the Hand is evil! That's all there really is to this guy. He's kind of stoic, and he's evil. There is nothing to his character. There's like one brief flash that he might actually care about Colleen, but that's about it. He is just a warm body to fill in some space because the writers couldn't figure out what to do with Gao and realized that they needed to give Colleen some sort of paralleling arc with Danny. That's what it feels like. It could easily just be fixed by introducing him much sooner into the show, and further develop his relationship with Colleen and his ideology and all of that, but no, just toss him in towards the end of the season, have him fart around for a bit, and then get rid of him. Awesome. That's just awesome. And the fact that he's not only returning, but filling the role of a prominent antagonist in the Defenders does not fill me with much hope for that show. Well, since I brought her up, let's turn to Madame Gao. This old woman has the immense benefit of being a fan-favorite supporting antagonist for 2 seasons of one of the best superhero shows of all time. So there's a lot of borrowed love behind her as she steps out of the shadows to face Danny Rand. However, there's a lot of borrowed trust along with it, and that trust is very fragile, meaning that Gao has to be handled very carefully to make her role feel worthwhile. And well, the results are a little mixed. When she officially enters the story as the primary foe for the Iron Fist to fight, Madame Gao seems pretty similar to her previous appearances. However, right off the bat, we get the reveal that she's also a member of the Hand, which does hurt her character a bit. If she was in Hell's Kitchen at the exact time Nobu was trying to get the Black Sky, why did she not help him in any way? In fact, she helped the guy who was trying to stop him while he was on a side quest to boost her drug business. That's not very team spirit of her. But it's that drug business she continues to develop here in Iron Fist, with her primary goal being to use Rand Enterprises to take it nationwide. There's a brief cat-and-mouse game with Danny where they both work to suss each other's identities, goals, and capabilities out, and once they learn all of that in that strange kung fu death tournament, Gao lays some seeds that sprout into a very obvious long game to trap Danny. She leads him halfway across the world to China where she allows herself to be captured, and while in captivity she taunts and manipulates Claire and Colleen for the end goal of, well, we don't find out because Bakuto blueballs her entire plan to lock her in the old folks home for the rest of the season. Again, maybe they were working in tandem to trick Danny into joining the Hand, but that already has its own share of problems that I've already covered. And that really proves to be the big sticking point that brings her character down. We just don't know what she was trying to accomplish. Her individual interactions with characters are some of the better scenes of the season as she manipulates people for her own ends. And heck, just like with Fisk and Matt, she also tries to steer Danny toward being the best version of himself he can be. The problem is that in Daredevil, she was largely a tertiary force in the ongoing conflict, which allowed her to remain intriguing while her goals and beliefs were kept a little vague. In Iron Fist, though, she is the main driving antagonistic force for most of the story. We can't afford to be kept in the dark as to everything she's trying to accomplish here. Now that we know that Gao is a member of the Hand, the show has to kind of explain what function her drug empire serves for the ninja cult. Is it just for additional revenue, a fun side project, or does the Steel Serpent heroine actually have a greater purpose to the Hand's end goals? Well, we never find out here. To a more detrimental degree, what was the whole point of the Gao chase? It was made very clear that she intentionally mentioned Wendell to lead Danny to China, meaning that her capture was also intentional. Then there's the additional intrigue of why a team of mercenaries came to rescue her instead of a squad of Hand ninjas. And there's no payoff to any of this. What was Gao's big plan? No idea. Why did she hire the mercenaries? To confuse the audience at the end of episode 12 when the DEA shows up. That's it. We don't ever actually know why she's doing some of what she's doing or really what her goal with it all is, outside of maybe trying to court Danny into joining the Hand. And that's really a big problem with the Hand in general. They are kept far too vague and far too secretive. Which, to be clear, works when they are acting in supporting roles to the overarching conflict, but it makes them absolutely boring when they are the main driving force of said conflict. This leaves Gao specifically as an unfulfilled character. There's some intrigue there, there's some characterization, there's a good bit of natural continuation from her appearances in Daredevil. It just ends up leading nowhere, though, which makes Gao an incredibly lame character by the end of it all. It's like Scott Buck just watched Daredevil and thought doing the same thing with her but as the main villain this time would be good enough. No, Scott. No, it's not. Now that she's the figurehead of the conflict, we kinda need some answers now. And that's probably why she got written out of the show, because they didn't have any answers. It's crazy that they took a character that I really liked from Daredevil and basically made her the longest running filler antagonist of any story I've ever seen. Fortunately, we get to end this section on the highest high note this season provides. For all of its many faults, Iron Fist Season 1 continues this trend of delivering a relatively top top-tier antagonist with a great performance behind him. Harold Meachum is certainly the simplest antagonist that I've heaped this much praise upon in this series. He's by no means a multifaceted person with a tragic backstory or strong ideology behind his actions. No, Harold is just a straight-up, self-centered, elitist bastard. Hell, the only bit of backstory he does get is a brief mention that he basically backstabbed his own father while growing up. So I guess he's always been this way, and I love him for that. Harold is a perfect love-to-hate villain. He's completely selfish, angling everything to the benefit of himself, specifically his legacy through Rand Enterprises. That company, in his mind, is his baby, and all credit for its success should belong to him. Anybody who stands in the way of his control of that achievement is targeted to be worked over and gotten rid of, including his own business partner. Even Danny, who has been nothing but a help to him, threatens to take away what he thinks is rightfully his. So Harold decides to have him killed via the cops. This man thinks he's completely hot shit. He hates poor and sick people too. He'll look you in the eye and confidently spout obvious lies without hesitation. He's a bullshitter, he's a bastard, and yet David Wyndham plays him with such smarmy charisma that I can't help but grin at everything this man does. However, the most interesting part of Harold's character is his belief that he himself actually has values. He espouses that everything he does is for the sake of his family, and to his credit, the businessman does seem to legitimately care for his children, particularly Joy. But it quickly becomes clear that his love is proportional to how useful and agreeable they are to his end goal. His tolerance threshold with Joy is pretty high since he's been separated from her for so long, but with Ward, that poor guy's entire existence is to be a tool and a puppet. Harold groomed him from a child to be his successor, a mirror copy of everything he is as a businessman. That harsh and abusive parenting style eventually pushed his son away, leading to Ward not just turning against him, but being the man who put him down. Twice. In the face of such betrayal, does Harold think on all the wrongs he committed against his own son? Psh, nah, fuck that. Ward is just a bitch traitor. Harold has no problem throwing him away, at least in the moment, pettily using what he believed would be his last moments on this earth to completely dump on him. With Joy, he tries to be a little gentler, but his increasingly unhinged and selfish behavior does finally drive a wedge between the two. And the ironic thing is, Harold never considers the fact that it's his fault, except in this one single moment in which he immediately retracts to throw Ward in the loony bin.
I've destroyed everything that ever mattered to me.
It is very ironic that this is the only true thing Harold says all season. In his mind, he's been doing everything perfectly, and losing his kids is because of someone else's wrongs, whether that be Ward's incompetence or Danny's influence. The irony goes even further in that the only somewhat redeeming quality this man has is that he cares about his family. Yet thanks to his own self-centeredness and manipulations, the Meachums are destroyed as he not only loses his kids, but his machinations drive brother and sister apart from one another. Now there's another element of his character that probably should be addressed. Harold is semi-immortal. While he can certainly die, the businessman will always come back after 3 days. Well, assuming he has a complete body to return to. It gets explained by Hai Ching that every time someone comes back to life through the Hand's resurrection ritual, they lose a little bit of their soul until they're a husk of a person. This indicates that Harold has become a shadow of the man he once was, explaining his outbursts that push his children away. It also probably explains his obsession with clean eating and fitness, which is just a fun additional bit of characterization that I like about the guy. I'm usually not a big fan of stories using outside supernatural forces to fundamentally disrupt a character's personality or morality, especially with a primary antagonist, but I think it works here. Mostly because Harold didn't have much of a soul to lose in the first place. I mean, he jumped at the opportunity to kill his business partner and best friend along with the guy's wife and prepubescent son to get sole control of Rand Enterprises, having wanted to do so since long before he even knew the Hand existed. The only thing the resurrection process has really taken away from Harold is his ability to control and conceal his true nature while maybe making him a little reckless in pursuing his interests. And that nature is one hell of an entertaining, selfish, manipulative, petty bastard who fits his role so well. My only complaint about him is that he's just not that much of a physical threat for Danny, which kind of lessens the tension of the climax since it's the immortal weapon with a magic fist from a dragon beating the crap out of a middle-aged businessman with a gun and a couple of MMA training sessions. Maybe if the show leaned a little bit more into this one bit where Harold punctures a hole in his punching bag to reveal that the resurrection process doesn't just bring you back to life and steal bits of your soul, it gives you superhuman strength. That would have at least leveled the playing field a bit more, as well as making the hand a little more dangerous as an army. But honestly, that's all a more minor gripe in what's a surprisingly great character, especially for this cast. However, what's not very surprising based on all my complaining and kvetching is that the themes of Iron Fist aren't that well developed. That's not to say there isn't a solid idea buried within the story, it's just not well developed enough. Largely because the core characters don't start working through their arcs, which would develop those themes, until the final 4 episodes. But once they finally start getting that necessary development, 2 central themes take kind of clear shape: vengeance and autonomy. Just about every prominent character in one way or another interacts with vengeance over the course of the season. Danny's whole journey involves his realization that he holds a desire for vengeance for his parents' deaths, first aimed at Gao before the reveal of Harold's treachery. Colleen also has to deal with a desire for vengeance when Bakuto's evil is uncovered and he tries to kill her for asking questions. In both cases, they must confront that desire as it leads them down a dark path. Claire serves as the counterbalance to this desire, trying to help them learn that killing someone to satisfy their vengeance will only blacken their souls. Ward's parental abuse kind of pushes him into a moment of vengeance, where he does commit a murder to satiate it. This comes back to haunt him when Harold returns from the dead. In that aftermath, Ward seems to learn his lesson by trying to kill Harold not for his own vengeance, but to protect the people he cares about, like Joy and later Danny. Davos's hurt from being abandoned by Danny festers into a desire for vengeance. Joy, I guess, randomly develops a desire for vengeance in her final scene of the season for some reason. Harold, too, in the final hour decides to embrace vengeance by blaming Danny for his family's collapse. Like I said, it's not a super well developed theme, but I guess it culminates in a decently communicated message about how holding on to and acting on vengeance can destroy your soul. The theme of autonomy is a little more multifaceted, dealing with fallen father figures and deprogramming from the poor teachings indoctrinated into you. But at the core, it sees most of the characters being tools of other people. Danny is raised as a tool for Kunlun, with his becoming the Iron Fist definitively making him a weapon for the monks to use against their enemies. Our protagonist then must learn to decouple from Kunlun's sort of flawed teachings in order to claim the Iron Fist for himself and pursue being the type of Iron Fist he thinks he should be, thus claiming his own autonomy. Colleen likewise is trained to be a tool for the hand, not necessarily as a weapon per se, except for when the show wants to tease that before going back on the idea just to make her an innocent, naive recruiter. Either way, she must decouple from her beliefs about the hand and set out on her own alongside her boyfriend. Claire sort of encourages the two of them to claim total autonomy from this stuff with the hand and Kunlun. Meanwhile, Ward was groomed to be a tool for Harold and must learn to not only separate himself from his father's controlling influence, but give autonomy to the other tools Harold seeks to use in his stead. Joy then becomes a tool for Harold to use when Ward becomes useless, and likewise claims autonomy from him by the end of the season. Davos chooses to continue being a tool for Kunlun, while in his vengeance and hurt, he begins to act of his own accord, in the process teasing events for Season 2. Harold uses others as tools, but he also spends much of the season being a tool for the hands to accomplish their own goals while trying to gain his own autonomy to rule his own company as he sees fit. Now, this theme doesn't fully conclude in a proper way to feel like there's an in-depth and thoughtful thematic message to end things off on, since at best, the surviving characters are still trying to figure out exactly who they should be or what they should do. There's no big monologue or conversation at the end that kind of ties this up in a really nice bow. Plus, it doesn't help that Danny then decides to go back to Kunlun after deciding to claim his own autonomy from them, only to learn that the lessons learned about splitting from them being the right thing to do was actually the wrong thing to do. That kind of muddles whatever thematic message that could have at least provided a poignant point to end the season on, as well as this video. So really all I've pulled from this season is, vengeance is bad, okay? Question the beliefs you were raised under in order to be your own person, except maybe don't, because they may have been right even when they're wrong. That's it, that's all I got. I just want to be done with this video at this point. How did I talk this long about Iron Fist? Well, that kind of ran out of steam there towards the end, didn't it? But what else can you expect from what is easily the blandest of these Marvel Netflix seasons I've covered so far? I mean, it definitely has its highlights, that's for sure, but that's not stopping Iron Fist Season 1 from falling to the bottom of my little list here. Luke Cage had its problems, but this was definitely Marvel Netflix's first real fumble. I think I've already given this season more time and thought than most people, so I guess all there really is left to say is, thanks for watching, stay blessed, and always remember, I will sporadically think about killing every single one of you. You're my subscribers. It's just one of those things. I'll see you next time. If you survive, that is. And for legal reasons, that was a joke. I'm not actually a murderous person. I don't think about and fantasize about killing anybody. Except for that one guy. You know who you are. That's not helping.